Welcome to The Bounty, a new, bold Counter-Strike format where every round raises the stakes. Here's how it works. The prize pool isn't just split at the end, it's distributed as bounties. Each team starts with a bounty based on their seed. Lower seeds begin with 0, but can still strike it big by hunting bounties from higher ranked teams. Win a match, and you secure 50% of your opponent's bounty as a guaranteed payout. The other 50%, it carries forward, growing the stakes for the next round. After each round, the lower seeded teams pick their opponents from the higher seeded pool. In week 2, the final 8 teams bring their bounties to the Blast Studio. It's a face-to-face showdown with new twists. Teams can challenge opponents by raising the stakes with their banked winnings. It's high risk, high reward. Here's how it works. Teams use their banked winnings to up the ante. For example, if Team A has $50,000 and Team B has $25,000, Team A can only challenge up to $25,000, the amount their opponent has banked. Both teams have to accept the challenge. This is Counter-Strike like never before. Are you ready to go bounty hunting?
Will anybody choose to risk it all for a potentially huge reward? It is time to find out as we kick off the Blast Bounty Draft Show.
We've got the first pick here, and the question, Roger, is who's it going to be?
Everybody know I have half French, and I'm half French and also Turkish in my blood. And also this team, we already beat 2-0 this year. So my pick gonna be Mongols.
Oh, take this out here. Take this out. Masterful bait going on there. What went into this decision? Why the Mongols?
It's a team decision. We like them style. They little like us, so it's gonna be a spicy match. And
you're the first choice here. You've been claimed right off the bat. Do you think he's making a mistake?
He said we are a B-tier team.
No.
You gonna show him he's wrong about that?
Absolutely.
It's time, Finn, for your pick.
We pick Spirit.
Spirit. Okay, coming into this, why Spirit?
If we took a look at those 3 teams left, Vitality, Mouse, and Spirit, they're all great. But we want to try to play Spirit.
You're coming right off of a trophy here, Chopper. He's picking into you. What's up with that?
It's a good pick from them. I know why they do this. Let's see what happens in the game.
Rugga, everyone's been very democratic so far. Do you rule with an iron fist? Did you make the decision yourself? Want to win into the process?
Nah, we talked it through as a team, made our pros and cons to the specific matchups, and we also had a feeling about what teams might be left and who wouldn't be, so...
Who are you going to be picking?
We'll be picking Mouse.
How do you feel about that, Cyclone?
Shocking. I thought we were going to play Liquid. I think it makes sense. We play in not so long VP at EWC, and I think maybe they want to have a chance against a different team. So
order, which means that our last matchup here, we've got a day between Liquid and Vitality. Shui, the choice has been made for you. How do you feel you match up against the boys in yellow?
Yeah, I mean, not big of a surprise. I think no matter what team we played, it was always going to be a tough game.
Are you feeling like you're going to break out that scepter and extend the reign?
We will see. We are not thinking about that. Just tournament by tournament, to be honest. We want to prove Cologne was a mistake from us.
Our matchups are now set in stone, and what that sets for us is a few exciting days of Counter-Strike to come.
The Blast Bounty returns live from our beautiful Maltese studio for our second day of quarterfinals. My name is Farah Spears, joined by Vu and Maui. Where Maui, you've been enjoying the Maltese experience so far. You've been out on a boat, you've been golfing, and you've been eating good, right? What's your top recommendation?
I feel like Malta is surprisingly underrated when it comes to Italian food. And everybody knows I love a good pizza. I love some good pasta. And Nduja, get on that, okay? If you've never had Nduja before, make it out here, have some of that.
How East London of you. Vu, what's been your highlight so far?
The food's been pretty good, but the boat, me and Maui were both on a boat. It was great. I've never been on a boat before, except for many times, because I live on the shore. I've never been on a boat like that.
Yeah,
I've never been this sunburned on a boat.
That's
I've never
true.
been this sunburned.
Darth Mike was the captain as well, I'm sure.
He unfurled the sails and everything.
That was quite an experience, I'm sure. My highlight has been having teams and players join us here in the studio. Of course, it was quarterfinals kicking off just yesterday. Let's recap some of those matches that did indeed go down, because today we do have 2 more quarterfinals. Liquid versus Vitality going to be first up to bat. Then it's going to be VP taking on Spirit later on today. But let's talk about the 2 2-0s that went down yesterday, Maui, because one of these is not like the other. Let's begin with Maus versus Astralis. What were your takeaways from that series?
Maus versus Astralis more or less went par for course. We expected Maus to be coming in as the significant favorites. There was a bit of a fight on map 1, but Maus got the business when it came to map 2. This was a clean series for them, one that continued the dominance that Maus holds over teams that are out of the top 5. And Astralis, nice that they made it to the LAN playoffs, but all in all, didn't really expect them to do much more.
Yeah, I mean, Astralis put up a fight in that game, especially the first half of the first map, but Maus went to work on their T side, showed that they were the better team, not only individually, but as a team, with the teamwork, with the way they were playing 2v2s, 1v2s. They just had everything. That's what you want to see out of Maus.
You were happy with young Jimmy having a bit of a resurgence, Torzi, Zershan as well. That's what you want to see, those individuals that coming to light for Maus, right?
Yimpad has been talking about individual form a lot, so for him to close out map 1 with a very impressive 1v2 off the back of a 2v4, that's exactly what we want to see. His mechanics were in full force. I loved it. When Yimpad's playing well, I'm happy.
Well, let's talk about the other series that went down, because I think there was a lot more to dive into from that one. Let's begin with Dust 2, first map of the series. Once again, a similar story to last time we saw it go down in Dallas. An incredibly close affair where Mongols just about managed to get it over the line.
Yeah, not all 2-0s are created equal, and this is the closest you can get in a 2-0, and the most heartbreaking way you can lose it. Starting with the Dust 2, where again, both maps really, you had kind of T-side collapses from both teams, but Mongols, they just had a little bit, especially with the Senzu. I believe it was a 1v3 Senzu had on the B site that really propelled his team over the line on the first map.
I mean, Blitz had his own clutch on the second map. This is the kind of series that it's the quarterfinals. It's kind of earlier in the playoffs and the LAN portion of this, and it feels like this could be forgettable if people just looked at it. Oh yeah, Mongols beat Aurora again, whoop-de-doo. But really, this is one where you have to watch it back to believe it, because the second map comeback, the second half comeback on Mirage was one of the most incredible displays of resilience that shows me Mongols has leveled up as a team. If they want to focus up and bring a game back, they have the willpower, the tactics, and the firepower to do it.
Just to revisit it, if anybody missed it at home, 11-1 first half to Aurora, 11-1. And the last round was only won by heroic play coming out of Mongols. But if that had been different, maybe they would have had a little bit more legroom, not to let the Mongols just bite back and back and back and do what I thought was an impossible comeback.
Yeah, I mean, it was 11-1 into a 3-on-1 to even pick up that one round. That was the last round of the half. The CT side from Aurora, we were ready to hype them up big time. They had so many great defenses. Jota was looking incredible. They had so many great individual plays, and Mongols made some mistakes along the way, but really I felt like this was more of Aurora just doing some really great work. And then you go into the second half a little later, and it goes a little bit differently.
It changed completely. I mean, the entire narrative, the entire tone. This game went from being, again, like you said, we're ready to praise them, and then it goes into one of the worst disasters of Aurora, this core. their entire year, I haven't seen a loss that's looked this bad, this deflating, where Madger knows without a semblance of a doubt, like this is on him. He played horrifically as an individual, and in terms of the calling, it was very predictable for the Mongols. But credit to the Mongols for coming up with some incredible rounds, for having way more resilience into overtime. But that kind of mental collapse is why Aurora, they keep making the playoffs of all these tournaments, but we almost expect now that they're just going to fall at the first hurdle once they get there.
I was going to say there's 2 sides to this map, but I feel like there's 4 sides to this map, right? Because you look back at that first half and like there's so many individual, amazing, mind-boggling plays coming out of Aurora. I'm thinking of that Jota ace where I thought that is done. That was like, what, round number 10, round 11? Like at that point, I thought there was no hope in Mongols coming back into this one, which is what makes it so heartbreaking when you look at some of the emotional images we saw for, you to be putting so much on the line as an individual, and still, it's not enough to seal the map.
Player to player and team to team, this was a complete different look in the second half. And my concern, to be honest, for Aurora is if this could be a defining moment as a team. They've already struggled quite often in playoffs. They go into the quarterfinals of so many events and they just lose to whatever team is put in front of them. Mongols, one of the only teams they've been capable of beating in these playoffs. And then they have this absolute masterclass in disaster of a second half. But I mean, the first map can't be forgotten as well. That was another map where it felt like a comeback was happening. It was a fake comeback. Then they go into the second map and the same thing happens again.
This is, I mean, it was so catastrophic of a loss that what I was seeing on Twitter afterwards, in post-game threads, everything was, does Aurora need changes? It's one of the first times this year I've seen anybody even remark upon that idea, because that just felt like you're gonna lose a lot of faith in everybody sitting around you when you experience a loss like that. And we already know that the ceiling of Aurora is generally just maybe making it to the grand finals of a tournament like the Bounty. So falling in the quarterfinals does feel like we are seeing that slow, steady decline.
Another reason why I was so impressed by the Mongols comeback is because it felt like their coach just kind of lost all faith during that first half. And I don't blame him, but the turnaround, just some of the emotions that we got to see coming out of him, coming out of all of the Mongols players as we got deeper and deeper into that second half, was really indicative of them just feeling so synergized, which was completely the opposite on the side of Aurora.
I mean, both teams just had complete shifts in emotion from the first half, round 6 to round 24. It felt Aurora were riding on a high, and then the come down was brutal for them. And for the Mongols, you just flipped that. In fact, you could do some pretty funny things with editing here, because there was just every range of emotion was on display for practically every single person across both teams.
You're always thinking about the content, Maui. You're always thinking about it.
Oh yeah, we got to get a fan cam actually. Not of that, not a fan cam of this. This was sad.
This wasn't so good. I don't know, Vu, what do you think? Do you think this is enough to have changes be afoot to the Aurora camp?
Changes, I mean, certainly mentality changes, maybe change in the way their play style is actually working, because those T-sides were just, their T-sides coming into this were already their weakest ability. They have very weak T-sides since you had Anubis removed from the map pool, but this was legendarily bad T-sides. This was unbelievable.
Generationally bad.
Generationally bad T-sides. You have to go back to that. You can think of it as a collapse. Sometimes you can think of it, you just got out of it, something went wrong. Something has to change. Maybe not personnel-wise, but certainly something has to change within the Aurora camp.
It's mental as well, because you looked at the scoreline when it was just one round that Aurora needed, and like just the play style, they looked so hesitant. They looked really shaky. Like there was a moment that we said, I can't remember what round it was, but it was, Woxix, Xantares, usually so locked in together, didn't really look like they knew what they wanted to do.
They were fumbling a boost. They were fumbling, tossing a gun to another player.
Say it ain't so.
It felt like everything that could go wrong was going wrong, and that is entirely the signs of a mental collapse. When the plans are not putting you in positions to win, or even when you're in positions to win, you're not getting it over the line. At that point, you would have really wanted a timeout longer than 30 seconds if you're Aurora.
Well, I hope that didn't allow your fantasy team to collapse, Maui. Let's check on in with it, because I believe maybe you did earn some points, maybe you lost some points. I'm not entirely sure. We did kind of roast your picks a little bit yesterday.
I'm doing fine.
You're looking pretty good.
I'm doing all right.
Great.
I mean, the Blast Fantasy, I've been cooking on these, okay?
Yeah?
I feel like the one guy that was a little bit sketchy throughout this one was Techno towards the end. I mean, but all in all, getting the victory, getting the dub, and also Yimpat. I mean, some reason even though Yimpat was on a streak of poor form, I just had a feeling, you know, as soon as a player recognizes that they're having bad form, they got to become a pro player for a reason. They're gonna whip themselves into shape, and Yimpat did just that.
I'm trying to think of who that doesn't apply to. I'm certain there are many pros that have said, I'm playing really bad right now, and then have followed that up by retiring shortly after.
No, they always work themselves back. Everybody gets a redemption arc, okay?
I had the same feeling about Jimmy for about 5 events in a row, and then he just never kept bouncing back.
He didn't give that interview. That last interview was the best interview he's given.
I gotta learn the mentality.
Yeah.
Did you go with Jimmy in your fantasy team? Did you believe?
I went with Zway.
It was
I went with
Zway,
Zway.
okay.
That was the only difference, I believe, between our 2 rosters. I went with Zway over Jimmy. I lost faith in Jimmy. I lost faith in the gym bomb. Zway just felt so Zway just felt so good to me. I felt like this was his second event. He was gonna do it. He's going to do it.
Well, you're gonna have to hold your horses to see exactly how that is gonna go down later on today, as we do have 2 more best of 3s, 2 quarterfinals to be exact, going down on our second day of the LAN finals of Bounty. We're gonna be rounding out the day with Spirit versus Virtus Pro, not before Liquid take on Vitality.
Team Liquid is an opponent, one that you guys are pretty familiar with at this point, but they're in a period of change. What do you think of them as a squad right now?
They definitely have an interesting lineup in terms of the players. You know, all of them are very capable players. Some of them have long history in CS, you know, like Twist and F. They've won a lot throughout their careers, so that's definitely something to look out for. And as Nerd said in his HLTV interview, you have to stay delusional. I think it's a good way, or a good way of phrasing it. You know, it doesn't matter in what position you are, top 30, top 10. top 5. You have to believe that you can be capable of beating anyone, and you have to take that to every game.
I don't think it's about them so much. I think it's about us, what we can do on the server. We're going to obviously try our best. They're a very good team, and it's a good team that we can kind of test ourselves on and challenge a little bit and see what kind of place we are at as a team. So that's what we're going to be looking for this game.
7 trophies to their name, and hungry, I'm sure, to be claiming more. Vitality have indeed arrived at the Blast Bounty. Still, undoubtedly, the best team of 2025, but a blip on the radar in Cologne means they must course correct now if they want to continue that reign of terror. And for Liquid, Maui, I'm going to be real. I've got to feel a little bit of pity. They were really pigeonholed in terms of not even being able to pick this opponent. It was left simply up to fate that you have to face Vitality in your first series here on LAN in Malta.
But that's fine. I don't think Liquid were going to be the favorites in any of the matchups that they possibly could have gotten as the underdogs here. So to face off against Vitality just gives you a stiffer benchmark versus all the other teams where, sure, maybe you get in scoreline a little bit closer, but Vitality is like when you're a tier 2 North American team, you go to a tier 1 European tournament and you just get bodied, okay? You learn your flaws really quickly when you lose that badly.
You're calling Liquid a tier 2 North American team.
The results may show they're a little bit better than that, but that's the difference we're talking about in terms of Liquid versus Vitality
I
today.
mean, that is fair when you look at the accolades on the side of Vitality versus that of Liquid. There's a very heavy favorite in terms of that, Vu.
I mean, if you go historically, Liquid's got lots of trophies, but if you go this year, Liquid's got sad dog meme.
That's what it's called.
That's what I look it up when I try and use it. That's what I look it up for.
Versus Huge Dog with 7 trophies and 3 match losses throughout the entire year. None of those being submitted by Team Liquid, by the way. Not even a map loss versus Team Liquid. So things are looking rough.
There's no way to sugarcoat this for Liquid. That's why I'm saying the way you have to perceive this is just that, okay, try your strats out, just see if any positions changes have worked, if any of Flashy's ideas in terms of what he's bringing as a coach are gonna help you proceed or progress. Because, I mean, the teams, despite the fact Liquid's never beaten them this year, they're not strangers entirely to one another.
No, that's a very apt point. How stable do you feel like Liquid are at the moment, Boo?
Completely unstable. They are rocking all over the place because you bring Shuhei in, you have this change, a little bit of a change up. You come into this season and just seems like every player on Liquid, except for Naf, confusingly, is struggling. And on the server, they look like a better team, but results-wise, VP Prodigy would like a word. They're losing to teams they should never be losing to.
The way that Vu puts it there, where it's almost that when you watch Liquid, like what we have seen so far at this tournament, it inspires you, it gives you hope, but it never materializes into any deep runs. The best that I've seen from them this year was their performance at Melbourne, for example.
Yeah.
And despite the fact that they now have a new coach in their ranks with Flashy in the stead of Damar DeRover, it doesn't really feel like the players can ever synergistically find form at the same time.
Let's put some context to the numbers that we see on screen. This is, after Shuhei has come into effect for Liquid.
Yeah, and this has to be really kind of depressing for Shuhei, to be honest, because you look at that, and that's Nerds going from a star player to barely a 1.0 rated player. That's Twist falling off. That's everyone on the team going downwards in terms of their trajectory, but I don't think it's necessarily his fault. I think the team is playing generally some pretty solid CS. They're in a lot of good situations. They just can't come together as a team. And I think beforehand, you might have had some band-aids. You might have had Nertz with his fragging ability, and you might have had Twist with his fragging ability, making the team look better than they were. All of a sudden, they disappear, and even though you have maybe a better team structure, you have worse results for it.
It's such a curious case what is going on with Shuhei right now, because it feels like you're getting a driver, an F1 driver who is proven that when he's in a Ferrari car, it works. Like
yes.
he can make it go fast. He can get a top 5 placing. But then you just put him in a slightly different car, one that still should work at that level, but then he's getting no results at all. So I feel extremely bad for Shuhei because this just seems to be a puzzle that he can't solve yet.
And it's really tricky when you look at some of the stars, right? Like Vu, you were particularly looking into the numbers for both Nertz and for Twist, because these are the 2 players that should be delivering, but just hasn't materialized yet.
Yeah, Nertz is the most obvious one because Nertz, he's even had an interview recently. He can't explain why he's doing poorly. He can't explain why he's not able to play at the level he's normally playing at. And that type of confusion over that type of skill level drop-off is extremely concerning. That's something you have to figure out. You have to work with your coaching staff. You have to move on from there. But if you're just confused, you don't think it's the roles, you don't think, where do you go from there?
I do feel like Nertz has been thrown into the deep end where he's supposed to occupy some of those just trying to send your head right through a brick wall entry fragging that Yakindar was doing. I don't feel like this is necessarily the exact same style that he played on Ents, on Heroic, where he was aggressive, sure, but it was more so in the design of getting map control, pressuring once you get into some advanced space. Nowadays, sometimes he just kind of has to run at them, and that's not necessary. His strong suit isn't just taking a 50-50 aim duel every single time.
And that's where I think the roles come into factor. That's where I think you have Twist that's on T side. Before they had Shuhei, he was there with Nertz, and they would be setting up Nertz for really good map control early, and then you go for a bomb site hit. Oftentimes that would be Twist going in first, Nertz going in behind him, and Twist would just bang some heads off on some really disadvantageous duels. Now you have Twist on the extremities. Sometimes he's playing the kind of the half lurk roles. I honestly feel like if they change those roles, swap them over, it might work better for them.
Do you agree with that sentiment? Do you think that's the way forward?
I think Vu has done a really great job of outlining exactly where in the structure things have changed for them. So I actually tend to agree. I don't really see, I feel like what has already transpired has proven ineffective. Switching up roles, not entirely, but just little tweaks in the priority of who's going first and second. You need to do something at this point if you're Liquid, and so that's a good shout.
We go into that rumor that the mill was spinning about minus Twist plus Elige, a little
Oh my.
See there? I mean, what do you make of that?
That's a crazy rumor, and one that I find unfounded. I haven't heard any rumblings of that one happening, but if it were to, then it would give you a bona fide entry fragger, one that has proven himself on FaZe this season. And if Twist goes out, I think that'll help FaZe too, because it feels like he has the right mentality for that kind of roster. But looking at the roster before us, I think Liquid can still try to tweak a couple things before they just go for some home run or nothing move.
And looking at the game right now, it is time to be checking in with Shuhei, courtesy of Mike.
You joined the team. We've started to see you look a little bit better in the eye test in the server, but it hasn't necessarily shown in the statistics and in the results. Why do you think that is? What do you think the process is for clicking as a team?
I mean, when I joined, we had no coach. We had Demars the Rover as our coach standing in, so it was very difficult times. I don't think we started off on the right foot with me. Now that we have Flashy coming in, I think it's a very good time for us because we can kind of start fresh and actually work on those things that I was looking forward to work with this team on. And yeah, so that is the main goal right now, is to continue working with Victor, the coach, and progress as day goes on.
If you had to sum up that progress in one thing in particular that you're focusing on, that you're looking at the team to show in the server today, what would that be?
It's finding consistency. It's building a strong base, like good fundamentals for the team. Not only for today, but also for the long term. That's what this team has been missing a little bit. So that's our focus point for now, and it is going to take some time, but we know it, and we need to stay patient.
And I can kind of buy into that philosophy, right? It's only been, what, a couple of events that they've even had Flashy behind them. So I think it's fair to give them a little bit more time with this new system.
I already feel like Flashy is implementing some of the school of Blade to this team. Just the way that their Mirage looks, for example, is a little bit more updated. I feel like there's a little bit more misdirection in some of the rounds. So I'm willing to let Liquid get a little bit more in with what Flashy's implementing before I have too harsh of a judgment.
Yeah, and when you look at the way they're talking about Flashy, they needed a coach that could come in and be the decider. Someone that they're having a disagreement, you have a coach come in and says, this is what we're gonna do, just follow it, just do what I tell you. And I think that's, as long as he's got the power to do so, I think that's a really positive sign.
Other side for the team called Vitality. Obviously, it was a bit of a mess up in Cologne. Apex was very candid about that as well, said they weren't playing good, but neither was Maus, apparently. So what were your takeaways from that semifinal for Vitality?
That felt like the most inexplicable off day for ZywOo and for Vitality as a whole. It's not something that I find to be indicative of their downfall. I don't think it's representative of what the team is at in terms of their form necessarily. Maybe some of the other teams have leveled up, but really, in my eyes, we are still in the Vitality era as long as they win another event at the end of this. If they're able to win this one, if they're able to win 2 more, then we're still in that era. It's still, and the 30-match win streak that they were able to accomplish earlier this year still shows that they are on another level. Like, the other teams are kind of picking at them here and there at best, but this is the kind of game where Vitality look at it and they want to just keep up this new streak that they're
Let's be
working
real.
with.
Like, you look at the Astralis era, they never won a Cologne, so who's to say the Vitality era is over just because they didn't win that one? I don't know. Either way, we need to be diving into the picks and bans for this quarterfinal. Okay, are you edging your bets anywhere in particular, Maui? Anywhere that you can see Liquid even getting a slight, I don't even want to call it an advantage, but maybe a bit of comfort in this?
Well, last time around, they went for Mirage, Vitality pick Nuke. This time, Vu, I feel like they might change their pick. I kind of want to see, I honestly wouldn't mind if Liquid went with something like, okay, they go for Train.
Liquid they've been picking Train a bit recently. They have had some varied results on the map, and the problem is Vitality is a very good Train team. But to be fair, when they picked Mirage last time, didn't really go that well.
Do you think they watched the semi-final versus Mouse and saw Flamesy? I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you in this one.
I feel like Liquid is right now thinking they're a little hotter because of what they did to Furia on the map, and that should embolden you. The only question is that earlier at this same event, they had a 4 overtime game versus Ecstatic on Train, and I think that the quality of opponents is rising faster than Liquid is actually really measuring themselves.
Maui, sometimes you have to be delusional to win. Maui, sometimes you have to be delusional to win.
Dust 2, Decider. So how do you feel about these? There's Train, Nuke, Dust 2.
I'm glad
getting to Dust 2.
I'm glad they mixed it up. I'm glad they didn't go for Mirage again. I would have been okay with them going for Inferno or going for Train, honestly. I feel like they wanted some maps that just kind of condense the T side, because a long, drawn-out Mirage T side where you're trying to take all this map control was going to be too tough for me for Liquid. But Train, you can just shorten things. You can abridge them. You take that Halls control, you go for a B hit. I think that's what Liquid need to be going for right now. Things that are a little bit faster, a little bit poppier, because you don't want to draw a round out versus Vitality.
Which individuals are you looking on from the side of Vitality? And please don't say Zywoo, because I'm not sure what's going to happen behind you if you do.
The ones I'm looking towards are Mezzi and Flames. I want to see those players pop off if we're going to see Vitality, because you know Zywoo's going to show up. Less one series every 7 months, maybe. Zywoo's going to show up, Rops is going to show up, Apex is going to have some great calling. I want to make sure Mezzi and Flames are always there, and then they're a comfortable team. They're going to continue their era.
Where are we looking at for the Flamesy, Mezzi side of the conversation then? What's going to be key for them to get this one over the line today?
I feel like Flamesy just got caught by every single piece of utility possible when he lost to Mouse on Train. So I just want to see him not eat a million flashbangs this game.
Yeah.
Just dodge a few, you know?
Did you see the, this is mean. Did you see the highlight compilation of Flamesy on Train that somebody made on Twitter?
What song did they use?
Well, more important question. Are we going to get a challenge in this series? Let's find out.
I'm thinking today might just be my lucky day, because I think I've got a couple gentlemen out here who might like a little bit of risk. Apex, you guys are coming in. #1 seed, big dogs of the year. Surely you're risking it all, right?
Of course. I mean, we're in the country of gambling, no? So all in for sure.
All in. He's willing to stake it all. Twist, what are you willing to offer up?
All in. I mean, how much is your prize money?
I don't even know.
I mean, you know, we could do like 10 euros.
10 euros. He'll offer 10 euros to your all in. What do you think about that?
Great, fucking great. I love it. Nope.
No to that one. Okay, let's get a more reasonable negotiation here.
Bartering here. So, you guys are the best team in the world. You guys have won many events. You guys don't really need the VRS points, so. Oh yeah, but you know, how about we do €1 and you do 100?
€1 to 100 euros. What do you think about that?
Of course not. Is it written stupid? Nope.
What if they did, okay, so there's 6 of you. What if he did 6 euros to 100? You each get an extra shiny euro.
Well, I can't answer right now. I need to reflect with my boys.
We're gonna need an answer on the stage. It's you alone in the spotlight right here.
Well, nope.
No? Not willing to risk 100 euros?
No, it's important for us. It's equal or nothing. That's what we say.
Equal or nothing. You guys gonna throw 100 euros in there?
Of course not. I mean, we need the VRS points and they don't, so
What about 2 to 1, 50 to 100?
No, if we did 50, they're gonna do 500.
50 to 500, 50 euros.
Stop annoying me, okay?
All right, that's the end of the negotiation here. Unfortunately, no number reached today, no wager today.
Mike, thank you for trying. Thank you. I felt like I was watching an auction then. I thought we were almost going to get it. I thought we were almost going to get it. But no, once again, denied. No wager on this one.
Gosh. I thought this was going to be the one.
Because
I knew that Liquid knew how the rules work, that you could place uneven bets versus each other, so giving different odds there. I'm disappointed in Vitality. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in Apex, actually. Gosh.
I don't think you can't blame that on Apex. He came in with $1. I'll bet $1 to your 10,000.
What about 50 to 100? 50 to 100? I would do 2 to 1 if you're Vitality.
Yeah, that's good odds. That's some good odds. Either way.
That's fair. That's fair.
Not going to be happening in this one. Final thoughts before we do dive into this. Is there, what are we looking at for Liquid to be delivering on this map of Train to make it at least a competitive affair today?
I really just want to see the strats get in motion for Liquid. If they're able to even put themselves in late round 2v2, 3v3 situations, taking pop control, taking man control, if they get onto that A bomb site and just get through that first wave of utility and fights, I'm going to be pretty happy. I don't expect them to win, but if they bring this one pretty close, let's say they get 9 or 10 rounds or something like that, then I could say confidently there's been some progress in the Liquid camp.
Yeah, what you really don't want to see is Liquid just getting picked apart before they can get their strats. You have Vitality go for T-connector control. Liquid can't get it back. They lose a player. They lose a couple players in those spots. And then they go for an exec 3v5 and lose and just fall apart completely. If they can get something together, even if it's not the most competitive game of all time, if they can get into good spots, then I'm thinking Liquid, they could do this against a different team.
What's the Apex Shuey comparison looking like as we move into this one?
I mean, I feel like if you want to do the bridesmaid, then Apex bride, Shuhei bridesmaid. You know, that's the level difference that we've got with both of these in-game leaders. At this point, Apex is beginning to create a conversation where he's trying to enter that GOAT conversation in general for all in-game leaders with the 2 majors that he's accomplished, with the Grand Slam, with the longest win streak, second to NIP. But Shuhei, on the other hand, he's been close a bunch of times. He's had some pretty strong rosters. Maybe you could argue that the tools he had at his disposal were never as strong as what Apex has with, say, Zywoo and Rops. However, you would like to see him punch above a little bit, because now he's got a good team, so there should be some pressure on his shoulders.
There was a storyline, there was a narrative going on that Shuhei was the next Kerrigan, and I think if we look at Apex, Apex is the next Glaive. So Shuhei, we need to see him succeed with this roster, and we need to see him succeed for a long time coming if he wants to ever match up to Apex, because Apex is leading this Vitality roster the exact way they need to be led. He's getting them to new heights, and he's doing it while IGLing perfectly and fragging as well.
Well, we are beginning our 3rd quarterfinal on the map of Train, and 2 gentlemen I know that love to watch Liquid on Train. It's Harry and Hugo.
Oh, yes, we do. We can't get enough of it. I'm really looking forward to this one. Hugo, if I had to kind of do a little bet with you, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm thinking $1 for me.
Yeah.
Like $20 for you, at like a 1 to 20 odds. Would you take that?
That's not a lot of money, Harry. I think I can take it. I think these guys can afford it as well.
Well,
$20.
Liquid can't. I think even $1 slipping away down the VRS could mean everything to this squad.
Yeah, they need everything they can get, that's for sure. But a big bounty on Vitality's head coming into this quarterfinal. And, well, will Liquid snatch it today? The odds certainly say no. A confident-looking Apex, a delusional Nerd, some would say. And we'll have to see if Liquid are up for the task. I do like that they've gone with a Train pick today, right? Good discussion on the desk about how, sure, they had that horrible overtime game against Ecstatic, but they did also take down Furia, who have made this one of their home maps, if not their home map. And so let's see if Liquid can do what Mouse did in that Cologne semi-final, or if Vitality are back on form, back on LAN here in the Bounty.
I have a bit of a walk up from Robs. And so he's going to get a chance to be... Oh my God, Twins just gets deleted. And that's already a horrible start to the pistol here for Team Liquid.
Not even util, and you can't even get the B control. You're just forced into the outer site.
They're in no rush. Shuhei lining up the util, trying to orchestrate this pistol round. already dire straits with no pop control. They know they have to worry about Rops a little bit later. So you've got a lot to clear here as you make your way out. Flames looking to play over the top on the new box. Gonna find ultimate. He was mid-air for that as well. Rops is not missing on the dual Berettas, and Vitality come up squeaky clean in the pistol.
Couldn't have asked for a better round, really, from Vitality. The opening move works. They have a nade set up. The comm comes in, and then 2 more kills from Rops on the dual Berettas. It is as perfect as it gets there for Team Vitality. Naf with a bit of a tech. Try it on for size. And then we'll be back underway.
Keith is a very relatable gamer. And I like that, just showing the problem. Looks like he had an issue with the in-ears.
It's only a guess, though.
Yeah, I'm picking up on some subtle social cues to put that one together.
We'll just check this chat, this track. 10 euros for 1,000. I don't know why, you know, every euro matters, says the multi-millionaires. But how else do you stay rich, Harry? Vitality are about to show us freeze time cancelled, and we're coming back in with round 2.
I don't know why, I'm kind of buying into the Liquid delusion angle.
Yeah? In what way? Oof.
I think they can, you know, okay, so we saw this game once already, and that was back in Melbourne. And it was very, very one-sided.
Okay.
I think it's going to be far more competitive than that.
Okay.
I still think Vitality should be picking up the win here. They're massively favored. I think just as individuals, the fallout at Cologne is a little bit of a fire underneath this team. Apex has been talking about that, saying, look, it might not hit like when we won in Austin, winning here at Bounty, but it's important for the team to feel like they're back in good form, that they've shaken off the lackluster result in Cologne. And I'll tell you what, they are hitting pretty hard right now.
Yeah, I don't think they're thinking this, but you don't want the... you don't want that Cologne result to be the straw that broke the camel's back, right? Like,
especially when it was the first straw.
Yeah, and the camel still has plenty miles in him. So, Vitality, this couldn't have been a better draw for a quarterfinal. Liquid, of course, not getting to pick, being that last team. Just forced to play the world's best. So it's a bit of prac here for Vitality to see if Liquid have grown. Can they fit the boots they wear? Little flank for Zywoo. Things are coming in this round, but converting it is a different story. Zywoo fakes the run back. They go out B, and Rops looked for another triple. It's instead Zywoo. Bit of a messy one, but 4 alive.
Yeah. Far from the cleanest anti-eco, but an anti-eco nonetheless. And that's what matters. Fist bumps all round.
Where's the famous?
Vitality off to the races. Now it's going to be Liquid to come through with the purchase as they try to gain some on this map. Going to be harder here, starting on the T side. You kind of know this is relying a little on a late game activation if you're Liquid. It's going to be a test of your resilience. You can expect Vitality to look to build a bit of an early lead here.
Oh, that's one thing Twist does have in space. These wall bangs, multiple lineups, ways to find early damage. Got a couple of tags off in the ecstatic game as well. Contact out B. Rob's in a strong position, but caught moving between them. Just gets down in time, and he got the info. That re-peek is punished. Shui fast into this B bomb site. The bomb is a little bit labored, a little late, but Liquid have the space.
The re-smoke through is nice. Leaves Shui in a far more uncomfortable position here, trying to finagle an angle around the smoke. Now they've spotted him, and Mezzi's going to catch him on a swing. It's 2 from Mezzi. And suddenly that advantage that Liquid had worked for turns in Vitality's favor. Time on the side of Liquid, but for how much longer? The SMG's trying to run them down. They do have this big flank on the cards. You need these site players to stay alive. They're buying time for Naf, and he walks right into ZywOo. Can Nerds win this? A swing out needed, and the defuse held. He doesn't even attempt it. Mezzi allowed to stay on that bomb with ZywOo providing cover.
They're just such a machine of Vitality. It's not 5 players playing CS. They are all playing off each other so well. Flames getting the support from CT. Flash is coming through the smoke behind him. Mezzi swinging off his contact. And Vitality, clean as ever, in a very difficult retake of that B-bomb site. We see an aspect of the new train really being annoying. Nerds not being able to swing there. If he does, it's so hard to get them off the bomb from heaven. It's not like it was in CSGO. That angle is really no good anymore. And ZywOo had the cover regardless, so it felt lose-lose for Liquid. A bomb plant allows for a bit of purchase, but they just let Nerds play his hero AK. Downside of picking train is you've got to play through this T side first, and it's not a fun place to be.
One flash for Shui. And it better be good. Flames turns from it. There's the dodge. Opener for Nerds. ZywOo's AWP now owns the angle. Naf, chance for a backstab. Gets away with the double. And Apex out of the picture.
So far, so this rotate is quick. He's dropped the bomb. They're scrambling. They don't know.
One kill already. They know where he was. And Naf has heard the footsteps, but it's a bit of an awkward miss. Could have ended the round right there. They're trying to put distance between themselves and Apex. And so that plant found for Liquid. Surely not, Dan.
Just walks through.
Ring around the rosy with him. One shot away from certain death, but he can feel the fear in Team Liquid. And so he wants to give this a go. They can catch him on a swing from up, but that's another miss for Naf, who needs to put that AWP away at the first chance. Apex finally concedes, but still hanging around for something here. And he might be able to catch Shui.
Oh.
Captains clash and Shui comes out ahead. That's Liquid on the board. I know Naf misses a bunch of shots on the AWP, but the double dig out from Ivy, catching the timing on that backstab in tandem with the play out through Pop. Liquid able to break through, and that's on a low econ round, up against, you know, the full might of Vitality.
Naf missed the shots, but he hits the ones that matters. Look at these deagles, recovers a spam, and then one digs out Mezzi. That's what sets up the round win. And yes, Liquid are playing scared in that post spawn. They have every right to be. When you get given a chance to win a round like that, you do not throw it away and overface in the post spawn. Liquid lock it in. And no exit for Apex. Guns are saved. Low economy round 1. And Liquid with a big opportunity here. Vitality are full broke. 3K per player with the exception of Mezzi, who could consider a hero gun.
You know, looking at this matchup, and like we were talking coming in, one of the reasons I'm hoping this is a more competitive showing from Liquid is, like, as I said, the last time we saw this was in Melbourne. If you remember, that was immediately after Shui moved into the project, and as he mentioned in his interview before this series, they didn't have a coach. So, you know, it was a lot. It was a big reshuffling of the Liquid squad, and it's weird because they did get kind of wrecked 2-0, but I was still almost pleasantly surprised for how competitive they made Nuke 13-8. Pretty decent scoreline at the first showing of this new Liquid squad. And that was also with Naf, like, in the middle of his slump. He was really not feeling good.
True, he's looked a lot better coming into the season. I mean, Liquid haven't had great results either way, but he hasn't been as much of a downturn of those games.
I also think, you know, Ultimate's been getting a good chunk of mileage, especially on train. So I like the veto here. He's had games where he's just stepped up and dominated on the AWP. Now, will he be able to do that against Vitality, who have some fantastic protocols, and this guy you might have heard of in ZywOo? There he is.
And he looked good in that last round, hitting a nice flick to E-Box, right? We talk about that Cologne semi, and yeah, off day is one word for it. I mean, no one could really show up for Vitality. There were a few players who really struggled. ZywOo was hugely absent in that game compared to his very high standard.
What's Keith drinking, man? It looks like he's got like a whiskey while he's waiting for the tech pause.
I think it's a Maltese delicacy, Harry.
No way.
It's gotta be.
No way. He ain't sipping on a Kinney. I don't buy it for a second.
Well, bitter beginning either way here for Liquid. Having to wait this one out.
Oh, man. And of all the times, all the games to have tech issues in, it's this one. Playing versus the best team in the world.
Laser focused.
I mean, one of the things that's so, you know, that kind of draws you into Apex as a character is his unquenchable thirst. That's not
unquenchable.
Really unquenchable or unquestionable. Don't put them together. Thirst for success. You know, this is a guy who wasn't content with just getting his major, just getting his Cologne win last year. A trophy he'd been chasing for the longest time. Never content with just the big moments. He wants to be the very best. And I think, you know, you really saw that bleed through in the comms in that recent Cologne semi. He's very demanding of his team and of himself. And so it's good to see a very focused look on the face of Apex in this quarterfinal.
Even something that Flames has made apparent as well in just not having one goal, not having one win, that being enough. He just wants to keep winning, and Vitality on the way to do that right now at the top of a new season. Streak broken, Monkey off their back. ZywOo with the AWP putting it to use. This fire's coming for Vitality. It's lacking util, it's got everything else, it's got just enough. Guns dropped, bomb loose, Vitality sneak a man into the corner.
Yeah, Apex makes it over, and they've got no idea. Gonna catch Nertz with his back turned.
Ooh, see ya.
Chance there for ultimate of the trade. Oh, ZywOo's not missing. And so as ultimate makes his way out here, it's into the Lion's Den. All of Vitality homed in on Ivy.
Absolutely mauled. Like to see the Liquid are utilizing Ivy a lot in this game. It's a position that we've not seen enough of on Train, and as a result, in the meta, a lot of the time CTs will leave it open. If there's enough ruckus towards the pop and main side, and you see close main positions, Ivy may just be left barren in rounds. Vitality right now keeping an eye on it, at least. Stopping it 2 of the 3 times Liquid attempt that push.
Hey, you said we see the same kind of focus and stuff from Flames. I think that's apparent across the entire roster, and I think that is what you want from a good captain. They set the tone, right? They set the tone for the team, the culture within it. I think Apex is a big reason as to why ZywOo is kind of more competitive than ever right now, and he's caring a lot about where he places, how he plays. He wants to get away from, you know, the time of old where you said ZywOo would kind of go missing and ghost the playoffs, right? That's not a conversation we're really looking to have anymore. What with this string of success out of Vitality. He got his lowest rating ever in HLTV, finishing 3rd, which for anyone else would be their best year, but for ZywOo it's his worst. He's now got a point to prove. He wants to move back up.
It's the fire that fueled this year and this run for Vitality. Looking to stop the B play now, going 1-for-1 on both. It's not a bad hold, but Liquid catch them off guard, and that seems to be what Liquid are up to right now. Explosive, surprising, contact plays in many of these rounds, and they are putting themselves in winnable positions. Again with this flank, ZywOo read Naf last time, he reads Nertz now. Timing is awful.
Just gonna get off the angle. Nertz had a chance to find him there. ZywOo was suspicious the whole time. Nertz still able to catch him. Vitality going to try and pick up the pace somewhat. They know they've got Twists somewhere in this site, but the backstab from Nertz thins the herd, and Twists comes out with a 4th. Swinging in the round, hitting hard is Twists, and that holds some promise here for Liquid as once more they break through this B site. This time, they're able to find a round from it.
Certainly helps that you have 2 players who are willing to make those kind of moves for Liquid, because Vitality can't say for sure by looking at the players alive and go, oh, Naf's dead, there's no more flank. Both these players are going to be pulling in late round moves like that. Naf on Ivy, Nertz in T-main, and Liquid this time the backstab lands and they wreck Vitality's money. They've got a chance now to start picking up steam on this T side.
Aggro play, and Nerds on the receiving end of it. This is Vitality on a low econ round, as you say. Chance for Liquid to break through.
Timing is so good as Naf goes back to clear main. Now they go Ivy.
I mean, this is what you want in a round like this, where you have limited util, limited firepower. You're trying to put it all in positions to succeed. Naf is going to catch Apex on that push-up. Still ZywOo floating around in main as well. And I mean, if Flames takes contact, he was the one spotted getting aggressive. You might discount ZywOo in this close position.
Right now, Liquid probably hoping that Vitality and the Silence have gone to gamble B. It's good they're teaming up to re-clear this position, but ZywOo's 5-7 could be lethal. Flamesy gets the info, ZywOo swings out, and that 5-7 just pops ahead. Pop split, too late. Molly does something here for Liquid. Maybe there's hope.
And Naf has wrestled back, 2 more kills. Missed shot from the Mezzi scout, and now the Orb has a chance to bite down on him. As they both just send shots past one another, it gets really awkward. Low health for Ultimate and Naf, and this Org should just be able to finish them off from a range. Vitality, in the round that could have made or broke this CT side, are able to hold on.
It's just crazy that they can win those rounds, and they've done it twice over now when Liquid put them on their last legs, right? Those are the rounds where if Liquid win, they go on to look for a very strong T side, and of course Vitality does it with less. Just a couple of guns, pistol, scout, it's enough. Strong setups on this A site. B Baron. Not only do they make the right read, they do more with less, and now it's Liquid paying the price. So many, how do you remember all these? There's so many lineups for Twist. He's shooting through the floor into main. Another one. Oh wow, that's a crazy lineup.
Dude, we're like getting a lesson.
I've forgotten them all. It's super dangerous to shoot through the windows because your muzzle comes through, like your muzzle flash, and the CTs can shoot you back super easily. So you've got to fire a few shots, then move, get behind cover. Oh no, punishing nade. Bonk.
Oh, there's more where that came from, and that's going to force them forward into flames. Only Naf remains. And as he creeps around, all this silence, Vitality suspicious of this gap in pop. Apex swiftly going to deal with him.
It's a very sharp Vitality right now. Eye test is good.
I'm loving some of this, you know, like 2-man over towards main in these like aggressive stances. You had the Flames ZywOo double set up in the low buy round that they went on to win. That was cool. That's where you spam, by the way, to get that corner.
I'll try
Thank you, Twist.
It, yeah.
But even there, like a cool little double setup where you kind of end up like tunnel visioned on the wrong player if you're Liquid, and you're forced into the crossfire on the run out through pop. Flames now with aggression, Vitality keeping it very dynamic.
No tick.
Down to take away and challenge this space. They've been doing it throughout most of the CT side so far, whether it's Rops or Flames getting aggressive in this position. They've been down to do it. Rops is going to walk up through ramp, catches the back turn, had a chance for a double. It's a good reaction from Twist, who survives at 1 HP. Advantage belongs to Liquid, but for how long? It's going to be another slow round. It has to be. Bombs over here in main.
Vitality feel forced to make a move in this round. 3-on-4. Silence is deafening. They start to get inquisitive. Down Ivy goes Mezzi. Could be left entirely out of this A split as Liquid start to group up to walk out pop in main. They're trying to stall, buy a few more seconds. The smoke kill! The smoke kill! Impact, 1 damage, that's all it takes.
Oh my god. The non-lethal is lethal in the hands of ZywOo. Plant down here for Team Liquid. But they don't want the smoke. Mezzi in with the backstab. Ultimate dead, and now this site starts to feel very, very claustrophobic. Collapsed on top of each other, our Team Liquid, Naf and Nerds backed into a corner. Vitality here. Ready to take the space away. Naf decides to make a move. It's a good thing he has, because ZywOo now picks his moment to move in. They've got him iced out back in connector. And so a smoke kill from ZywOo sees them through to a 7th.
Yeah, we call him the game for a reason. I mean, it's just built different for this guy. Meant to be. Smoke into pop, and of course it's twists. Insta bloom. What can you do, Liquid? It's just, it's not your day. All the impact rounds, and now the impact kills here coming out for Team Vitality. Something a little faster. That's a good grenade to slow Nerds down. There's nowhere to go. They molly Olaf, not main. Flames needs to clear it though. He's got wall bangs of his own.
Everyone's cooking with the wall bangs.
Serious nerding out right now.
Did get Flames killed.
It's a price to pay.
Run out. Tag on a Mezzi. He's able to regain control over the AK. And now he's got support funneling through. Apex up and over the smoke. And I think you see Nerds there ready for him in at the E-box. Spams him away. Won't get picked up. ZywOo's run all the way around. And it's Nerds on for the ace. But might just get backstabbed here. ZywOo closes the distance. Ace denied. And Vitality continue to pick up steam.
Just tracking him down there. And Nerds stays still. Doesn't want to get caught moving. Just wants the fight. And ZywOo shoots him at the back of the head. Nice try for Nerds. On the eco again for Liquid. How many rounds are they making so close, so interesting? And still not enough to break through this CT side. Vitality putting on a show. 8-2 now. And you can't say that there weren't opportunities. Like, there were rounds where if Liquid picked them up, they would have had a streak building. Vitality reset them every time. ZywOo is here, but he's gone through the smoke. He's missed the pop timing. They're still aware. That molly ticks. So info does come through here for Vitality. They know where they made. Shui is in a lot of bother. Drops on the flank as well, denied. ZywOo still holds down at B, so there's no escape route granted here for Liquid. They just have to keep going in.
The one thing that's nice here, though, for Liquid is that ZywOo's pretty stuck now where he is. He's essentially become the B anchor in the death of Robs up through the ramp. And so, for the first time, you're not going to have to worry about that AWP if you look to go out into A. And trust me, ZywOo's been a big thing to worry about. Twists forced forward by the util, forced to play on Vitality say so. Flashes in, that's bailed them out and got them away from Olaf. Nerds unable to punish. Mezzi holding on to the Ivy side. It's low health on both players in the site. The info's here for Vitality, so now ZywOo gets a move on. Will he be required as Ultimate tries to claw this back? Quick shot needed. ZywOo closing in. Second by second, this orb was moving in, and Ultimate takes it away. Great awareness, ready for ZywOo's push. And Liquid finally breaking through, stopping the streak of Vitality.
You said Ultimate is looking good on Train, where he shows up right when they need him, right at the end of the half. 1v3 4K for Ultimate. Apex couldn't buy another second. And perfect crosshair placement. ZywOo just walks into the guillotine.
He's going up above you, Nice!
Liquid will take it, no matter what it costs. Looking for 4 in the half.
They can find 4. You'll be happy with the recovery. I think you're always going to feel bitter, as you say, because they had that chance. Around 7, 4-2 scoreline to break Vitality's money. that would have left them in such a good spot on this T side. You missed that one opportunity, but if you could make up for it here with 2 rounds in at the close.
And it almost feels obvious it's going to be B because the 2 successful rounds were just contact down ramp here for Team Liquid. They found entries both times they did this. Same setup with Apex and Robs. Vitality, read this one. It's again far too quiet.
Apex takes first contact. Him and Robs trade positions well. And this B site that's been kind to Team Liquid will not see them through to the 4 they were looking for. Robs and Apex repel the B hit and steal away this CT half for Vitality.
Good side, boys.
Well, this one's had it all. It's Vitality in the driver's seat right now. We've had smoke kills, multi-kills. Everything's been going right for Vitality. For Team Liquid, they had a golden chance to break through in that first half, but unable to realize it. Their third round only came right at the end of that first half, with Ultimate delivering a stunning sequence on the rifle. It's not left them with a lot to work with, and it puts a tremendous amount of weight on this pistol round right here. Liquid need to pick this up.
You just know Vitality know that as well. They might have something up their sleeve. Apex doing late nades. An early flash to get out Flames. He plays behind the red train. Vitality ready to flood. ZywOo from afar picks ultimate with a P250. 2 P250s, 2, make it 3 headshots. They're just getting destroyed right now in the yard. ZywOo, 50, make it 16 and 4. 4 KD, 4 kills in the pistol, and 10 rounds for Team Vitality.
That's crazy. And the rest of Vitality took their hands off the keyboard. They just let ZywOo go. He was the only guy moving. He was the only guy fighting. They fully hit the brakes around him. And he delivers them that pistol damn near single-handedly. Look at this, Robs is just watching. They knew, they felt that safe that ZywOo was gonna get it. And that's what makes Vitality so terrifying. Anyone could do it in this team. And they all know that.
But nobody does it like ZywOo. No one on Ivy here for Liquid. Full USPs and back turned. Flash gonna give it away. But what are you gonna do about stopping this? Vitality storming in. They line up. No one getting out alive here for Team Liquid. It's 1 buy round. That's all you get on the best side of Train.
What was it? New box hiding, full hiding.
Fair enough for Liquid. Keep those 10 euros.
Yeah, they were right all along. I mean, this round has to be where Liquid offer up resistance. This was the half they were waiting for. And as you say, 1 rifle round might be all they get to play on it. Aggression out towards Ivy. Naf was doing this a lot when he was on the T side, so should be ready for it. He'll hear the footsteps. Will struggle to contain this though. Naf, what's it gonna be? Might just have to walk through the smoke. His teammates can only do so much. They'll start to back away. They try and give chase. He's gonna catch Apex on the aggressive move.
Don't lose 5v3.
Nice reaction for Nerds, chasing down Mezzi soon as the info's available. And Ultimate gonna follow up onto Robs. That leaves Flames in this all alone. He wasn't ready for the re-aggression out of Nafly. Now he's been blocked on the Ivy side. Liquid might get to play more than 1 gun round after all.
Well, that's just a relief. We get to see what they have in this game. Felt like it got ripped away after a stunning 4-kill pistol from ZywOo. Flames making a move on the fade. He could be anywhere now. So they remain diligent, but got to be careful. 1 kill already taken by Flames. Nade goes out, it lands. Goes hunting. Nafa's got him. 4 rounds for Liquid. Baby steps. Round by round game now. But that's the same for Vitality, and they just need to. Looking to make this quarterfinal completely painless.
Good job. Well played, guys. Let's go, guys.
Well, if you really want to make this a competitive game, Liquid, this is the round to win. This was the money breaker that they weren't able to close in that first half. See, when Vitality don't have a lot to work with, it forces them to innovate. They try to get maximum value out of very limited util they have. Nothing goes to waste. Good catch for Ultimate. At least levels the playing field. Nerds decides to make an aggressive move here. Playing through the smoke. Works his way into this corner. And this was an area, you know, Flames was sitting in here, watching for this exact move just moments ago. Will they be ready for it again? He hears the drop down. That's info for Nerds. And he might just go uncleared. Instead, he tries to bring the fight to them. Nerds with a double. And the pressure of this round may be alleviated as it's just Rops and Mezzi remaining.
Strange turn. I think it was Flamesy there turning around, maybe thinking a flash was coming in. He heard the footsteps. He heard something. Just serve that up on a platter. Despite the 5v4, the Vitality force and Pop Dog Winning this one is a little too far away. It might just be saving these AK-47s, getting to go again. We'll set the money skew if, though. These are all good details for Liquid, presuming they can beat down on a 2-rifle round in the next.
I mean, yeah, Liquid have a lot to be happy about here. Not just the chance to keep pressing the economic advantage, but getting out with 4 players alive, building up a bit of residual money. You get to have ultimate on an AWP now as well, which would have been missing in this CT half if these rounds, you know, kept being close, kept being down to the wire. Breathing a lot easier now.
Malta showed up. I saw some Liquid jerseys earlier. Well, it can only get better. Called the turn from the smoke. Nerds now playing confident.
Shadow gives him a freebie. Attempt at the double setup. Mezzi just breaks right through it.
Oh no.
And they're going to start running at Nerds. They catch him with the Glock.
Oh, this is weird.
The AK's barely even had to get involved. ZywOo's found a gap. Oh my god, how's ZywOo here? Nearly a free catch for Mezzi. He's just going to bound out because look at the space that ZywOo's taking away.
Oh, but if he flanks B, they might rotate Con at an awful timing. They go aggressive instead. ZywOo, it's going to be still hard to get a kill from this position, but he can clear out angles. He can set his team up. At what point do they realize this site is free? The flank is coming in. The bomb will just make it into B, but Liquid still have a very good chance. ZywOo's position now no longer valuable. It allows for the post plant, but Liquid are hot on their heels.
Yeah, Vitality kind of wanted ZywOo to have a chance at a backstab here. Get a kill on the Glock. Instead, they're getting closed on very quick down through the ramp. Rops with the spot. Mezzi moves back over on this other gun. But if they lose these, it's got to be ZywOo on a Glock in this clutch. One planted wide. Mezzi trying to catch them on the cross in. Can't find a thing, and now ZywOo won't be in a position to succeed. Liquid pick it up on the retake.
That's reassuring for Liquid more than anything, because I'm getting worried. ZywOo in a 1v2 with a Glock, only he could do it, but there are limits. There are limits for Liquid on rounds they can lose. And the comeback keeps on rolling, despite some awkward timings. A gap taken, Nerds caught with nades. Liquid still make a nice active decision to push pop and come in on that flank.
I also think there's some like weird relief in a round like that that can be found knowing that you've made some mistakes, some pretty, you know, rough missteps to give kills away when you shouldn't, and you still recover.
Game suddenly getting interesting. But is that just nature of the money for Vitality? Now they've got everything they need except the orb. Liquid come in, throw everything early. Pop control is dangerous. 2 players wait, no flash. What do you expect? Liquid just get bashed back out of the bomb site. Naf trying to redeem this. The only guy in position to do so. His teammates smoked off and cut off at other choke points. It's just Naflight on the site. Burning in the molly. 1 is not enough. And Vitality look to break through easily in their first 4-buy round.
And it's all Mezzi. This is why, you know, when you look at this Vitality squad, ZywOo might draw a lot of the attention, but anyone can pick up the mantle. In this round, it's Mezzi. Double opener in pop. Double to close on his push into the site.
And he's matching ZywOo now. I mean, 3 kills, 3 players on 17 kills here for Team Vitality in a game this one-sided. Speaks volumes of the depth of talent like you're talking about. But I don't need to tell you that. You've seen this team before. 12-6, Team Vitality on Liquid's map pick. Look to make it easy.
Ample chances to walk this one over the line. Liquid felt like they finally got the ball rolling on something here. But they always had this issue with the scoreline having swelled so far out of control at the end of that first half. Failure to get the pistol in the second. It left Vitality within touching distance of the win on trade. And so one heroic play, one big moment from anyone in the Vitality squad, and the hope of a comeback gets ripped away from you. Liquid have got to play their best round yet.
Bit of a weird swing and pop, you know, if you want to talk about it. It's just no flash, no util to support that, just two players dry swinging. Not surprised to see Vitality get that double entry so free. Liquid die on their sword. Now they put the AWP in position. This is better. But Jump Spot gets that info. Oh, it also gets a bullet to the leg. ZywOo plucked out of this round.
It's nice if you're Ultimate to feel like you humbled him a little bit there. That's confidence going for the second attempt at the jump jiggle.
I guess he didn't get the info the first time, otherwise why would you? Vitality strung out now. Bomb coming back to B, looking for something very late.
Shui's got an aggressive here, but he's having a strugglesome game. 4 kills in the 19 rounds of play. I've seen him just get deleted in a lot of these fights. Feels like he's rarely even had time to get a shot off. So hoping for something a little better from Liquid's captain in this round. Nerd's good for one. Shui's gonna get his. They know where both remaining players are. Shui weighing up whether he goes forward and battles Messi, who's lining up the util. With only 20 seconds left in the round, what a Vitality to do. Rops does have the bomb.
Yeah, I don't think he's going for it though. Even if he did, Twist made that read anyway, just rotated back through Z to make sure Vitality couldn't get a plant in the dying steps of the round. So Liquid holds strong.
Counter-terrorists win.
They delay what may be the inevitable here. But one more gun round in the right direction. And last time, what? 13-8, 13-5 against this team at Melbourne. In arguably worse form for Liquid. Are they on track to top that?
Flames just sent out on a very aggressive pathing. Apex much the same, but it's into Nerds, who rallies 2 kills back for Team Liquid. Jump up as everyone's imbued with some confidence now. ZywOo brought down low as well, and Flames, who was sent out as the first point of contact, is now the only guy with any health in the round. Even that's trickling away by the second. There's punishing util. Just Flames can't catch a break. He's perma-blinded, so eventually they'll find him.
Nice to see Nuts looking as good as he has, right? The 14-15 score doesn't look incredible, but the impact of his kills is definitely up there, especially on the CT side. He was the problem piece in that ecstatic game in 5 overtimes. ZywOo, no business winning that fight, but just a means to an end here. Trying to survive in a 1-on-5.
I mean, what if he wants more than just to survive? Looks like he's curious about giving this a go, and he's just caught the timing past Shui, who's backing all the way up in a Z. He might have a free kill on Nerds here. Shui just gets back in time. Everyone on Liquid was nervous for a moment. That was ZywOo 3 kills deep on a 1v5.
Yeah, that was a little terrifying. Shui jumping up just in the last second stops it. You see Nerds look relieved there on that trade because he's hit every gap, every timing possible. It's been very fun to watch Iwu play this map. Shui says no, and 4 rounds separate Liquid from overtime.
Yeah, and they've got an eco here. So a chance to close the gap even more. Just 3 rounds on their T half. They're trying to stop Vitality at that exact scoreline too. Robs with the deagle. They're gonna double swing him. Once more looking to fight Robs in pop. Eventually deciding it's not a fight they need to take. Not real estate they're craving. They don't want to risk giving a kill away to the deagle. And the round spirals from there. Instead, they might find their opener elsewhere. Naf in a good position here to deal with Apex on the smoke fade. Just a matter of time. Naf holding on. And will deal with Vitality's captain.
Yeah, no legs on this one. Team Liquid tuck in for the long haul, 30 seconds for Vitality to pop. Shui's been struggling. This should be a moment to regain some composure in this game. 6 and 18. Finds his first, they flood out. Shui gets a double. Zaiwu, surely not again, as Nafly cements it. Liquid, another step, still in the right direction. 3 from overtime, nothing's impossible.
I mean, something that's been really nice to watch here is just how they've been willing to kind of match Vitality, making a lot of aggressive moves. They're not playing scared here at Team Liquid. And there's been times that that's been to their detriment, right? Like the round where they double swing in a pop with no util and they get cleaned up, but you can't play scared. You can't be afraid to make those plays, to make those moves. And I think Vitality can be a good opponent for a team like Liquid, who have been in a slump, who have been struggling, because this is a very demanding team to play. Everyone is super switched on. The ideas are flowing. Everyone's got a lot of respect that hinges on Apex words, but likewise, he gives space to the stars in this team. And as a result, Vitality are always dynamic. They always feel like they're moving quickly, even in a slow-paced round. And so to compensate for that, it demands a lot from Liquid in terms of the comms, in terms of the ideas. And it feels like right now they're willing to match Vitality pound for pound in that regard. This is some of the nicest looking CS we've seen yet from Team Liquid at Bounty.
Yeah, it's gonna
maybe even in the last few months.
It's gonna demand something from Apex here. Can't be having this as Liquid enter the conversation again. Mezzi legged down on Ivy. And again, a slow look for Vitality where we've seen the AWP, they want nothing to do with this position. That smoke is but a bait. Apex and Mezzi consider moving back. Double inner here for Liquid. Again, the sandwich smoke as Vitality look to just go for one more A-pop. Methodical clearing. It's a big re-smoke.
Gonna try and deny them this space that they're craving so much. Vitality just look to play through. Nerds hits a blinder. Flames knocked out. And that first probe over this main control doesn't pan out for Vitality. Can Nerds find any more? 3 kills deep on the round. Nerds is taking matters into his own hands. He is that guy. And even he's shocked. 4 kills from him on the battle for main. Vitality are starting to get nervous.
Yeah, said his impact was showing up on this CT side with a couple of key multi-kills to stop Vitality from making dead rounds interesting. But that's a big one. Another fall by, shut down by one man, one guy. 4 in main. And Nerds puts them all down. That's double digits. That's Liquid's best map yet this year against Vitality in the 4 they've played. Never once touching double digits. It's going to get better. So you'd think. Pistols here for Team Vitality. Oh, this could work. This could work. Only hits him once. If Zaiwu kept that going, Shui could have died in pop on this jiggle. Just getting info, buying time with the util. And again, this double inside play. Liquid have been doing this round after round, waiting for the time that Vitality hit their site. They trusted Nerds to lock down the A main position. Twist freed up to be assisted by the AWP. Still playing on the far side of it here, but as Vitality come through with only pistols, winning this round in the post spawn is going to be very difficult without taking space. They've got to close the gap.
Ultimate on the AWP opens up for Team Liquid. As he's going to overrun Twists, but these rotates are piling on through, and Ultimate is not missing a beat. Multi-kill round after multi-kill round for Team Liquid, and the gap has closed. It's a one-round game on Train.
5 rounds in a row on this CT side for Liquid when we're ready to write them off. Vitality hitting hard on 1 gun round, and that is it. That is simply it. This CT side, a delight for Liquid. And this has got to be getting stressful, because in none of these rounds have Vitality really been in with a chance. I feel like the closest one was maybe that 1v5 from Zaiwu. The gun rounds have just been decimated by Liquid. What a time to show up after a sad first half, where all we said was there was opportunity, it just wasn't seized. Liquid are not wasting a moment here in this comeback.
No, and I mean, dude, this is, you know, a Liquid squad who had kind of hit new lows. Lowest rank you'd ever look to see this Liquid squad in outside of times where they fully rebuilt the roster. So the idea that they might be about to take the world's best Counter-Strike team to overtime is no small feat. They do that with just a 3-round T-side, having a comeback all the way in this second half. It had to be flawless. It demanded perfection.
Think about how hard Vitality were hitting. Think about some of these individuals showing up. Oh, yeah, ducks it. He lives to tell the tale. Think about Zaiwu and that pistol with the 4K. Mezzi, the 4K entry on the 1 round they won in this half with guns. Well, right now, Vitality need a hero. They know one of these players can just end this game now. But will it be that easy? Something new coming from the Pop Dog this time, smoked off, and Liquid's util has been rock solid in this CT side, shutting it down every time. They go through the smoke into Shui. He almost makes up with a double. It's up to Nerds again.
Getting aggressive, he plays in their smoke. His teammates getting cleaned up behind him, but can Nerds carve the path back in? It's just one. Rob's left up in this clutch, and Twist denies. Into overtime we go. Liquid bring the heat on Train.
Further than you could ever expect at any point in this game.
This felt like a pipe dream. They got 3 rounds in the T-half. They didn't win the pistol to open up the second. They had a 1-round margin of error, and they clawed this game all the way back.
Unreal comeback for Liquid, but the game is just beginning. Now looking to do right in overtime. Vitality, the brick wall, they just can't break through. What position on the map will grant them any entries?
I mean, this is where for Vitality you've put so much stock on this game. You kind of said, like, after Cologne, we have to show that we're still in top form, and this was supposed to be the game to do that. If they fall down to Liquid, what does that say about Vitality? Apex looking to try and claw a route back into this round. A 2-on-3. He's hoping Vitality can recover, or else it's going to continue this cold streak into the overtimes.
God, he swings in the volley. That's a death sentence. Could have gone out the other side. Gave Apex a chance. Rob's 1v2. He's made for these rounds. Only got info on Twists. Ultimate could be anywhere. They go back to check B. It's been a while since they've seen or heard from Robs. Will he really stick it? I almost feel like Robs has to clear connector out and Liquid remain active. This is how they won so many rounds on the CT side, always making another move, coming up to re-clear Con. And I feel like as soon as Robs goes for that plant, that's when Liquid are going to be right on his doorstep. How long does he hold? Robs getting inquisitive again. And he needs to clear this position out. A 1v1 afforded to him. They line up, and Robs takes them both. Timing works in his favor. 1 second's the difference.
That is a huge pickup, and I mean, a very tense round for everyone involved. But it's patience for Robs. It's letting the doubt creep into the mind for Liquid that does him so well, and that is a huge clutch for him to pick up.
Those are the moments he's excelling and always letting the game come to him, never rushing the play. So cold.
And that ends the streak of 6 rounds for Liquid. It's a Robs 1v2. Is that going to spur Vitality on? ZywOo opens, but there's an instant trade. They don't know that Flames has made it out so deep.
Free health, he's just
comes as a bit of a surprise to Team Liquid. And suddenly their grasp on this game is called into question. Robs has opened up on B. They also have players out in the open on this A side of the map. And so the whole map feeling open here to Vitality. They bring that bomb back around to link up on the B hit.
Oh, no.
And Mezzi's about to be delivered a free kill. Top performer Nerds brushed aside. And a clear path opens back up to Vitality. That's 2 in a row on this T side. A feat they haven't accomplished in this game yet.
Yeah, that's unreal, but it's the relief of pressure when you hit that overtime, right? So often the team that's coming back is the one to drop that first round, and Vitality have pounced on it after a clutch from Robs coming through. ZywOo gives us an entry with the orb, something he didn't give us 1 round of this T side in regulation either, and Robs is there to close, denying the save as well. What a shot. But to think that ZywOo never had that AWP in the T half, really. He had it 1 round, I think. Now he's peeking out main, finding a 5v4 as well. And so Vitality look for the flawless T side of all places. Look to find as many rounds in overtime as they did in regulation.
I mean, it's a big part of what makes overtime so tense. You know, Liquid, they spent that whole half 1 goal in mind, which was to complete this impossible comeback, taking it round by round, this pipe dream of 6 in a row to force OT. But when you get there, there's no time for celebrations. The job is far from over. You've got to stay at that level now into the overtime. Vitality in pole position again. And already feeling like they've done more than enough in this T half. If they can go flawless, Liquid will have the respect for drawing it back into OT, but won't have the room to drag this out once more, surely. It's Shui getting aggressive in this round. Robs has really started picking up steam on some of these lurks as well. Vitality, as they often do, will just afford him the room. That was a bit of a sitter here for Robs, and he tunnel visions so much on chasing down Ultimate. He walks right into Twists.
This reclaims the space as well. Will Apex be ready for that? Push on Ivy, missed by ZywOo. Apex, nice clear. The awareness that Twist could be up there after being spotted back oil. Ultimate needs this one. Flashed off. Apex gets a shot and they start to filter down the ramp as well. Ultimate in hot water right now. Crossing in blind shot. But ZywOo in a post plant is a different beast. You better watch out.
Apex gonna have to plug in those numbers.
Has to pick up the bomb first. They're just getting harassed right now, looking for fights. Where is it? Ooh.
He knows his job in this spot is to give the room to ZywOo. Apex left planting.
Okay.
Now is to try and do this on his own. Backstab in for Nafly. Clutch denied, and by the skin of their teeth, Liquid stop the flawless T side from Vitality.
Hey, nice shots for Apex, but this game's got it all. The shutdown of the clutch again comes in for Liquid just to save them in the final second before disaster strikes, and that gives Liquid at least hope, at least chance. But remember their T side, it was just as ugly. Have Liquid leveled up enough to right their wrongs of their first half of this game? Can they find their footing as Vitality did entering overtime?
If you remember Vitality in that first half, it feels like a lifetime ago now, but they were constantly coming through with this pop dog harassment, trying to go for that play with Rops, kind of pincering up through B, but it's a far more reserved approach in this first rifle round. That's given away the pop space that ZywOo is keen to deny. It's a stop to the first crossing in. Shui fed to Vitality's AWP. Smoke bounces. Flames gets the info and Naf just walks out to his death.
No saving this.
2 versus 5 required and you're not gaining an inch of ground. Liquid given the early pop space, but the round essentially ends there.
Maybe Flames' best round of the game as well. 3 big kills to stop that A hit. And it was a bit limp for Liquid, just trying to do something new, trying to catch him off guard with contact. But ZywOo is in the perfect position to deny, and yeah, the nade hitting Nerds does no favors on that smoke fade. He finds 3 kills. And so Vitality might avoid and avert disaster here on Train. 2 more chances to close. They were thinking about the triple B.
With good reason. Liquid lob in that anti-rush Molotov, and that instantly made them suspicious. Rops hears the footsteps. He called for the rotate of Apex straight away. And they nearly bought ZywOo over. Maybe they end up wishing they had, as Rops and Apex are left to try and fend this off alone for now. As rotates come pouring through, and Apex does a convincing job in that first fight, even taking it 1 step further. Bomb might be down, but the hour's growing desperate here for Team Liquid as this comeback is ripped away and it all finishes in a sea of yellow. Vitality with the win on Liquid's map pick of Train. It's labored, but in overtime, they take it cleanly.
Yeah, just pure heartbreak for Team Liquid after hauling it back in that second half. Vitality, to be fair, they looked lackluster on the T side. That was until we flipped on into overtime and it was just black and yellow from there on out.
Black and yellow, black and yellow. I mean, honestly, that was a huge flipping of the script in terms of the way that Liquid came back into that game. I thought that they were going to be running with that momentum, but sometimes that just happens. Like a team gets all the way to overtime, and then as soon as that happens, they just say, guys, hold on, what's going wrong? And then they fixed absolutely everything. Vitality, off the back of some clutches and off the back of a really great sequence there in the last 2 rounds, able to put this one to bed.
Another strong CT side, another T side collapse at this event. It really makes you think about things that have been changed recently, updates that have been made recently, and how CT-sided the game could be.
I wonder what he could possibly be talking about. Should we dive into some good looks from Liquid? I believe we have round 22 straight off the bat because this was a story of Vitality just super struggling on that T side, and then Nerds taking full advantage of it.
Yeah, you can either look at this as a positive from Liquid or a negative from Vitality, because on the Vitality side, I mean, in this round, they had gone for IV control, failed. They hadn't taken ladder control. They hadn't done anything in T-Con. You can see 30 seconds left, and they threw their smoke to block off T-Con with 32 seconds. So Vitality forced to go through the smoke. Of course, Nerds hitting some nice shots there. You have to accept that. But at the same time, that is a Vitality team that took control of nothing. Liquid took control of everything. They had a player jiggling ladder the entire round. They had Nerds and T-Con the entire round, and they weren't forced to use their utility. So at the end of the round, Nerds just has a smoke to drop down and just lock them out completely.
And Nerds was really incredible for the CT side comeback from Liquid. He was frequently in the places that he needed to be towards that outside yard, and whether he was playing off of his own utility or swinging with teammates, playing off of teammates' utility, there were so many great moments for this that just outline. It was almost that Nerds was the benefactor of all of the great setup in terms of defensive structure that Liquid had. I
feel like he probably went back and looked at that ecstatic game where Harry and Hugo were siding it during the game, right? The fact that he was dropping the ball in a lot of those moments, in those multiple OTs the last time he did indeed play train. But yeah, great stuff from Nerds coming out. Kind of goes into what you were saying, Vu, about how he should be using some of those positions, playing it incredibly smart.
Interestingly, that's kind of the way I thought Vitality might run over Liquid. Liquid, when they had their T side, they were kind of just getting taken down. They were going for exits, but they were getting taken down. Then you swap to the other side, and Vitality are getting one guide. There's just Nerds sitting there. He's walking through smokes. He's catching them off guard. He's absolutely destroying them. That's how I thought Liquid were going to lose, not the other way around.
What's great about Nerds doing well in this kind of game and maybe gaining some semblance of form right now is that, to me, Nerds' rating is a symptom of how good the setup and structure is of Liquid. If they're setting him up well, he's gonna do well. If they're not throwing good flashes, if he's the one that's getting blinded, he's gonna do badly. And that's kind of the life of an entry fragger. If you have a guy like Nerds who is incredibly skilled, like we know the mechanical talent on Nerds is unreal. He, in terms of pure aim, easily top 20 in the world, but he hasn't been a top 20 player this year because the structures failed him. But in that game, it was very beneficial to him.
Okay, so let's go back to the rounds at hand. We get pushed to OT by Liquid, putting some incredible CT rounds in a row. And then it does feel like Maui, Vitality just have a moment to reset, to go, hey, how the hell did we end up in this situation? And then Rops takes matters into his own hands.
So when we talked at Austin about why teams have an era, I had many objective criteria. There was one thing that was subjective, and that's this certain level of unbeatableness. And this is one of those kinds of rounds where you're just left scratching your head. How does Rops mind control two Liquid players who are in a really good setup? Like they're moving together, they're taking some proactive looks around the map, and then they just keep moving around, and he plays the timing to a fiddle, to a T. These are the kind of moments that are just hallmark, trademark Rops, and then he catches him in the side of the head. It was just perfect timing, Vu.
Apex, talking about their loss at Cologne, says they weren't fighting. They had fight all year long. They had those comebacks, 12-3 down against Falcons, I think, something like that. And then they lose Cologne because they didn't have that fight in them. This is them having that fight into them. They go into overtime, they take a break, they take a breath, and then you have Rops pull off that clutch, and they just bring it home comfortably.
It's incredible how he's able to do that after, you know, obviously Vitality having a really strong start to this map when we go back to that first half, but T-side for kind of everybody on Vitality was a little bit rusty, so it's really great to see Rops regaining some of that form as you move into the high pressure OT situation.
Sometimes you just need individuals to bail you out of bad situations. That's just the truth of Counter-Strike. It's why we love the game. You get guys that, even though the whole entire round failed every single person on the team, Rops just creates his own luck. By waiting for so long, it really just feels like prime Zipniks, where you're just waiting for them to make that fatal misstep.
You know, when you come into clutches, this is something all clutchers have talked about, or many of them have, that you just wait for them to make a mistake in those crucial moments on LAN, in pressure situations. They will make a mistake. You wait for that. Rops understands the pressure is going to get to them. He gets himself in just unbelievable situations when Liquid, I mean, by all means, they were playing that extremely well. Rops still gets them in the side.
100%. Should we take a look at the final nail in the coffin moment? Unfortunately, round 28, this is when it was just, it was just over for Liquid at this point.
Because I think to get to this point for Liquid was already an achievement. Like Freya, before the game, I was thinking if Liquid get 9 or 10 rounds, I'm already pretty happy. But this is showing some of the class of Vitality. Every single fight that they have here is so advantaged, whether it's an op posted on an angle, a player running through a smoke. The sequencing of utility from Vitality on Train is world class. That is why they are the best team in the world for this year. I mean, it's just constant. Even the other round where they actually finished things off, the final one, where they had that B defense, there were so many good flashes being thrown to support Apex in the back lines, Rops in the back lines, and you'll be able to see it right here. I mean, all of the kills Apex gets back here are supported from flashes as Messi's going for the rotate. It's so clean what they're doing in terms of just making sure everybody's life is easy. Like, Apex isn't the strongest player in that position, but his support utility definitely is.
One of the things when you look at teams like this, they make it look easy for themselves. They make it look like every kill they get there looks so simple because they have players in the right positions. And if you look at it from the Liquid's POV, in which we actually did have the observer on Liquid's POV for a lot of that, it's hectic. They don't know where they should be looking. They don't know where enemies can be coming from because they're coming from everywhere and they have perfect utility setting them up during it.
This was a question that I was posing to Dupree at this event back at the Major as well. Do you feel like Vitality are one of the most efficient teams when using utility? Like, I feel like that kind of became a trademark of some of their play in the early portion of the year.
Yeah, when it comes to efficient utility usage, you're thinking exactly what we saw in that inner hold. It's a counter flash as the exec is coming through that perfectly blinds someone that's already almost in the open. So he's just a sitting duck. That's the type of utility you want to see. They got great utility usage in terms of utility damage, but the primary thing I like to see is when they have mid-site flashes, when they have mid-exec flashes to actually support a bomb site holder, not just leave their anchors out to dry.
Something I like to see is some ZywOo highlights. Of course, he had a hell of a start to this series. Obviously, everybody kind of dried up in that second half, but came back alive in the overtime. And Vu, I would like you to narrate every single one of these.
Show me one that's not a boring op shot. Okay,
that was pretty good. That was pretty good too, Vu. Hey, that was pretty nice too. Okay. Oh, hey, is that one good enough for you right there? Look at it. He's flicking between two different angles there, Vu.
They're boring to me.
No.
Oh, smoke kill. It doesn't get more boring than that.
That's crazy.
The observer didn't even catch it live.
You're on one right now, okay?
Okay, there was some interesting op shots. Okay,
the pistol kills were good too.
I said he hits every boring op shot. He also hits every P250 shot, the boring ones and the really impressive ones, okay? We know a ZywOo P250 clutch. We've seen it before. That's a ZywOo 4K. Interestingly, though, that is Vitality up 9-3, win pistol. Liquid still bring it back. You gotta give respect to Liquid for that as well.
During a ZywOo highlight package, we got to give respect to Liquid.
Sounds like an NA fan.
I need to distract from the fact that ZywOo is humbling my boring op shot.
Well, you might have to wait one more moment, Boo, because I want to see that smoke kill again, and I want to hear what was going in the team speak.
Yeah, and careful pop when you come. Maybe they went pop after this. I smoked pop. No? Yeah, you can pop with the pop one. They wanted to do Taiwan maybe. Can you be up? Electric. Cannot be close left, but could be electric. Close electric.
I'm jumping.
Incon. Nice!
I killed one guy with a smoke.
Yes,
that was insane.
You died by a smoke! Smoke!
It's smoke! It's smoke!
Nice.
He almost couldn't believe he pulled that one off himself.
I almost dislike the professionalism from Vitality because when the smoke kill happens, almost no one really reacts to it. They're just like, this is a matter of fact of the game. Till the end, then they wait to pop off. Right? Just let it go in the moment a little bit, you know?
How does this leave us then for Liquid looking at an almost but not quite? Mao, you've already said you feel like this is I guess, somewhat of a win for making it competitive versus the #1 team in the world. How do you look at this unbiasedly, Vu, also being an NACS fan?
Don't be sad because it's over. Be happy that it happened, the overtime game, because the next map is not going to overtime. The next map will not go to overtime. I'm sorry.
Shall we get to it then? We do need to head things to a quick break. Before we do dive into Vitality's map pick, that is going to be going down on Nuke in just a few moments. Nuke, Vitality's pick coming into this best of 3, which makes an awful lot of sense, not least when you look at their own win record on it, but when you look at the last time these two teams faced off Maui, it was pretty handedly in the side of Vitality, right?
And it's because they have such a variety of ways to get into the rounds. Even though they're going to be starting on the T side, they have a wealth of strategies. I mean, Apex probably has the deepest playbook at his disposal, and he has the personnel that can execute probably any strat on any given round with no questions asked and no hesitation given. I'm looking at Rops in this one, though. And I like Apex, but the reason he can call so many strats is because Rops just maintains so much pressure, so much space, sometimes even getting the entries, Vu.
Yeah, Rops, when you actually look at it, the biggest thing about Rops is that his versatility is so incredible because he can be holding control of map areas. He can be getting 2-3Ks when they try and take lobby control. So many anchors in lobby just end up getting completely toppled over by an aggressive play. But not only that, he can pressure the ramp player at the same time on their T sides. He can get so much done as a player, as an individual, that almost no other anchor on that T side is getting done.
Vitality will be starting on the T side. Liquid chose to start CT, which didn't really pay off for them too much when we look at last time around. But what could they maybe have changed up? Does it give you any more faith seeing that the train performance got close? You know, they've obviously been working on some things. Anything we can pull on as a bit of hope for Liquid?
So the one guy that I want to try to stop Rops or slow him down when he's in ramp is I want Naf to actually get a little bit more aggressive. I know Naf's been in somewhat of a slump in the previous season, but there's so many different tricks you can use in order to get into his face. You throw a deep smoke, you play around it on all the different corners, you have a guy set you up by trying to spam through it so you can lurk through that smoke at the same time. Like, there's so many different options to try to unseat Rops or to really just slow down any sort of lobby presence from Vitality. And I want to see if Liquid went to it. I want to see if they actually went back to the drawing board and have a couple ideas to just make sure that, yeah, we might lose outside control some of the time, but we need something in return.
The problem when you look at this map is even if we have a bit more confidence because of the train play from Liquid, this is the map for Liquid. They lost to VP Prodigy, they lost to Sashi. Their two biggest losses this season, they lost this map to both of those teams. So when you play against Vitality, that's a team that's just bringing another level. And despite Liquid looking like they're on the up and up at the moment, we need some amazing play from Naf to actually make this work.
So does it feel like GG is this over in 2 maps, Maui?
Are there mics? Are there headphones on? Are there? Yeah, it's over. Those are sound canceling, right? Yeah, this is done.
Sure.
This is done.
Yeah, fingers crossed. I hope for your sake, Maui. Either way, we are ready to be diving into Vitality's pick. It's Nuke with Harry and Hugo.
No competitor is ever going to be happy about a map loss, but I think from the outside that we can say that's a good sign for Liquid in terms of getting that game close, making it interesting, battling back from 6-12 into overtime. I'd say that's the best Liquid have looked in a minute.
Yeah, without a doubt. And, you know, yeah, I don't know.
Is it over? Yes, maybe.
I think that's the problem. Is like the matchup still feels very, very doomed, but there are a lot of positive takeaways at the end of Train. As we head on a Nuke now, just mentioned by Vu, this is where two of the lowest of lows, the worst losses that Liquid have faced since this slump have occurred. And so far from comfortable. Back in Melbourne, when they played this map, this was actually the better of the two for Team Liquid. Managed a 4-round first half, picked up 8 by the end of the game.
Better than Mirage is hardly a surprise. But yeah, let's see if Liquid can do a little bit more in this series, or if Vitality will be reasserting themselves at the top of the game. Nice hold on the top side. 2 kills come in, but don't count your chickens before they hatch. That's a nice flank through the door, catching Mezzi. 2-on-4 for Vitality if they get into the post plant, but Shui says no. 3 stunning shots in this pistol.
God. Everyone right now is terrified for Team Liquid. They went into the site. That's where Zywoo was last seen, and he's nowhere to be found. Timing past them. Shui with eyes on, and red hot hands in that pistol.
All right. Where was that last map? Maybe would have made the difference, but hey, better now than never. So sick 4K in the flank through lobby, catching 2 players from it as well. Disallows the bomb plant for Vitality, therefore weakening this second round force buy. So Liquid look to get off to a strong start on this second map.
Force up from Vitality. They lob in the outside smokes, and they send Messi across with them. Or Apex, rather. And then look the same. Now in towards A. Shui run through. It's a good double from Twists, and Apex actually barrels up the vent. Confusing routing, meant to blindside them and come in with that top site hit, but thanks to Twists in main with gun on in time, it never really spirals out of control. That plan did not come together how Vitality wanted it to.
No, not in any sense of the word. So now they have to take a breather and chat it over as Liquid look to go 3-0 up to start this map. Something not afforded to them back last game. Usually when you have a close map but a loss, you'll say, hey, they won both pistols, or they converted on both pistols at least. So that's probably why it was closer, but they didn't do either of that. Back on train. Vitality starting strong both halves. So Liquid find a little bit more comfort to begin this map on the CT side, and we've definitely seen this game hedge in the favor of CTs since the latest update in regards to the money. Definitely afforded better buys early game for those CT sides, which has, as a result, decreased the amount of force buy wins. As we're seeing here and now.
Oh my god. Okay, this is actually very exciting. Twist's off to a fantastic start here. And he was, you know, because we put a bit of a limelight on Shui struggling individually. Twist didn't finish too far above him. And sure, he had like a couple of impactful rounds in there, but should be hitting far harder. And here on Nuke, he's at a very important position. He cannot afford to struggle in this match, or else Vitality will exploit it every damn time. And so him 7-0 to open up, and just looking clean in terms of how he gets those kills. Like, yeah, it's versus pistols, but it's the fashion in which he does it. If you can get a bit more mileage out of Twists here, and everyone else hits as hard as they did, maybe this game still has legs on it.
Ooh, that Molly holds Apex back. We've got Nerds playing behind the glaive smoke. Claustrophobic. Still present. He's going to hear this cross as well. Oh, that's a crazy spam for Apex. Still strange that Nerds even goes for it. The audio cue gives it away. A lot of damage, but just first bullet headshot from the AK. And that opens up the map entirely. Vitality gets played deep. Flames, literal. But he's still going to wrap around the world. Him and Apex, both wounded. But Unchained on this heaven flank. Someone needs to make a play, and Shui is that guy, denying Messi again in the lobby. Even Naf rotating up. They've got a good gamble here, Liquid.
But dealing with this guy on a lobby lurk is very, very tricky. And with Heaven Control lost, the best bet is to try and get past Rops, who currently sits on the bomb for Vitality. Every fight comes his way. Good for two of them, but can't wrestle Naf away for the third.
Oh.
It's a late backstab for ZywOo. Still, he has the bomb on his back and has to get past Twists.
That's fading.
Molly's missed. Smoke fading. Twist's time to strike is now. ZywOo dead, and Flames knowing about on the charge in through the lobby. Liquid keep it flawless to open up.
So does Twist. 9-0. You said the eye test was good. It keeps going in Impact. My God, ZywOo realized that smoke was fading. He hangs around to take the fight. I don't even blame him for that, thinking he wouldn't cross into Hut in time. He'd rather go down on his terms. But Twist, well handled. Perfect Molotov. Round one by Liquid.
And look, man, during this like low point for Liquid, I think you could put the blame on almost anyone at any point in time with how their last season ended. Naf was in a slump. Twist had some great games, but also some games where he was absent entirely. Nerds was hitting at like 10% of what he was capable of the year prior. And so I kind of hope, you know, on the back of what was a really good game from Liquid, a game where they had to earn it in the rifle rounds and complete the comeback, drag it into overtime. I hope Twist's takeaway was, man, if I was just giving 15% more to that game, we win it. We win trade. Because he's come in with a vengeance here on Nuke. And with a point to prove, he's living up to it right now, 9-0.
This is a unique round because ramp is completely clear, but on top of that, Vitality made it down secret, so they just get a free path through both routes to B. Only vent is open, and Liquid aren't going to go down there. So Vitality not only have the site, they're also confused about how easy it is. Bomb plant comes in, only 2 rifles, but if any team can make it work, it's a team with Rops and ZywOo armed and forever dangerous. Liquid full group ramp, 4 here. Nerds playing very late, and Vitality are all inside of the site.
You gotta hope you can just wash over this first player. It's Mezzi close on a Deagle. And from that kill, just use it to explode forward twists. Not a bad way to start. Here are the trades. Ultimate Orb delivers some salvation. And Rops was in the kill feed earlier. They have a vague idea where he is. Defuse being held. Spam! That he might think that's the defuse. And so Team Liquid steal it from under Rops' nose. 5-0 and a 5v5 retake landing stuck from Liquid.
Even got the last second kill there as well. Took down one more gun, but Liquid don't care. They are swimming in money. 5-0 lead.
That's just a crazy round to win, right? Like, there's so much chaos there. Sure, you're going into lesser weaponry, and Vitality don't have the util to slow you down, but 5v5 retake at low with a full ramp grouping. That's far from easy.
That's not a position you're pracking either. It's not a position you're ever seeing yourselves in. So I can't believe they make it look as good as they do with 3 up when that defuse comes in. Well, just about. It's Vitality calling their first timeout because they're in the hole. These rounds getting earned by Liquid. That's the most important thing. Not just even sweeping Vitality. And I think probably bolstered by that previous map going as close as it did. Liquid know they can do it. They know it's within reach, and they're proving it right now. It's a go-to map for Vitality, but also one they've not played since Cologne group stage. Nades anymore will render Ultimate dead. The molly pushes him out, and Twist finally dies outside. First time. Missed spray. Apex on 4 health. The difference is tiny, and Nerds makes up for it. But still, Liquid must fear control of B. That being said, they didn't care last round, so why now? They don't rotate anyone. Again, they leave ramp open. That's his absence noted.
He has a smoke to block. It's nice at least, because now he doesn't have to worry about them coming out on like a timing as he looked to move in and clear that. You have the peace of mind that at least for the next few seconds, there won't be a ramp play out of Vitality.
Yeah, smokes aren't walls, but it does offer a lot of confidence for Nerds to just get back in position here. Vitality will be coming through 40 seconds in a 4-on-4. Nerds with a kill to his name and a nice off angle.
Tested the trades for Vitality, and they come through quickly. Insta drop down lower. And looking for this plant. Naf is going to be the first man on the scene. Does he want to play early, or is he going to wait? As far, Liquid have felt comfortable in these retakes.
Bang for Naf, or...
Someone just dinked ZywOo as well. Brought him down to 19 health.
Is that Ultimate?
No, one of his teammates.
Oh dear.
Kill from the orb.
Okay.
ZywOo goes and reclaims it. Flames caught out in the open, and so low health ZywOo is the one left in this clutch. Threads the needle on Shui. Nade for Naf just falls shy. And ZywOo's toying with him, playing with his food. Doesn't commit to the swing just yet. Will now. Here's the footsteps, and ZywOo is out of there. Gets the distance and a clean tap. ZywOo! That is gnarly.
Remarkable. No margin for error. And that repeak is
It's not even a fight he has to take.
No.
And he only fired 1 bullet. He just...
Yeah, okay. There's a team damage. And you think maybe that could cost ZywOo the round. He doesn't even get shot. 1v2 shuts it down with a beautiful bullet. And what, yeah, just what do you do?
Dude, I mean, this is like more proof that...
Nice, Batu. What the fuck?
That's the average day for Vitality.
It's more proof that like ZywOo does have like plot armor in this game.
Yeah.
He got dinged. He was 19 health. Like Shui actually hit him once. He just clipped him through the wall.
Oh.
Brought him down to 9. One more bullet through the same tag would have done it.
And yeah, just I don't even think.
And then he rounds it out with the tap. Like you can't even write it. Vitality, that's how they get on the board. Still, while they're celebrating now and the vibes are good, this has to be the start of something for Vitality. That can't just be the one round they get here. You don't want them in isolation. You've got to start chaining something together, and they're hoping a fast play into the top site is their way in.
Oh, Molly tanked here, but they call him Flamesy for a reason. He just runs through and takes a double kill, dies for the round. Bomb is trapped back at lobby. Will Vitality make it through? Bit of cover comes in from the A site. Nerds trying to force these kills while the site is weakened. Vitality are now spilling out yet again on a second wave. Apex finds that headshot that should secure the round. Bomb plant covered, and Liquid know where is too far. So they've got to save. Barely made it out with money. Had Chewy on a pistol in this one, so Liquid can't afford to risk their guns. And maybe it is the start of something for Vitality, looking to build into a T side after all. I mean, that molly comes down at the perfect time, and Flamesy just looks at it and then runs through, like halfway through the molly. He took full damage. It did not stop him. No AWP for you, Team Liquid. Vitality come gunning. And that is a perfect round. AWP save, 2 deaths, ruining Liquid's money. Now this game begins for Vitality.
You ready, guys?
Yeah.
You ready?
I want to pick a
3, 2, 1, molly.
I swing close.
Flashing.
PK, if molly.
Flashing. Dead.
Oh, clean execute. We see more of those here in this T side for Vitality, more likely than not. Team that love to send Apex in on these lurks, come through main. Right now he's down secret. So we're just having some fun. Hurt's watching his teammates monitor. Vitality looking like they want that top site. Ooh, Robs. It's hot in there. Apex re-clears yard. They come in on this main split. 50 seconds. I mean, there's no resistance. It's only pistols. As soon as Vitality see them, they will delete them.
Whoa. Weird timing here for Flames. They're a little closer than he was ready for, but able to make up for it. Just those pistols brushed aside. So Vitality feeling good for 3 in a row. You know, I think these rounds have shown why it's clear that Apex is very, very fond of Flames. And I think it is his, like, you know, soldier mentality. He will just listen to what Apex says. He will do exactly what's required for the round. And it's not because Flames is, you know, like, not as smart or able to read the game as the rest of his team. He just knows he's a part of a bigger picture here, right? And I mean, those were kind of roles and responsibilities that Apex himself has donned earlier points in his career, where you are the wild man, essentially, the one that has to lead the charge.
Yeah, you do the grunt work. You got a job to do. Doesn't matter if you don't like it. Come on, surely not Robs. Surely not Robs. How are you getting away with that kill on 20 health? Somehow allowed to save on that routing. Vitality, keep it going. Step by step, round by round. Liquid full buy. No better time for a timeout. Hard to always know the impact of coaches, but seems like Flashy has fit in well to this team.
100%. He has not been here long. And we're starting to get a bit of an uptick from Team Liquid. Even had Shui in the pre-game interview talking about the value that Flashy has brought to the table. You know, having kind of a standing coach just wasn't cutting it for Team Liquid, and it leaves a lot of the burden of kind of crafting the style, the strats, the identity of this team purely onto Shui. And so with that alleviated now, taking Flashy, you know, worked with Blade, worked with that Na'Vi squad. It was a good pickup here for Liquid, and looks like it's doing well for him.
Careful. First time we have someone start lower here for Liquid. It's Ultimate Orb. There might be at just the right time as Vitality look to cross it down into the depths. Quite a commitment for an AWP to be here, to be static. It's just to shut the door. Apex not getting too interested. Might just be pulling back for this A hit again. Never be too sure with Vitality when they get Apex in this position. He's going to flash flames through as they start to submerge on this top side. 3 players spotted, so the plan is changed. Back to ramp for Vitality.
Trying to remain dynamic with this, but the Ultimate Orb already down at lower, holds on and holds strong. Mezzi thrown in the way of it and then sent out of the round. ZywOo and Rops in a 2 versus 4. But that's a sentence you hate to hear. If you're Team Liquid, don't underestimate these two and what they're capable of. Both fantastic closers. When they're in a round together, things can get real scary, and Liquid know that. No one is jumping the gun. They keep it low and slow in this retake, try and squeak out an advantage. ZywOo caught on a reposition, and now it's just Rops. From atop the rafters, deals with that first man. Ready for a ramp swing, Nerds will get the better of him. And so Liquid get back to their winning ways after a 3-round hiatus. They've stopped the streak from Vitality. And this is already a pretty decent CT side for this Liquid squad, with the potential to build to something even greater.
Yeah, it could be a lot more here in this first half. Solid round for Ultimate. Reliable on that B-bomb site. Not forcing the play, and Nurse is so late. It's the last thing Rops expects. Discussing that main split with Flames. Idea was there for Vitality. But Liquid looking pretty comfortable on this CT side of Nuke, despite the abhorrent losses they fielded this season already. They're looking to make plays. Ultimate forcing a 5v4, finding ZywOo atop the boost. And the molly even ticks to give Nerds more info. Liquid know what they're dealing with. Multiple players in the yard this time. Nerds won't make that same mistake as Spam. He waits for his time to strike, and he looks to take a twosome. There's the first. Cross denied. Apex did get down. That will be a surprise. But you're still digging yourself out of this trench. 2v3 now for Vitality.
ZywOo and Rops couldn't get it done last time. Let's see how the rifling Frenchman takes to this 2v4. They've broke it down to a 2v3. Bomb's been picked up. There's the spot for Naf. Confirmed that one man's made it into main.
Volley.
Twist tag. Rob's heard that and immediately turns on a dime to try and punish. Quick flick up into the heavens, and this one is slipping through Liquid's fingers. Plant secured. Twists and Naf split up in this retake. That's going to leave them with some 1v1s that they've got to win out. You're locked in this hot fight with Rops. And he's just going to leave. Just slides away now. That's as Twist starts to make a move, but he's committed to a spam, and so Rops' attention right back on the hut. They know where Twist is, and trapped in this box, he's going to go no further. 2 versus 4 from Rops and Apex. And Rops doing all the heavy lifting to take it over the line.
Sick round. 4 kills for Rops. Apex starts it off onto Nerds, and Rops just keeps them coming. set up to succeed. And Liquid isolated every step of the way. Watching Rop's POV is just beautiful. Just remember how, you know, he was even struggling towards the end of phase. Don't get me wrong, that team was in a bit of a stubborn way at the end of last year, but it was still a team that made a major final, and Rops was, you know, really having trouble on T sides. He said they were going to be easy to fix coming into this year in Team Vitality. And my God, has he lived up to his side of the bargain? A mechanical gift on this T side. This is a hell of a setup now, though, for Liquid. With the AWP bearing down, 2 players close with rifles. They can't sit here forever, surely. Shui's at least stopped Apex on that cross. The jump, oh, it somehow works out. There's no business winning that. How are you ready for 3 players? Flamesy jumps in and takes 2 headshots.
Oh, wait, are they getting ahead of themselves? Straight up into heaven now, but they're not ready for Nerds up here, surely.
Oh,
Max
no!
3 in front of him, and Rops hits the 180!
Mechanical monster again is Rops. Just turns around, ends it all. Keeps saving Team Vitality in a game where Liquid have come to play. They've had the right moves, they've had the right positions, and they've had some sharp shooters in this series. But how does Flames do this? Also, Rops just peeks ultimate on the AWP, on the line, and just headshots him. Laugh it off. Because Vitality let back into this game well and truly.
Oh, bro.
Scared.
Rops is acting like he sees them through walls. Oh,
what? He's not aiming there. He's running and shooting. He's not even aiming there.
What's going on?
How do you do that?
No
Okay.
Liquid to douse this fire. Ultimate. 1 kill back in a weird way on the vents. He gets his own stroke of luck in this round, and Liquid are quick to fall in line behind him. They're going to scrap for this lower control. Ultimate clean tap as he dons the rifle, making it look good. Leaves Naf and Shui, and they don't know about Nafly. He's moving slow here, and the backstab is in. Apex finds him. Bomb plant secured, and with vent held, Shui on low health. There should be no way back into this. Vitality looking to stabilize from a slow start and tie us up on the half. This activation of Flames, Rops in the clutches. Vitality pick up the pace. It's 6-all.
We're here in Malta, me, Maui, Scrawny, and our goal today is to have the best day ever. Just north of Africa, just west of Italy. Man, what a place it is. My love as of late is golfing, so we're starting here at the Royal Malta Golf Club. So how we decide who goes first, we're gonna play the hesitation game. 3, 2, 1, vegetables, celery.
Carrots.
Potatoes. Parsley.
Damn it. I was gonna say celery. I was gonna say celery.
That one high and right? Yeah. That was pretty nice though. Right on, tally-ho.
Oh.
Yeah, I didn't see where your ball went. It's somewhere around here, I'm pretty sure, like in these trees, I think.
Oh, you just walked by it. Oh,
Let's
yeah.
go. Nice.
Mickelson for birdie. Nice.
Oh.
Oh!
Damn, that was good.
What I tell you guys, this is the perfect start to the best day ever.
We're here at Rampila Restaurant in downtown Valletta. We want to get into the best day ever in Malta, and you got to have one of the best meals ever. We got a very traditional Maltese dish here in rabbit. They really exploded in popularity when the Romans came over, because Romans, they actually think if women eat rabbit, they'll become more beautiful.
Cool, let's eat.
Bon appetit, fellas. I think we all get 1 ravioli each. You know what? I'm grabbing 2. Hey, we're in Malta, am I right?
I've never seen that happen in my life.
I think you'll be grabbing one now.
The Maltese eat more rabbit per person than any other European nation.
It's actually like a more flavorful chicken thigh.
Yep. Yeah, wow. Delicious. Another hit.
I think I'll go for 2.
So it's been a wonderful day, but I thought we would end the day, gentlemen, with a little bit more violence, a little accuracy, you know, things that really embody Counter-Strike, a little bit of archery. We've got plenty of targets.
Well, then I'm going for the GOAT, obviously.
A delicacy.
Goodbye, Simple.
Archers ready.
Oh! Oh, you're shooting lasers. Now, what if I get the otter on top?
Make it happen.
Oh!
Damn.
Whoa, headshot.
Bullseye.
On the GOAT.
Goat for dinner. Unfortunately, all great things have to come to an end. I had a blast from start to finish.
Who knew going outside could be so much fun?
Yeah, this was a perfect day.
What's this?
I'm only labo.
After
I will jump close after guys.
Let's go, 2.
Let's go.
2, I think.
2, 1, I jump.
Careful, down.
Okay.
I'm going in. I'm going in.
Is
I
that
think
down?
both on. I think both.
Okay. Come on, it's event.
I never.
Nice.
Oh, my bad. Well, I wasn't shot down, but I could see the shadow, but I wasn't sure. It was so weird. Yeah? Yeah, it was a
lucky game.
nice shot. I don't know. I don't know. You killed both. Well, you say thank you, God, and this stuff.
Well, Liquid lock in for this quarterfinal, but Vitality are just better, hitting harder by the end of the half. They pull it back from 5-0 down and level out 6-6. Don't get me wrong, Liquid are looking interesting in this series, and overtime on Train and fighting tooth and nail on Nuke. But are Vitality just going to sweep them aside in their run for the trophy here in Malta? A bit more bonus bounty to take on their journey. Drop Zeus pistol. Usually a ramp. This time hut side waiting as they give up the ramp position. Mezzi just sits in B. It's an unorthodox pistol round. One that looks to end exactly where Vitality wants it. Got to get one, right?
If you get Zeused in the pistol, I don't think you can mentally bounce back from that.
Oh, you just know it's coming, though. Sorry, Twists.
On the upside, he won't have time to recharge it. 50 seconds left and this sight hit coming. It's Flames with the spotted door.
Come on, just stay.
It is on its way. It's coming any second now. Here's the util.
Okay.
They make it out. Zywo and Flames. Quick work. And the first 2 Rops is saying, bring him to me.
Sacrificed the shot, Chev. We appreciate it. A screamer onto Twist, and Shui is done. Easy shutdown. Zywo in the main smoke, just spamming him. And yeah, how do you mentally recover, Harry? Look at this.
I hate that it was Twists.
Why?
He was the one I didn't want to get Zeus.
Why?
Because he started off in such great form. He was 9-0 to open up, if you remember. Since that point, he's, to say slowed down feels like a bit of an understatement. 3-8, Zeused in the pistol.
It's 12-4. It's 4 in a row at least.
Just had a bit of a slowdown. And now he's been Zeused to start his second half.
For Eco, at least for Liquid, they're going to get to the guns ASAP. This CT economy is just delightful, isn't it? Look at this buy with limited damage done. We have 4 rifles. Now, I will say Apex is conceding head armor, which is a risk. Right now, Vitality feeling pretty invincible with 7 out of the last 8 rounds in this game.
Flames has had like more kills in the air and through smokes than he has in just fair fights in this game. It's kind of absurd.
Definitely true. Across both maps as well, was doing the same thing. So rude.
And you know, I think both teams in like a big picture setting, because sure, like this is semifinals on the line. There's a lot to play for here. Nearly $100,000 on this game. But big picture, it's like for Vitality, they want to feel like they're playing at a good level. They want to, I imagine, feel like they're having some fun again as well. You know, even Rob's picking up a Zeus. It's been smiles all round. ZywOo sounded over the moon with some of his plays. Flames, who did have a bit of a rough go at it on Train, reformed here in time for Nuke and doing exactly what's required of him. For Liquid, I think they can lose this series and still take away a kind of win from this matchup. This is a team that desperately need just a bit of a pick-me-up, and I feel like the work they're putting in is working. Oof. And so if they feel like they can test Vitality here, keep up on that competitive first half, there's still some positives to be drawn out of this. There's a skirmish for ramp, and one that Vitality are looking to close. Only Shui left standing. Bomb picked up and a 1v1 in front of him. It's Rops waiting at the bottom of this ramp.
Still risking it. There's a chance.
Shui with one. Rops hung around, knew that this was a chance. So it's left on a Mezzi and Flames in this 2v1. We heard the one guy not having a great time. Mezzi said it was an unlucky game in those comms. While here, he plays his part perfectly. Takes the attention away. Flames is closing the distance the whole time. And Mezzi decides, why leave it to a gunfight when Flames can come in and clean up?
Yeah, it's not always about the kills you get. It's the kills you don't give away that allow you to win rounds. That's a perfect example, just living long enough. And a nice ramp crunch there by Vitality with 3 players in position to fight Liquid. And Liquid triple stack on ramp. Vitality didn't lose a player. It's a very different look here. As Team Vitality start to run away with this game. Another half buy, which can feel at least freeing. That you don't have to play always by the book. Liquid can throw themselves at Vitality and try and overwhelm. And on a map like Nuke, a couple kills in the right place go a long way. It flashes though, so an A play doesn't feel likely here for Team Liquid. Look for a smoke wall instead. They go fast with it.
Break on the smoke would be too late from ZywOo.
Here's him.
Apex at least gets the info and a chance to dart out. That's expertly done for Apex. Just siphon Shui. Flames is caught a little out of position there, it's safe to say.
Getting hungry.
Brimming with confidence, limit testing. Just how crazy can he be? And he learns in this round. It's gifted an AK over to Team Liquid.
If he finds a couple of kills there, which definitely felt possible.
This is the round where Twists kind of wants to try and come alive again. He's 3-10 since his hot start. No kill yet since being Zeused in the pistol. Which is just an arbitrary thing.
It's a horrible sentence.
Let's see if Twists can offer up a solution. They've put the AK on his back. Rob's watching for the cross. Apex floating around in the control room. It's an interesting setup. Robs will be able to let him know when they can get by. And so Apex turns on a dime. There's the double from Twists. Low on health for him and Nafly. Maybe a chance at the plant here. Twist collects the info. Spotted ZywOo ramp side, but he's got to get this bomb down for now. Naf needs to provide some cover. Thankfully, ZywOo decides not to play. They're waiting for Mezzi, who's coming late through the vents. And Naf has just left the angle. Naf was holding on to it. He's just left vents open. That's where Mezzi moves in. Free kill right there on the plate. It's all twists. That's what it's got to be. 2 kills deep, and he doesn't have the health. Mezzi comes through in the retake.
Plays that perfectly. You almost feel like maybe it's too late, but it's so late that even Naf thinks the same. Turns around from his position, comes to help out Twist, who's probably calling for support. With info only on 1 of 2, and even Mezzi just jiggling that final player so his teammate can get in position to trade if anything goes wrong. The round is safeguarded. Vitality, perfection yet again. Despite a couple of lovely shots from Twist, that's all it's gonna be. 10 rounds, and the most important buy of all here for Liquid. If there's anything left in this game, they have to break this huge 7-round streak.
You feel like Vitality are one of the best teams at using that dead air as well in these 2v2s, 1v2s. Robs and Mezzi both very proficient at it. They know the fear that creeps in when you go that slow.
Yeah, you got 2 very cold and very slow pieces, and then you got Apex and Flames. Couldn't be further apart. The full breadth here on Vitality. So we're back to ramp. Apex is down lower. Ooh, that's a great shot for Shui, taking down ZywOo and opening up a path to B. Apex anchoring down.
And ZywOo, who was feeling very, very confident, playing with a lot of freedom, just looking to take fights dry in this round.
Oh, they can just leave A entirely with this position from Mezzi. And so if Liquid go back, and they will, Mezzi has a round in the palm of his hand. He's had a hard game. Info given away. Rob still caring about ramp, and Mezzi can just win this all.
Spots 1. Waits for even more. Turn around! Mezzi regains control for a moment. It looked dire. This is the bomb in lobby. 15 seconds. Time is of the essence. And Mezzi, the gift that just keeps on giving. Apex now up through the vent into the arms of Twists. Liquid find a way through. Vitality don't make it easy for them. Never at any moment did Liquid get to feel comfortable there. But they still find a path to victory all the same.
I can't even say how they did it, right? There's so many fights happening at the same time. There's Robs on ramp with the AWP. I heard the heaven climb up. Maybe he didn't. He gets caught off as well while this is all going down. And Apex had to come up that vent. That bomb was getting stuck. Mezzi making a hero play. If he plays too passive, they just take the plant as well. A nice try. And Liquid not looking like they're celebrating, but they have just broken that Vitality streak. A very stressful round, but one that keeps them in this game for just a moment longer.
Ness has been able to make it across.
Ooh,
and Ultimate wins out that head-to-head. That's twice in a row ZywOo's been found first. For Vitality. This time he even tries to go back to the AWP. Catch for Robs, but Shui could trade this. And so ramp now belongs to Team Liquid with Nerds across Secret earlier on. They're in a great spot to close this out here and now. Vitality can't begin considering this.
I don't think Apex is happy with that one, but be it commed or not, Robs is letting them out ramp, which is fine if Apex is aware, but he pulls his knife and starts running. That makes Robs swing because he realizes Apex is running to his death, and then they both get found. Robs just taking one with them. That was not what Apex had in plan, or not what he was ready for at least. And I actually like the setup if Apex was baiting for Ops down there, but it's not to be.
Fix Valve.
Flames never save, so he's never even been here to see. You can't jump on those anymore. But yeah, that's either a miscomm or a misunderstanding. Whatever it is, it leaves ramp wide open. And Liquid build on their one round. Again, as you say, ZywOo picked back-to-back. Certainly making things easier for Liquid.
It is crazy seeing it from Ultimate's POV because you know that's not a good fight for him.
Yeah.
Very impressive, he makes it work.
So we just have to flick up though, so not an easy shot either.
Money broken now for Vitality, so it's just those saved guns. A real chance here for Liquid to close the gap in a far quicker manner than they were able to on Train. Oh God, Rob's 5-7. That's clean for the opening, but it goes no further, just the one and done. When you're up against Vitality, every round is demanding.
Look at this gamble as well.
This round is no exception, just because they're light on weaponry. Mezzi with one of the hero guns here. Flames alongside him, ready to barrel through on this MP9. They're going for chaos, but they lose Mezzi to the nade. The rest of the team fall, and Flames' solo push is shut down, doused by Liquid. One round game, as this T side is standing up to Vitality.
Liquid just playing together in this little comeback on the T side, just playing Group CS, Pack CS, rolling over Vitality, some good util landing, trades are flurrying, and Liquid with 3 in a row sit one round behind a Vitality who have called a timeout.
Dude, the thing that's very legitimizing about this is, you know, like when you look at the Cologne result for Vitality, it feels like such a dark mark on their otherwise flawless record, because it was a colossal off day for multiple players posting their worst tournament ratings in the Vitality jersey and beyond. Here, you're kind of getting the scoreboard you want. It doesn't feel like there's a weak player. I know Messi's a little bit quiet right now, but he still had his impact rounds, and it didn't feel like that was going to be a problem. ZywOo's been hitting hard throughout the entire series. Flames is causing a ruckus with aggression. Apex has had some solid reads. And Rops has been able to pull off a couple of clutches now. That's all the usual recipe for Vitality, and yet Liquid is still matching them.
One round game. No AWP either for ZywOo. Will that free him up more than anything? Gets to be less static. ZywOo moves away from outside. Apex takes it instead. One of those few in-game leaders still in the yard position on CT Nuke. And he's gone. Ultimate output again. The 5v4 opens up thanks to the orb. Cross enabled. Liquid look to go lower. Or do they? Through the smoke, denied entirely. At 5v4. Gone with the wind. The rest of Liquid walk down the stairs. Vitality don't know that for sure. They might just think it was Nerds alone. Ultimate hangs around, looking to pick a late player, and ZywOo does some damage. It's no punish from main. ZywOo swinging. Ultimate lucky to be alive, but his team are gaining space in that B bomb site. It's something Vitality don't know about. Rob's coming in to plug that hole, but footsteps here give away the aim of the game. 25 seconds still. Liquid have to bust this door down.
Oh, he's not as quiet as he thinks he is, though, and that's an easy opening for Twists. Tries to go forward, takes space over at ramp. ZywOo's been knocked out. And even though Liquid only 2 strong are down on this lower side of the map, Vitality and Never to Know. Flames and Mezzi have to commit to another save. And Liquid tie us up, this time with room to work with. The money of Vitality gone. Liquid, this is the best chance they've had to find themselves in the lead in this series.
Ooh, could that be something? Getting an AWP out of here would not be bad for Vitality. It couldn't have had it any other way. And so Flames will save that for ZywOo, but yes, Liquid doing it. Back-to-back maps coming back. Remember, they started 5-0 up. Half went 6-6. Vitality kept the streak up to double digits. And now Liquid are answering with 4 of their own. With low money for Vitality, Liquid essentially in the lead.
Well, what I'll say is, this is like the back-breaking round that they couldn't win on trade, right? And that was where they kind of fell behind in the first half. They went on to drag that game into overtime. Here, they won the round that broke the money. Wait, where's the AWP?
Yeah, Shuey found Flames at the end of the round. He got rid of him.
Oh my goodness.
AWP wasn't saved. It's only Mezzi on one gun, and he's been the guy struggling as well.
Okay, if... You just can't fall down here. For Liquid, just knowing this team like you know them, these are the rounds that they trip up on.
But they, yeah, again, the pack CS, they just go down with the bomb with multiple players. The AWP is there as well. They are side by side. They are not giving away a way in. And even though Vitality have had players in the right places, that hasn't been enough before. It has to be now.
Oh,
Mezzi finds one. ZywOo digs out the guy who's opened up all these rounds on the T side. Twist left lacking. ZywOo follows up. How is this happening?
One back for ultimate.
He can save it.
He's been clean, sure, but up on this close angle, Mezzi's rifle overwhelmed.
Oh my god.
The ZywOo dig, it's 2 kills deep already, and you've got to beat him and Rops. Vitality's best closing pieces here. They might only have pistols, but ask the rest of Liquid how that ZywOo dig tastes. He's made his way up into the heavens. Vitality of the right read. They're both on the upper site. Liquid playing right into their hands if they commit to this A hit.
Hard shots to hit.
Even if you're ready for ZywOo, through some stroke of genius, if you're prepared for a heaven swing, you won't be ready for Rops so close in the lobby.
Oh, did he see him? No.
Just leaving. But that util comes in. ZywOo now knows. Rops aware, starts to make his way back in through hut. They have to time this one well. They know they have a player trapped backside. That's who ZywOo's seeking out. Keeping attention fixated on the heavens. Let's Rops move in. And just Nafly to put a bow on this round. Naf stands tall, and that must-win conversion for Liquid comes through. They are now in the lead.
It's not crisp or clean, but it's enough, and that's all that matters at the end of the day. Getting that clutch over the line. Naf had a horrendous first half, and he's only just started to redeem it, but winning out that 1v1 against a hot-handed ZywOo, Deagle or not, keeps Liquid in this game, keeps Liquid in the lead, stops them from losing the round. They've lost so many times before, even in this game. They are not out of the woods. They are far from it. Trees in every direction with this 4x coming out from Vitality, but Liquid have just a little bit of lead. Oh, it's the ugliest clutch out. No! And a relief for Liquid, but the job is not done.
Well played. Let's go. Well played. You're controlling the situation. My bad, wrong, sorry. Wasn't even close. Let's go.
Wasn't even close.
I mean, it feels like a lot winning that round, but the job still isn't done. Liquid can't get ahead of themselves here. You know, you're all caught up. It's a nail-biting round. Your hearts are racing as the whole game, your whole time at Blast Bounty was just called into question. I like that they take a slower round here, a chance to calm down before going back into the chaos. Shuey to reiterate a game plan. More of this pack roll CS called from Shuey.
It's a little bit slower. They've been playing first timing outside smokes. This one is at the minute mark. ZywOo peers over the top. That has been dying, going into garage. So he looks to continue down secret again. The position Liquid have been allowed for free almost every time. This round is no exception. 40 seconds, though, is the question mark, with 2 players still stuck at ramp. Oh, it doesn't matter when you knock Rops out like that. That opens up the split. Bomb can move in a little bit faster now for Team Liquid.
It's one of these like signature Rops gimmicks as well, and usually good for something. A big pickup for ZywOo, finally getting the better of Ultimate on a late lurk out in the yard.
A decision to make for Team Vitality.
Do they go for this, or do they save? Money is gone, so if they go for this and come up short, the victory is right there for Team Liquid. It looks like Vitality are interested in giving this one a try. This is an all-or-nothing retake. Twist has been hit. They know about him up close. quick trade for Mezzi, but time is fast getting away from Vitality, who are being grinded to a stall. Here's the cover from Nerds and Nafly, and Mezzi caught out in no man's land. Liquid have 2 chances to close, and Vitality have no cash in the bank.
All in for Vitality and all out. They don't save a thing. This is it for Liquid. This is the best opportunity to make this series interesting, to take us to a map we were not expecting, and to take Vitality's pick of all things. A little out of practice, and Vitality finding out the hard way down the stretch. Here's that final buy. Full rifles, no kit, no AWP, and already out of Molotovs. Liquid let them bleed. Two smokes, a flash, and a nade. That's all Vitality have. If we get into another post spawn on this B bomb site, feels as good as done. And Rops has had trouble on this ramp position. So ZywOo comes in to support.
Rops plays first. Can't deal with Twist's running interference. And even though they get Nafly out, it's forced the repos, it's forced Vitality into this retake that they really weren't hoping to go for. Actually, Liquid don't commit to the ramp play. They're going to go back in lobby here, try something a little bit different in this penultimate round.
Dude, ZywOo insta-rotated. He's silent dropped into A. They at least have numbers in the right place, but that kill thins the herd.
Shui leaves it to chance on the spam. That's gifted a 3-on-3 back over. Bomb now returns to ramp, the ground that Liquid fought for right at the start. Something's called ultimate back, but he's got the bomb here.
20 seconds, guys. You've got to go A now. They're going up heaven. He's got to get past ZywOo in the hut, or this one dies.
There's 2 players in lobby. Ultimate surely can't get past this. ZywOo flick back up into heavens, and Liquid on borrowed time. Ultimate can't do it. They've given Vitality a lifeline, and that is the last thing you wanted to do.
Finally, ZywOo not picked by that AWP, not picked first man down. He makes the perfect trade on ramp and a decisive rotation silently into A. They don't even get that info. Sets up to win the round, doesn't give Ultimate a chance. Just forced to rush through lobby with 10 seconds. They arm their opponents. Liquid might have to do it in overtime again if Vitality get their wish. This game is giving. It is delivering better than you would expect. 6 rounds straight for Liquid, broken now by Team Vitality.
I mean, that last round, an example of the dreaded overcook, right? Trying to get ahead of Vitality, knowing they're working within limitations. You try and do something unexpected, end up playing right into their hands. But you can't think about that now. This is it. You either close or you run it back in extra time. On Train, it was damn near flawless when we hit OT from Vitality. And so Liquid do not want to end up there. They had 2 chances to close this out. This has got to be the time.
Outside control has gone pretty well for them in this game. No doubt about that. The kills often to Liquid's favor in yard. Vitality choose not to threaten this position. Again, the second wall comes down and Liquid get that open runway to cross. Smoke spam, don't let it come down to luck.
It's clear that Apex has been feeling very frustrated in these last few rounds. He would love it if finally something could go his way. And the spam damage will connect. He's softened up a couple of these crossing players.
I wouldn't want anyone else but Robs in this position, though. Surely, I know he's had trouble on ramp, but surely won't go down without anything here. Can at least survive, if not take one with him.
Waits patiently. Oh, that's a lineup for Robs! And oh God, Liquid, 2 chances to close, but it might all come crashing down around them as OT awaits. Nafly, 1v5. Mezzi picked up, but now he's lost the only advantage he had, and that was the element of surprise. Vitality swarm around the bomb at lower. A lineup of dreams for Rops. Condemns this matchup into OT. And Naf, as he rounds this corner, the Zywoo Warp is unforgiving. More play required, extra time locked in as Vitality battle back.
That has to feel good for everyone involved in Vitality. They start switching up positions a little bit more. Apex playing passive, Zywoo refusing to go down early. Rob's off of ramp, and it works wonderfully for Vitality. Liquid hit their head on that bar. And is overtime the limit now? We find out it was on train. That familiar feeling of a crushing loss. And even though we can say there are improvements and Liquid looking good and they made this game exciting, they want more than that with the chance to close out this map. It might have just been a chance, nothing more.
I mean, dude, with 2 overtimes like this, the tune changes, I think, and it's no longer one, you know, I think you'll be happy with the progress you've shown, but the idea that you could have 2-0'd this series as well if you're Liquid. The best chance you've ever had to beat Vitality, the best chance that any team that isn't Mouse might have had.
Well, is there something still in store on this T side? They found a huge streak in regulation, so Liquid look to go back to their winning ways. This smoke push in main was about to be perfect, but a flash slowed it down. It stopped Shuey. He would have had players looking the wrong way. He still does. Takes a kill. His team need to flood out.
No reaction, Liquid slow down. Vitality were expecting more as well.
I mean, if that Rafter flash doesn't come in from his teammate, he is in main already. He gets at least one, and his team actually pounds. But they call to cancel. Not necessarily the worst call. It gives them a second chance to play this round out. Where will it result?
I think, you know, first round of OT, you feel like you still have that freedom. If you don't like the conditions, don't play ball. Wait till a little bit later.
Main split, Heaven, Control, Naf in lobby. Vitality have to have eyes in the back of their head.
Oh, they do. Apex holding on to Heaven. Oh, he's just left this right as Flames backed up into it. And now as they try to fill this gap, Apex is sandwiched, plant secured for Team Liquid.
It feels like because the time is so low, they both try and change position to play even safer, knowing that they can win the round off the clock. And as they both move, Liquid come through the same 2 positions, Hut and Heaven, right as they back out. If they held their spots there, that's almost certainly a Vitality round. But one decision, and it just unravels around them. Liquid the first in overtime.
Terrorists win.
Decision to reset, suddenly feeling a whole lot better for Liquid.
Oh.
Apex knows, no one to blame.
No, it's the worst feeling ever for him. He knows what's just happened. He knows how those gaps were created.
More aggressive outside. We've not really seen Vitality fight in the yard in this entire game on the CT side. They've allowed Liquid to cross. They've allowed Liquid down secret. Despite that, they've rarely even played lower. It's what kind of let Liquid go. But they want to hit this top side. They want to change everything, changing their tune and their pace on this A push. Denied for 2.
4 versus 2, outside control for Apex as well. And so Vitality, if they slow down, the death will come to them. They're left playing into the hands of a stacked site. Vitality with the reply. Go tit for tat in overtime.
Yeah, you can't blame Liquid for trying to switch it up a little bit, right? Hitting overtime, trying to be unpredictable, but those top site hits are not always easy. Mezzi is a rock in that position as much as he struggled in this map. Able to always take one with him.
It's also the first time in a long time where Apex was actually rewarded. He's been, You can see on the cams he's been super frustrated, and he's feeling kind of tunnel visioned and like looking for that fight that just goes his way, that can define the round. And that's often happening out in the yard. At like peak frustration, you've seen him getting aggressive there, and so often it's been to the detriment of Vitality. In this round, he confirms there's no one behind these smokes. That leads to this stack assembling in the top site. And so it maybe comes from a place of frustration, but that push enabled the stack. That push enables Vitality to win that round. And it's more yard fighting for Apex. ZywOo, they made it across to the left-hand side. He only just looks there now. It's a leg onto Twists.
Hey, it could have gone worse.
You're glad you haven't lost him, but he's been so important in these rounds, having Twists brought down low. And we were talking about his 9-0 start, how he went like 3-13 or 3-12 past that point. Well, he's gone on to recover in a great way.
Just so many double kills on that B-bomb site, so many entry rounds, finding a lot of impact.
And now you have him wounded.
It's got to be the rest of the gang. They found ZywOo outside so many times. The ultimate is very passive, can't see a thing right now. ZywOo's allowed to get out to his famed position.
Shui gonna hit the go button on this play. Plays out first. And with outside being taken here, it's gonna pressure the extremities for Vitality. They wanted to try and crunch in a lobby, retake some space for this, but that's been denied. And this is really awkward now. You're just kind of rooted in place here. No easy path to go. All of these aggressive moves getting punished. Mezzi deleted up in the heaven.
See ya.
And a 5v2. It's the two Frenchmen of Vitality. And now just the one, ZywOo, all alone, 1v5. 20 seconds here as he pushes out, and Shui provides the cover. Liquid win out the first half of overtime.
Very impressive round here at the close. Slow and steady, winning every fight. Vitality definitely feeling the pressure, making a lot of solo moves, solo pushes, unsupported plays. Every single one of them shut down by Liquid. And they don't waste that opportunity. Naf pulls back. No kills offered in the lobby. And they wait for that heaven control. Liquid looking locked in on this T side. 2 rounds. Apex frustrations continue. I feel like even if Vitality win this game, he is still going to be a little pissed. But right now, it's not down to them. Liquid again with the lead. ZywOo with the orb.
And if Apex is looking to take his anger out in this round, you've got no better pairing than him and Flames, who would want to get aggressive outside. He gets fed to Nerds, and they don't get the space they were looking for. That is worst case scenario here for Vitality.
What a position.
Naf is going to try and use Rops's own spot against them. Rops was here all throughout the CT halves for Vitality, and you can see him looking on suspiciously. Knows that this is a chance. Naf lines up too. And Rops bested at his own game as Naflight looks to bring Liquid onto map point.
They had it before, 12-10. They had 2 chances to close. They're back in the same position, but with wind in their sails on this CT side, Liquid, it does feel teed up right there for them. Final timeout, but the frustrations across Vitality are clear as day. And Liquid are hitting hard right now. Shui top of the board. Naf with a huge recovery. He was 2-10 at the half, somewhere around about that. And a team game across for Liquid where the differential kills top to bottom is 4. The question again, can they close against world number 1?
Sad because we're not playing as a team right now. That's the problem, guys. We're all doing moves and not on the others.
Yeah.
Oh, well, speaking of solo plays. Right as Vitality try and play group, Naf has come through with a solo push from ramp. Not the type of moves you'd expect to see from him. But here, after a golden round from him in the one prior, that 3K at ramp, he has got all the info for his team. Oh. He's on T-Roof. He is behind Vitality. Oh, no. And so now twice over, Nafly could look to end this map.
Oh, wait. It's going to make noise.
Jump up.
Could have done silent.
But wait, there's no reaction. No, no, Flames looks now. They hear him. They know.
Oh, no.
Aware that Naf is here. The info... Maybe for Nor, if he falls so early on, Rop sniffs him out.
He made it that far. He can still do it silent by climbing on the pipe. It might let them down. It might give Vitality a way in. Can Nerds stop the roll? Flames shut down in main. This head-to-head has come up for Nerds every time. They still get closer to defeat. Ultimate Orb Shot connects. Vitality make it down B. That's all they've got.
And everything about this round for Vitality has felt botched from the get-go. They become aware after dealing with Naf that Liquid have all the info. And that does not go both ways. Now on the back foot with Ultimate adding insult to injury. It falls to ZywOo and Mezzi to stop Team Liquid on this comeback. Dust 2 waiting in the wings, and with Twists already down here. A fantastic game. Ultimate moving in to only build the confidence for Liquid. This one was feeling done.
Oh, no.
ZywOo and Mezzi in with the reply. 4 versus 2, now rests even. And they're looking to fight and die for this game here and now. ZywOo, flawless on the rifle.
How does he do it every single time? Turns around a door, he should be a dead man walking, and just pinpoint precision, headshots on every single player. 3 kills from ZywOo, keeps it going.
Silent, yeah. I have so.
This game should be done. Twist let them out on B to play with his team, and nobody survives in that 4-on-2. Oh, nobody does it like ZywOo. Do we really have more?
The other wild question is like, when you lose a 4v2 like that, is that a classic Liquid round, or is that just a ZywOo round? Because you're kind of entitled to one of them per game if you're Vitality.
Couldn't have come at a worse time.
Naf, gonna try and make another hero play. The Apex is free. Apex is just a free kill here on the run across outside. Naf is keeping it dynamic in every one of these rounds. They don't know where he's gonna crop up next. He's secured yet another advantage for Team Liquid. Twists looking very curious here. Plays it wide out in the yard. And it's awkward there for Ops and Flames. They don't want to get stuck on each other. Messi's opened up a route down in the lower in the downtime. And Ultimate dead on the rotate down. ZywOo, he's only firing single bullets right now, and they're all blinders.
Had enough.
Not another one tap. He's really loved this ramp fight. I'm so scared because that's where Liquid are grouping. Rops is also available to backstab. This one's got extra time written all over it. Mezzi to bait them in. Mezzi to bring them into the embrace of Rops and ZywOo. That's how it's supposed to go. The backstab lands, and Nerds, now pincered, has nowhere safe to turn. Vitality demand more play.
They may not win off of team play in this game, but they are going to win off individuals, off brute force, off of brilliance from some of these players. Team Vitality, when the strat book goes out the window, at least you have players like Rops and ZywOo just to one-tap their way back into this game. Again for Liquid, 2 map points as they had in regulation. Both avoided a 4v2 to close the game, and ZywOo just says no. That unshakable feeling for Liquid. Something's going on. It's a somber vibe.
Yeah, I mean, also it is a tech pause.
Yeah.
Though. They're not going to be like smiling to each other.
No, I know. It just kind of felt weird.
I mean, yeah, look, I think it's because for Vitality, this is a position they don't feel like they ever should have been in. They are the undisputed favorites in this game, and it's really not even close. Even in like a Vitality versus Spirit matchup, in the eyes of many, they would be the favorites. Liquid, whose stock is at record lows at this point in time, we're not supposed to be this much of a challenge. And so while it's commendable to Liquid, it's frustrating if you're in the Vitality jersey. And I think, you know, we've seen that in this game as well. Apex has looked very frustrated. And honestly, in some of these rounds, he's played like he's frustrated, trying to be the guy to crack open bomb sites, trying to be the guy to set the pace on the round, and very often giving away kills.
Yeah, Apex has gone to the bathroom with or without approval. He's back, though. A new man, maybe now. Frustrations perhaps relieved as Vitality re-enter this game in a second overtime. If you missed Train, you missed a very similar story. He said he had to go, though.
Apex had to go pee, and that's fine. Maybe that's why he's been so frustrated.
Yeah,
as all the overtimes are dragging on.
He's not mad that they're losing. He's mad they're winning because he doesn't want to play another overtime. What a game. Train was a 9-3 lead. Dude, I don't think Blast are going to put this chat on the stream.
Oh, you can see Mezzi laughing to himself.
I'm not going to read that out. Y'all can go in the demo.
But there's the comedian that got them all going.
Oh, everyone's just saying, "I'll be right back,
yeah,
guys."
Actually,
yeah,
you know
screw
what?
it. You know, like
let's just take a little.
He could have gone at the same time. Oh, if we're just taking breaks now, I guess.
BRB, guys. I'm gonna go piss. Why is it?
Now Rops is gonna get up. Now the nurse is back. It's one at a time, guys.
It's like yawning. It's contagious.
Yeah, there's only room for one of us. Oh, there he goes. We're back in, folks. Double overtime. Comebacks on comebacks in this series. Streaks of rounds from both teams. Liquid with, well, 4 chances to close this map. With unlosable rounds, but first time. And we go again.
If nothing else, you'll be glad that Vitality have forced Liquid to play their very best game and showing a lot of promise from a struggling NA legacy organization. Whoa, what's left to spam from Zaiwu when he finally decides to let loose with the AK, not restrict himself to taps.
Okay.
He does a lot of damage. Apex punished out in the yard.
Still leaking kills here for Vitality, but they walk out into that empty top side. This timing's missed by Shui. He drops in. Oh dear, it's uncomfortable. Flames and Mezzi find that perfect timing to hit the top side. A man down, and Mezzi's recovery must be studied. Just as Naf pulled it back after a dire first half, Mezzi has done the same, 19 and 19. He was 3 and 10 first half. Naf, similar score. Impressive recoveries that matter down the stretch. Ultimate should save, but I don't blame him for giving it a look. Can wallbang this kill. Get it guaranteed if he uses his nade, but knowing this round is not winnable is enough to give it up. 16 for Vitality.
Despite a Liquid holding an advantage there, the damage from Zywoo through the door was nice. Ultimate's AWP, though, was hitting really, really hard. They find that great timing out in a way after this horrible lineup for Liquid in main. It forced them all out of position. Shui tries to make up for it, but arrives just a few seconds too late. And so it's another one of these rounds where Vitality are kind of on the ropes. Their backs are against the wall, and they still manage to break through from a disadvantaged position.
Yeah, Liquid left their eyes off the A side for 1 second, and well, the timings in this match have been something to marvel at for both teams, really.
Afly's secondary AWP making an appearance. I will say, I think the most gross time we saw was when he had the AWP on Train.
Oh, yeah. Couple of misses there. They've heard it fire off. They stay away from ramp. They look back to that top site with Apex on a main lurk. Who plays first here for Vitality? Apex has an open runway to walk through this smoke.
Oh, Twist burns. And that's info for Apex. Takes him a moment to piece it together, but eventually rewarded for that kill. It's ultimate do or die. Back of the site. If he can get away with something here, get the ball rolling, maybe it opens up the rotate, but Nert's dead instantly. Ultimate much the same. And Naf left looking on from the ramp side. No part to play in this round. And this is scary routing to save. He'll die down here on B.
Yeah, and he has to make noise to get anywhere safe in secret. Maybe he does it last second, but they've got ears. Vitality, of course, hitting a new level into a second overtime, back-to-back T rounds, and at least money for Liquid to have one more fighting chance. Naf will go as last timing as he can, and he will survive this bomb.
Best form we've seen yet from Liquid. This is meant to be their golden opportunity, but it's after a departure of Golden Liquid from Apex. He's got that post-P clarity since coming back. And this second overtime off to a far more decisive start for Vitality. They're looking to go flawless on the T side, a chance for 3 in a row. And that would mean suddenly it's Liquid playing catch-up. That's a long way to fall from being the team that had 2 chances to take this game over the line.
Oh, a little leg for Naf, catches Rops in the lobby. But still we play on 5v5, and you rotate Secret with that AWP again.
I think that's kind of nice about him not getting the kill and hearing him rotate is you would be forgiven for thinking this is ultimate. Sure, he's going to miss, but it's misinfo here as to where this AWP lies. If you remember, Naf saved, so they never even saw him possess that second AWP. Vitality could misreact to this.
They're still not jumping on the ramp play just yet. Flames has Heaven control coming in, so this opens up that A site for Vitality in a big way, and Nerds can do nothing about it, being kept back by that flashbang. Flames in a position to win the round off of info. There is no one home except Shui and Main, and he has too many positions to worry about on his own. Flames calls it clear. The bomb tries to cross in. Both AWPs are missing right now, and it's costing them everything.
And with Flames up here, the whole burden of stopping this topside hit falls to Shui. He's looking like he's up for the task. Naf's even naded Flames up in Heaven.
As he's got a plan.
It feels like Liquid have actually pieced together what's happened here and the timing that Flames has found. As he gets out with a bomb plant.
Not for Flames.
Flames getting aggressive and Mezzi caught. It falls to Flames to have to close. Heaven's been retaken. Liquid have not spotted this guy all round, but as they move in 3v1, they'll leave no stone unturned. First for Flames comes in. Only a tag. Ultimate seals the deal. And so a flawless T-half denied by Team Liquid as they find 1 on this CT half.
Yeah, relief if nothing more that they get to fight in this game and don't have Vitality 2-0 breathing down their neck every round of another overtime. But it's certainly not looking as pretty as it once was for Liquid. Scrapping A lot of missed shots, a lot of missed opportunities. Vitality, you know, in any one of these 2v4s, they can just win out. They've shown that so many times today.
Important, guys.
But Liquid at least stay in it with something to fight for, looking for a flawless T side of their own. ZywOo's AWP on this CT side.
Oh, full blind. Liquid tried their hand at a fast opening, but they've shown they're more than fine to take the pace out and slow it down.
I like this setup, though, again, for Vitality. If you remember regulation, Rops was having trouble on ramp. He almost never got a kill, barely ever more than, or never more than one. And now we've seen ZywOo taking it. Rops is playing lower, able to play his routine, fall back, get nades in. This is a more potent setup for Vitality. And Liquid's tendency to cross behind these smokes gives Rops a chance to perform again. Apex just doesn't need to give away this first opening death that he has so many times in this map.
He has calmed down. No longer trying to brute force these engagements. He's instead putting more faith in that kind of movement you talked about with Rops down at lower. And so that makes him feel like he hasn't got to go and fight and die for that yard info.
Neither of these two players will matter if we have an A split right now, though. Molly's going backside on A. Is it just a fake into ramp?
Rops gets the spot. Sees one taking that secret position. ZywOo hears them coming out ramp side behind him. He's got to pick a fight now. Missed shot on the first man. Picked up by Rops, but ZywOo is getting run at. He's threaded the needle, made it past them on the ramp side. Shui with the backstab, but time is running low. Time is very, very low for Team Liquid. And chewed up in the door. Time's up. Apex collects. Vitality now with the chance to close.
And that will be good for Apex. Look at him finally getting hyped deep in this game after a bit of a dismal one for him individually, putting on match point for Team Vitality in this quarterfinal. He closes it out. And now it's a very hard game to win for Liquid, who have...
When I don't have to pee!
There you go. Genuinely, I think he's right. Like, he was playing too fast before. He actually wanted the game to be over quicker so he could go pee.
We've all been there.
Someone get this guy a toilet. Look at how good he is. Once the bladder's empty.
Oh God, and the blood is flowing. Vitality getting bigger and more problematic for Liquid, because while Liquid have had the chances to close in regulation in the first overtime, this is Vitality's first match and series point. What will they do with it?
Another round where Apex doesn't rush through these yard smokes and give away an opening. Instead, he holds on for a walk through, and a walk that Liquid are attempting. Apex right here with them. Shui dead, and Nerds comes as a bit of a surprise, but there's gun on in time as ZywOo deals with him. Rops takes up the ramp side. Liquid, they might have had chances to take this series, but Vitality raw to life in the third overtime. Ultimate left in this clutch, and he has had some fantastic moments across the series. But a 1v4 of this proportion, this late in the day, this late in the game, is asking too much. For Liquid, it's nothing more than a nice try. For Vitality, they level up, they get past Liquid, and semi-finals are secured.
And that's Vitality in superstar mode, right? Think about those 2v4s, some of the shutdowns, the ZywOo and Rops on the B-bomb site up against map point. The rounds that Vitality should never be winning are just another day in the office for this team. That is why they're world #1. Liquid absolutely showed up today, gave us some of the best CS we've seen yet, but it's again another crushing Liquid loss in a quarterfinal as Vitality look for gold.
Crushing, yes, but I think it's crushing because they know they could have won this. That's my main takeaway. There's a very real world where if they win a pistol round on Train, if they don't give up a 4v2 here on Nuke, this is their 2-0. I think it's a needed moral victory for this Liquid squad, an idea that they're moving in the right direction. but this is Vitality with the dub. They're the ones able to pull out those clutches, pull out those crazy ZywOo rounds, and so reassuring signs likewise from Vitality that ZywOo still has all that and more.
Yeah, as most tournaments are these days, it's Vitality's to win. Mal's and Spirit's still in the competition, but Vitality love to make us entertained. Some excellent rounds in there, and looking forward to seeing them in the semi-finals.
Mezzi, a bit of a longer day in the office than maybe you were anticipating. What was going on in those OTs?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you want some extra rounds we get warmed up into, but yeah, I think we messed up on a few of these rounds on Nuke, especially on the first on our CT side. We had a good lead and knew exactly what they were doing, and then they kind of exploited our rotations a little bit. They were hitting some good shots as well, but yeah, I mean, overall we had some good plans, just couldn't close out the rounds, and yeah, I'm just happy that we could close out the match anyway. It's a win's a win, and of course didn't play our best day, but at the end of the day, we'll take them.
Now, we had a little bit of a listen-in towards the end of regulation. Apex was talking to you guys saying you weren't playing as a team. Was it any flashback to those moments in Cologne where we didn't see the best Vitality? Was there concerns that that was coming back up?
No, I mean, I don't think it ever really creeps into our minds or affects us. I think sometimes it happens, like sometimes we can still be a bit rusty, and sometimes we are playing not the best, like you said, on the foundations, the details and stuff, but yeah, I think once he says that and we wake up a little bit, it gives us that slap in the face, and that's what we need, and that's why he's the best captain as well, because sometimes you need that, and of course some of us, and including me, could also be part of that to make sure the boys are still doing all these extra details. But yeah, I don't think we really think back to other games during the game. We just focus on what we have to do now and on the job at hand as well.
Mission accomplished with this Vitality, with the magic coming in. Do you think you guys can take it all the way?
Yeah, of course. I mean, the confidence is always high in this team, and we know exactly the capabilities and the potential of this team, and we've shown it all year long. And one tournament in Cologne doesn't really affect the confidence or affect what we can do. So yeah, we're looking to win here and to get back to lifting trophies.
Thank you.
Liquid putting on some of the best form we've seen thus far from the squad, but still not enough to be taking down Vitality. Such a high-octane game of Counter-Strike, so back and forth, super entertaining. Heartbreak for Liquid at the end, but well played for Vitality for having the resilience to see that one out.
I can't believe that I really almost entirely have positive things to say about both teams here.
Yeah.
I feel like Liquid's strats were so well designed in that they were finding openings. Obviously, that very last round doesn't go their way as they try to sneak through the smoke in front of Apex. But some of the other moments where they did lurk through the smokes gave them big advantages in terms of entries onto the A bomb site, just actually making Vitality guess. Like, Vitality weren't sure what was happening all the way through every single round, which was impressive.
You could say this is a disappointing loss for Liquid, but at the same time, it's not at all a disappointing loss for Liquid. This is the best you could have hoped for if you were Liquid coming into the series. Maybe in a dream scenario, you could have picked up a map and then picked up the match, but the reality is taking them to overtime twice, looking this good while doing it, not having a Vitality that just doesn't show up. You have ZywOo have a really bad game. You have Flames go 1-18. You can find a way to get something over the line. That was Vitality that was playing quite well, and Liquid was just playing better for long stretches of time.
And Liquid had so many different looks throughout this nuke as well. I think we should dive into the first round of the first overtime we saw going down here, because, you know, Vitality getting two to actually push it to this situation, but Liquid immediately answering back.
I felt like this round epitomized how Liquid was getting into some of these rounds. Shuhei lurks through mini smoke that they throw in order to get an entry onto the A bomb site, and yet they don't just immediately pounce off of that entry. They let the round settle. They start moving through outside yard. Nerds is able to get a flank onto that A bomb site. He waits. He doesn't oversell it. Doesn't just instantly keep swinging. He waits for the rest of the teammates. They converge onto the bomb site, and that's what I'm talking about. Even though Vitality are world class, they're so good at maintaining information, so good at getting opening kills. Liquid were actually able to find inroads on multiple rounds that left Vitality scratching their head.
Everything that Liquid has lacked throughout this season, the teamwork, the consistency between the players, they actually found in that game. And that's a great example, that play from Heaven, the little bit where he gets the entry, but he doesn't swing out and let himself get traded. He waits a second, and then the player inside is looking the wrong direction. That is perfect play. That's what we haven't seen from Liquid in so long.
Yeah, shout out to Shuhei in that moment as well. I'd be really curious to know, like, how much of the game plan is dictated, obviously, by Shuhei being the in-game leader, but also Flashy as well, considering what, this is his second event with the squad, like, and you could see it was so evident. They had so many different looks in this one.
I feel like if Flashy's bringing in and slowly incorporating some of that Na'Vi playbook, or even going off of the dome and bringing new strats to the table, it's working. They're getting further in this tournament than I had expected, to beat Furia in the online portion of the event, to push Vitality. Sure, it's a 2-0, but to be in these multiple overtimes, this is seriously a Liquid that I did not expect. And also, one note, we right now in CS2 are looking at a game that is becoming ever more CT-sided, where it feels like the pendulum is now swinging back in the other direction, that plus 50 kill reward is giving CT-sides this big buff. Almost every map, except for Inferno, is now CT-sided, but Liquid had a great T-side here that I just did not see coming.
I think people were ready to write Liquid off after the Furia win and say they had a good day. Furia just didn't bring it on the server the way they often do. You go against Vitality, you're expecting Liquid to just get destroyed and then back to the norm, and they really proved something here. This is proving that Furia victory wasn't just a one-off.
100%. Some really good signs from Liquid. Sadly, not enough to tame the beast that is Vitality. So let's get a few closing thoughts, courtesy of Nerds.
No, it's a tough loss there, but obviously a very close series, strong fight across both maps, brought it very close. What do you think got away from you in the end there?
I think we made small mistakes, small details mistakes. I feel like we played good. I feel like they just were the better team today because they knew how to close the rounds. Yeah, we played. Obviously, it wasn't what we want, but overall, I think we played good.
When I spoke to Shuey before the game, he said he was looking for consistency from you guys. Do you think being able to take two very close maps against the world #1 shows signs of that?
Maybe. I think we are working really hard about being consistent. We have the structure that we want to have, the starters, everything. I feel like we are in the right path, I hope.
Do you think that there's going to be lessons to be learned, that we'll see a better Liquid at the next event?
Yeah, we really want to be. We have the next tournament, and we are going to play against Vitality. I think we got a lot of confidence from this tournament, and it just gave us more motivation to beat them.
Yeah, this makes the opening matchup of EWC incredibly exciting because, as Nerds alluded to, they're going to be facing Vitality yet again. So that's probably, I imagine, going to be a hyper-competitive matchup. And I hope that Nerds can take away some positives, because this has been undoubtedly the best face of Liquid we've seen in quite some time.
I really wish they got one of these maps.
Yeah.
I really just wish they got one, because
feels like they were robbed.
Exactly. That would have been proof of concept that what they're doing is headed in the right direction. Because sometimes I've heard various takes from different players, different coaches about, a win's a win, a loss is a loss. Doesn't matter about what the differential is, but the quality of some of the rounds was so high compared to what I saw from Liquid 4 months ago, where it looked like they're just throwing anything at the wall at that point, trying to figure it out.
Yeah, one of the unfortunate things is that that's a Nerds that knows that he's been struggling recently, and I think he had so much good things to build on in that series, but at the end of the day, we saw the stats. He ends up 45-47, 0.96 rating, and if you just look at that on paper, it doesn't look like he did that much, but I actually think impact-wise, he was fantastic, and I hope that he actually goes away from this realizing he had a great game and not just kind of looking at it like, I could have done more.
Yeah, 100%. Should we take a look at one of the moments where Vitality, it felt like they were kind of flipping the script in this one, getting the control back in their favor. Round 29 really stands out to me because ZywOo having so much impact in this one, Boo.
This one is kind of the story of Liquid's season, I almost want to say, because it starts out with Naf doing this amazing flank. He's got this really incredible playthrough lobby, and you think, okay, they're closing it out. It's 15-13. This is the end of the game right here. But then he makes noise jumping up on a silo, which he did not have to do. He ends up getting hunted down here eventually, and then you're just thinking, this is Liquid collapsing. This is how these rounds go wrong. And it does turn into the ZywOo show at some point in this one, because you have the trades back and forth. I mean, it's a good round from Liquid in general, even to recover from that. And of course, from Vitality, well, you have to recover a little bit yourselves, but it ends up in a 2v4. And then we have ZywOo pull off some absolute magic.
ZywOo has now 2 rounds that come to mind that are just unbelievable on that lower B bomb site this year. The one in Melbourne where he had the 1v2, and that one there's just certain moments that now he's created. I'm sure there's even more that I'm not even mentioning, but he has just been unstoppable as soon as he gets unleashed on that lower B side. And that's that unbeatable quality that Vitality still holds on to, despite the fact that so much of that round was great Liquid play. And yeah, even Naf dies, but it actually allowed Liquid to get into really good positions on the rotations. But ZywOo just better.
I like how Mike brought up the mic'd up moment that we heard from Apex saying you guys are playing too, you're not playing, individually enough, right? We're not feeling it. We're not feeling out the rounds ourselves. Obviously, that was before he took his little break, before we went into that second OT. But either way, it's moments like that where Vitality, when they refocus and when they're getting their heads in the right place, this is exactly what they can deliver, right?
Yeah, that's what you need to have an all-time great team. You have great teamwork, you have great strategy, but at the end of the day, sometimes the better fragging team is going to win. And when you're down 15-13, sometimes ZywOo has been questioned in these scenarios. You're down 15-13, you need your star player to be a star player. Ropz is able to do it, and ZywOo does it time and time again this year. He's proving that he's not just a boring opper. Okay, he's getting some crazy clutches, crazy impact. He's actually proving himself this year in a way that he hasn't before, I think.
He's just one of the unstoppable forces of Vitality. Him and Ropz combined are just late round magic. If you get either of them paired with any of the Vitality players, and that's what's so exciting about Vitality. You never count them out if it's Apex and Mezzy, Flamesy and Ropz, and primarily ZywOo and Ropz. If you get that bundled up, you have to be on your absolute S-tier game as any team, even in a 4 versus 2.
Maybe I don't want to say negative, but look at this through a slightly different lens. I think we can be real and say that wasn't Vitality's S-tier performance, right? Like, as much as Liquid, like, we need to praise them. I think Mike was also right in maybe asking, hey, did you feel any flares back to that Mao series in Cologne? Like, how would you grade what we saw from Vitality just then?
Truthfully, I still think Vitality played pretty well. Sure, not S tier. Like Melbourne probably was the pinnacle of what they had, or maybe even just how dominant the second 2 maps of Austin's grand final was. Like map 2 and 3, that was S tier gameplay. This was still really good from Vitality. That's why I'm giving a lot of praise to Liquid. If it felt like Vitality were just off today and Liquid just kind of won some rounds in a cheeky, stupid way.
It didn't feel lucky.
No, they earned, Liquid were earning rounds versus Vitality, and Vitality were fighting to keep themselves into those rounds. So this was, to me, like A- game for Vitality. Okay. Not S, not A+.
Almost.
A-.
I was ready to say B+, A-, because you did have the listen in from Apex where he says, guys, we're not playing as a team. But at the same time, you have great gameplay coming out of Vitality for the majority of that game. You don't have a similar situation to Cologne where ZywOo's just not having a good game. Flames is going 1-18. There's nothing crazy jumping off the page that says Vitality's just not at their best. This is a Vitality that's maybe not hitting every headshot instantly the way they're capable of doing this, but this is a Vitality playing at this level. They should beat almost every other team.
Gentlemen, should we dive into our stocks? We did this yesterday when we were kind of prefacing the Aurora versus Mongol series. We've got over on novashots.io, which you guys at home can get involved with as well. It's absolutely free to play. We can have a look. Oh no, we've got to refresh it very quickly. There we go. There we go. Okay, I'm surprised. Vitality's
plummeting.
People selling. People saw that OT.
I'm buying.
People saw that
I'm
round
buying.
from there.
If they're selling, I'm buying.
Yeah?
What?
Should we go in?
Yeah, of course, definitely. Get something in there.
Oh, we need to sell. Oh, Dupree's been working his magic on this. Okay, if we could, we'd buy some Vitality.
Dupree's keeping it up, yeah.
The Mongols kind of going down.
I'm liking Liquid stock right now. They've gone up.
Is it for the tournament or is this for longer term?
I think this is over the past 24 hours.
No, as in, if I buy Liquid now, is that going to carry over the next tournament?
Maybe.
Can I just buy Liquid now?
Get some Liquid. Get some Liquid.
You're already believing in Liquid.
Yeah, get some Liquid. That makes me believe a little bit more in them.
VP's on the up and up. Where was Spirit? Because that's going to be our next matchup. Spirit looking pretty high. Spirit looking...
Too high. Spirit too high.
Oh, they're right up there.
Way too high.
Okay,
way too high. I think Vitality's a better purchase right now than Spirit for sure.
Yeah? Is that your advice?
They've already made it to the semifinals.
That's very true.
Yeah. I feel like that's...
True.
All in, Vitality and Liquid.
Difficult to dispute.
Well, we have to find out which other team will be joining them in the semi-finals. We have one more quarterfinal matchup coming your way after this break. It's Virtus.pro taking on Spirit.
I think minus Magisk plus Koyosuke is a no-brainer. Instead of mages, it's young blood and amazing firepower.
I'm not sure if it was needed that much for them. I think Magisk was a good option.
I don't think he's been playing his best, and I think that Koyosuke is just an amazing prodigy.
Koyosuke showed in the first tournament that he has the potential to be a really good player.
It's going to be quite tough for them at the beginning. You're dealing with a star, a star, a star. It's tough for the rest.
Honestly, Koyosuke is all aggressive players, so you need like do some balance between this.
The problem is that TeSeS just switched on the anchor position, so it's a new things for him.
I think TeSeS has always been doing a good job, but I'm not sure if he's the anchor that they really need. I don't think they have that anchor presence like Magisk had before.
Obviously, Nico had to give up some of his roles, which is a big hit on him. Who knows, maybe he will become the best in his role as well.
You have to figure it out on your own. You cannot take a template of another team or like phase 180. It doesn't work like that. You need to slowly figure out.
Every player have the pressure, but he showed at the first tournament he makes silence a lot of people.
The moment they got Koyosuke and everybody expected them to fucking win everything, so I think it's also tough on the players to handle the pressure.
He finished 1.4 rating, so I think that he's a crazy talent.
On paper, it sounds like a very good change. We will have to see if it actually works out.
With Koyosuke's firepower, you only get better from this point, in my opinion.
The Cologne champions are in the house and looking to string back-to-back trophies. Even with that rumor mill grinding, Spirit's still making it to playoffs and are still looking like a top contender. This matchup was indeed selected by that of Virtus Pro. They earned a spot in Malta by besting FaZe in the round of 16 and are trying to get this rebuild back on track since adding Perfecto. I know the saying goes, Maui, they save the best till last. That's been true for the quarterfinals for you, because you're very excited for this head-to-head, right?
Saving? Are you trying to do a VP joke with them not playing the round out all the way? Is that what's going on here?
Maybe I'm going for something like that.
This is a matchup that I feel like I and Vu are surprisingly excited about. I feel like a lot of people look at VP right now and they think that it's the same old, but I feel like VP for the last 6, maybe even 9 months was a boat without a rudder. Like, it felt like it had very little direction. It felt like they had some pieces that could move it in different directions, but it felt like it really just kind of lost consistency. And with what I'm getting now with Perfecto, I just feel like the fit is better. He hasn't necessarily made them all around better, but the eye test of watching him beating FaZe earlier at this event just inspired me with a little bit of confidence that some of the players are now better suited for the roles that they're in now, and that Electronic is just slowly leveling up as a leader. I'm not saying he's great yet, but I think he's just slowly, steadily learning.
Yeah, it's still a matter of Electronic getting to the next level of IGLing, finding himself as a player while IGLing because he's no longer a star. But the addition of Perfecto, not only as Perfecto as a player in that clutch situation, he still has to build into it. He's still not at his level that he was at way back with Na'Vi so many 3 years ago. But Flit's roles now, I think, are in much better positions as well. I think him being slotted in just makes everything work a whole lot better for this team. And I think it's just a matter of time before it gels completely.
So are we looking at Perfecto being the savior of this VP squad? Is he the one that's kind of being responsible for getting them back on track?
See, I think that it's in tandem with a few things. I think one, I think Finn helped them out. I think two, electronics leveling up, but three, Perfecto, even though his numbers really didn't pop off the page for me, and sometimes his mechanics still feel a little bit iffy, I still feel like his sense of when to use utility, to block, to just slow things down, to not be a losing condition, has bolstered VP in terms of just not losing as many dumb rounds.
VP have really leveled up in terms of exactly what you're saying there, making sure that they're on the same page as a team, that they're getting trade frags, that they're getting flashes in the right timing, that they're not finding ways to leave a gap where someone can just get a double kill, get a triple kill, turn around back on its head. When they're in the lead in a round, they're actually becoming very strong at converting these rounds.
Well, let's hear from Perfecto himself, courtesy of Darth Mike.
Perfecto, it's now been like a month in the roster, a couple of events under your belt. How is it feeling? How are you settling into Virtus Pro?
So actually we try like every day be better than before, because we lose first tournament, lost Cologne as well. So for us it's like, you know, raw start. But now we try like just train the things and train psychology things. And now I think we feel better. So let's see what happened right now.
And for you personally, right, it was kind of a circling road to get back to a spot within a team, a few different detours along the way. How are you feeling as an individual? What kind of form do you think you're in?
I think I'm good, because like I play like every day Counter-Strike. When I do on bench, I play Faceit, I play just some competitive match as well. So for me, it's not too hard to be back in Tier 1. So my team helped me, so I feel comfortable.
Okay, so Perfecto is feeling good, but do the numbers tell the same story?
His numbers were objectively better when he was on Cloud9 earlier in CS2 than what they are now. But that's why, I mean, the way his tone doesn't reflect that of somebody that has a 0.96 rating. And to me, that's what's happening with the eye test. In fact, the one thing that I want Perfecto to be better at is just, honestly, I don't think his aim's as snappy as it was a year ago or 2 years ago. I feel like he's, right now, it almost feels like he's trailing targets a little bit when I watch his crosshair on opponents. But again, I just feel like he's making a lot of the right moves. So it's hard to really gauge where there's been a lot of support players who just make proper Counter-Strike fundamental plays, but then they don't get the kills. He's still getting some, and I think he's better than a lot of the support riflers out there, mostly because of his macro, though. Do
you think that's a case of, as Darth kind of alluded to there, the fact that he hasn't had a kind of stable team around him, he's not actually been able to practice against the top-tier competition for a while, or is that just a lame excuse that we can throw out?
I mean, he's been playing a lot of Faceit. I think he played with 2 different mixed teams through qualifiers, but it's been, what, about 400 or so days since he's really played Tier 1 LAN CS.
Yes.
So this is a great proving ground for him, and honestly, the opponent's not going to make it easy.
We're not far removed from Perfecto tweeting about being held in contract jail, someone please save me. That was not very long ago.
Yeah.
And that's a Perfecto that he's going to need a little bit of time, but I think Perfecto's strengths have always been his decision-making, his macro perspective, as you're saying, and his aim should make it back to a level where it doesn't need to be top of the top. He doesn't need to be Donk. He just needs to be Perfecto.
Well, speaking of which, let's talk about the changes on the other side of the server. I want to start off with the one we know, the one that we've seen on stage, and the one that we've seen already lift an S-tier trophy in Zwei. So impressive for him to do that in his first S-tier tournament showing.
Can't complain about Zwei too much. I think that it was tough to see him replace Magix in the situation that they were, but to see them immediately go into a tournament win with Zwei having really the first event jitters you expect them to have. That wasn't a perfect first event for Zwei, but to see them win that event can only instill you with some confidence, but I guess not enough confidence.
Yeah, can we talk about the Juicier change?
Okay.
It's still rumored, but it's rumored from very reliable sources to replace Zontix. Crazy times afoot. Do you like it? Do you not like it? Like, what's the take on this?
I actually really like it.
Okay.
I really do like it. I know Vu's got a take about Zontix versus Magix. Mine is just going to be on Tanir. I mean, I feel like this guy has been fantastic. You put him on just an extremity, he is going to always get his easy kills, and oftentimes he gets the hard kills on top of that. His multi-frag potential is crazy. I feel like his aim is very few wasted movements. He is so concerted with every single just diagonal flick that he goes for. It's hard to even really quantify this, you can only qualify it because when you see him in the server, he's just a better aimer than Zontix, who is everybody's favorite body shot king.
So one of the reasons I like this trade is because when you look at Magix, I thought Magix inside of his role was quite a strong player, and that what they were actually missing was Zontix, who is a very solid player. He just hasn't been delivering based on the positions he's in, based on the roles he's in, based on the ability he has to do different plays. I don't think he's been delivering to the level he could. Now, I think Zway on paper or in the long run will be better than Magix. I think Tanir, once he gets settled into the roles, I think he's going to be a better fit than Zontix. And Zontix is a great player, not to take anything away from him, but Tanir is just incredible.
Obviously, this is rumored. Oh, sorry. This is rumored to be going down after EWC, right? So we've still got at least a couple more tournaments with Zontix there at the helm.
Yeah, of course, but it's just the explosive potential of Tanir has sometimes gotten heroic into rounds that they really had no business getting into. If he's on a lurk somewhere, say like B halls of train, he might just go out and get 2 kills. Like he had that sort of potential. And I'm sorry, like Zontix is fantastic as a CT side anchor. Like he's so stable, really, I'd say very consistent on that half of the map. But his T side woes were apparent. If he's on a lurk, he's not always going to be getting that 1 entry kill. And Tanir, he just gets them. He gets people off guard a lot of the time, or even in a 50-50 duel, he's winning a lot of those too.
Well, we are going to have to wait a couple more events to see if that change is a fit for the Spirit Camp, but it is time to find out on map picks and bans. Any immediate thoughts for this one from either side of the equation?
Spirit ban Inferno. I've never seen that before, Maui. That's a first.
Yeah, the usual bans are coming out for both of the teams. I'm mostly concerned actually about what Spirit do here. Because they like to pick Nuke pretty frequently, they oftentimes go to Dust as a pick that when they respect teams. But yeah, okay, they decide to go with Ancient. The reason I think is because Dust could be a decider, Vu.
Yeah, I think Dust as a decider makes a lot of sense. Then I'm interested in what VP are actually going to go with. I think on paper, they usually go with Overpass recently.
I thought it would be Overpass
But
myself.
that's another concern because Spirit are also pretty solid on Overpass the one time we saw them.
There we go, we get it though.
I'm glad we get this one. This is a map that it really actually feels like Electronic is actually more in tune with some of the players and how he wants to use them. And the freedoms that he gives them, it feels like sometimes he's ruling with an iron fist, but Overpass, he lets the reins go a little bit. He lets them do their thing.
I've loved what we've seen so far of Virtus.pro on that map of Overpass, train banned out by Spirit. Yeah, looking pretty likely that we'll get that Dust 2 as a decider. There we go.
Yeah.
Handshake Dust 2 third map makes a lot of sense. Spirit great on Dust 2. Virtus.pro, it's one of the maps they like to play at least a decent amount. So no surprises there. Actually, I think decent veto for both teams. I don't think either team can be too unhappy.
Yeah, this is very exciting. Should we dive into what we saw from the game, the qualified Spirit for this very position? Because obviously G2 boldly choosing to pick into Spirit. They did take it to 3 maps, and they did make history in a different way in terms of Donk's rating, right?
This is a nightmare to see this. If you're any other team that's going to be playing Spirit today, in the future, if they make another change, because for the first time, Spirit were able to win despite Donk getting a sub 1.0 rating. Other people like Zway were able to chime in, Shiro, really everybody actually had moments of chiming in, and Donk just wasn't on his game that day. So if Spirit can actually win despite Donk having a bad day, I think everyone is suddenly wondering what even is our win condition.
Spirit management saw that game and they went, get me Tanir, get him now. We need we need more fragging. We need Donk to have some safety. The fact that they won that with Donk playing that badly and they're already going for a replacement, they must have been moving it before that, but they're replacing and making another upgrade on top of that is incredibly scary. You can't say it enough.
One more question remains. Are we going to get a challenge in our final quarterfinal? It's time to find out.
It's the question on everyone's minds. Donk, you've been here before. I understand you're fond of the wagers. Your team has 13,750. How much of that are you willing to stake?
Nothing.
Nothing? Nothing?
Yeah.
They're scared of you.
We're not gonna bet also.
Everybody's scared, Freya. There's no wager.
Well, that was disappointing. I was expecting
What is that?
so
That's
much
such a
more.
tease. The last bounty, I'm pretty sure Donk wagered everything they had every single time.
And no one agreed.
I don't quite get it. I think their VRS standing is quite good.
Yeah.
So I don't feel like you should be too worried about it. But I guess maybe it's just this. I think lightly, this is kind of what Vu and I were saying when we were kind of excited for this matchup. That it's a weird one where it feels like there's a slight chance for VP to take something here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it still does surprise me Spirit's not betting, but at the same time, I would have loved to see Electronic at least lie. You know, when Donkos, we're not betting, he could be, oh, well, we wanted to bet everything.
Realistically, how do you see the odds of this matchup? Now we know the maps, we know the game at hand. Where are you siding with this one?
Probably VP wins this for me 25% of the time. One out of 4 times, I think they can take this one. For whatever reason, I've been liking what we've been getting from Flit. I like that Fame is going to be activated here on Overpass 2 because he gets a lot of responsibility himself. And Electronic himself, he's getting a slight uptick in his own individual form. He likes playing Overpass 2 as a player, and he's been such a liability for VP in the past in terms of his fragging output. But this is a veto where he can actually get something done on his own.
I'm going to give them 28%.
Okay, all right.
I think 25 is crazy. I'm going to give them 28. I think they have chances to nullify Donk. If Donk has another off series, then we're going to start to question him, but you could see it happen maybe back-to-back. But we can definitely see VP in some of their comfort. We see VP having some strong showings against teams that have just a lot of firepower recently. I think they have a reasonable chance.
We talk about, them being comfortable in Overpass, and I think the stats don't lie with that one. How comfortable do you think VP are on Ancient, though? Because that's why we're starting. That's Spirit's pick.
I'd probably give it to VP as their 3rd or 4th best map. Maybe it's kind of middle. It's more middle of the road. Their favorites are Overpass and Dust 2. After that, it falls off a little bit. But I feel like I've seen some pretty good moments from VP before where they actually play the map entirely out. Like their T side can actually bring them back into the series, but they just. This is also the map where I've seen them have weird moments of collapse where they're slotting people in deep positions all over the map, and then they don't know how to converge in the tail end of it.
Ancient is a map where I think Electronic should be able to show himself as an IGL if he's making those improvements. I've seen so many times I look at VP's Ancient, and I see just exactly what you're saying, some collapses in the late rounds, in bad situations, they just can't convert. And when I look at VP currently, I think they've been making strides towards closing out maps, closing out games, closing out rounds much more effectively. If I want to see VP make a step forward and continue to improve as a team, I want to see them show something on Ancient, show some consistency.
Yeah, it got very complicated, to say the least, in the game versus FaZe. What about for Spirit, though? Because I know Zway, he's coming into this one. He's got some brand new positions when we're talking about Ancient. Anything that we can kind of take away from that side of the equation?
Well, for Zway on this one, he has found a lot of comfort in pushing himself towards that B lane area. Sometime at the beginning of Cologne, he was getting caught off, but he's getting caught off less and less. And that's a worrying sign for a VP team that probably wants to take space away from him, because if you go towards middle, you're going to be fighting Donk.
Well, let's find out how it is about to all go down. Our last quarterfinal here at the Bounty with Connor and Mo.
Yeah, it's about time we wrap up top 8 here in Malta. Only 4 teams move forward at the end of tonight. VP want to be that team, yet they've never broken through to double digits versus Spirit throughout 2025, Mo. It really is just that barrier because they've gotten to 9 rounds so many times. We want improvement from Virtus.pro. That's where I put my stake, my flag in this matchup, is to see them actually push them beyond. And I think Overpass is an excellent place to do that because this has kind of correlated with a recent uptick alongside Virtus.pro success.
Yeah, they do have one map where they got 11 rounds. So you're totally wrong by a huge margin, Connor, by 2 rounds.
Oh, that's so 2024.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Not even this year.
You just got to fudge the numbers, Mo.
That was actually very early on in 2024, so fair enough. They don't play each other much. I don't think that's Spirit's fault. I think it's we don't get VP in the playoffs as often. This VP is kind of like the best that we've seen in a while. They are working pretty damn well. I think, wow, Donk's picture's hilarious here. I think this VP, oh, they just fluff a smoke. That's not a great place to start. Maybe there was some issue, actually.
There was a match medic called at the start. Hold on. Everybody hold your horses here. Nope. Donk said restore and ready. That's just a misspoke out of spawn, folks. Round live.
I would totally have lied about it.
Yeah, I lagged out.
We're like, damn, whole PC broke.
Can we restart this?
It smells like smoke for some reason. Start this over. I think Chopper tried, but Donk is just too upstanding of a citizen. Donk's just ready to enter. He's like, we don't need it. Watch this.
They've still got the one. Chopper sends it forward to the A side. We're gonna get this 3-person donut push unless Shiro peels off. He'll follow through, and the defense has utility ready for it too. Electronic Insight with more nades.
They're gonna wait here and re-exec. I feel like this is actually quite an obvious move if they do it. We have VP getting more and more comfortable in the site. This might be interesting, though. Taking over window to still split A, I feel like that's gonna be kind of hard to read. There's a lot on Icy, who's doubled up in Temple, who's a loose piece, but he has to think to look behind him. And right now, he's not.
Fame sitting full focus forward. Icy turns around a bit too late. Now that's going to force Electronic to do the same. Zway double Temple, and then finally Chopper shows face. Oh, boy.
I'm not going to lie. That was a high-level read on the setup right there.
That was nasty.
That was, and they put pressure in from Cave and, or from Donut and A main to make sure the flank could run. Executed to perfection. Just Flit left over. There's 4 players alive here for Spirit. What a successful round.
Yeah, the Zway double Temple entry just caused all the other parts of this to unravel. Flit's gonna find 2 in this 1v4, but it's the player behind him that should have this in the bag. He's gonna try to turn last second. And good on Shiro to just continue to play the time here as well.
That turn was so slow. It was like he picked up his mouse pad and put it somewhere else. Nice kills, Zway.
Yeah. Man with a bigger ego would have tried to swing on him, but Shiro makes sure the clock spells disaster here for Virtus.pro.
Again, this could have been a round they blocked. They got blocked in Donut, so they could have turned around to go over to B outside of Cave and made a slow split happen that way. But mid guy sees that all this mid control is getting taken, can't re-attack it. Spirit call out that they're just no longer going to play here. They're not coming in for a mid retake because Donut's blocked. If you're going to mid retake, you do it with window and with Donut. So again, that was so solid. Now no money here for Virtus.pro.
You know, we haven't had the most dramatic bounty in terms of wagering and trash talk. There was that bit of spice,
no wagers
between Aurora and between the Mongols. But I did notice, and we didn't really dive into it much, when Virtus.pro selected Spirit, Chopper, a man of very few words in that draft show, just said, I know why they pick us. And we left it at that. And I would love to know what that read is. What is the motivation for VP to take this swing at a team that, as we mentioned, you don't meet up too often versus. And to be fair, it's Spirit, Mauser, Vitality. Pick your poison. Perfecto. Getting taken low, but still standing here in this pack of pistols.
Really great to see Perfecto back.
Oh, there he goes.
Well, good things never last.
And cleaned out. 5 stand for Spirit.
And I mean, they come back for Perfecto. It's nice to see Perfecto. I think like his personal play has just been is okay. Like it's not like outstanding.
It's okay.
Or whatever. But what was he going to do? Come back and suddenly be a star player? No, that's not what it was about in the first place. That's not what 2021 Perfecto was about at all. It's just you know, consistently delivering above 1.0. You know, good day 1.9, 1.09 or something. Bringing that win home off of solid anchoring.
Hold on, Zontic's tip of the spear here. Icy head turned into the corner as his teammate gets entirely smoked off. Him and Perfecto, 2 kills between them, challenging through the flames there. That caused a bad molly to bounce back into Spirit. They got flustered by this sprint in. Flit goes down with nothing for his efforts. Chopper's barely alive. And so Electronic creeping forward is gonna catch that 1 point of health he had left over. Bomb's still down.
Donk knows that they're both here. Doesn't matter.
Good swing, Electronic. But you put Shiro to a clutch. And more often than not, he'll walk away with the win. And still stomping around, so he knows what's up, but he won't best the duel. We want to talk about marked improvements and Perfecto coming back to be good enough. Well, Electronic's finding his groove. And this round from him is huge impact early.
Absolutely, he has been super strong, and you know, we remember Electronic is just for being an individual, top 5, best rifler in certain years, or at least second, right up there with Nico.
Nice!
And it was really a long time before someone like Apex could get his form back in order after calling. It'll never be quite that level again, but that's also because you're buying way more utility and stuff like that too. got picked off, had no idea.
And some of the success Electronic has found has been in the first stages of events so far this year. His Katowice play-in, 1.25 rating. Main event, 0.8. Same at the Austin Major. When they started in stage 2, he looked great, a 1.32. The Major itself, again, 0.8 something. And so when we go from the online portion of Bounty to here in the studio quarterfinals, the question yet again remains, will Electronic fall off for a significant third event?
And it's also the draws in those events, the teams that they played against, and who you're playing in playoffs consistently, and the fact that, you know, they see Spirit twice this year. Now that they're getting to this level, you can see them match up against more top 5 teams.
Fame dead first, but when it's only 1 for Donk, you know it's not the worst it could have been. Virtus.pro looking to hold on, but still losing bodies as pressure's on Icy. Flit's gonna come out from Temple, get a multi-frag. That is what somebody on Virtus.pro had to put forward, and he'll go even better. Triple kill for Flit. A patient Shiro in a clutch yet again. Does he sense this CT close by the boxes? He tagged him.
Yeah, he heard it.
So now you know exactly where Perfecto's at, and Perfecto doesn't make a move.
No
you got
time.
7 seconds. You go for the jump spot. Shiro, it's do or die, and he'll die. Perfecto closes what Flit starts off. 4 deaths for Spirit inside that A site.
That's what they don't have on HLTV is an unflappability rating, Connor.
Okay.
That's what Perfecto has.
He's got flaps?
No, unflap.
Oh.
Yeah, his flaps don't move.
Solo AK Donk round 5. VP gonna tie up.
That was a great play from Flit, but fair. Oh, 1 AK here for Donk. Fortunately, that's all you need to film a movie with Team Spirit, so gotta stay vigilant here if you're Virtus.pro. Oh,
hits the ground.
Great transfer there.
Quad kill here for Fame as he switches to the pistol. And yeah, sure, 1 AK and Donk, scary, but again, not a multi-kill.
But the that moment from Flit was saved the day. Took the site back and everything. But Zwei running through that molly, that was, you know, Magix wouldn't have run through that molly inside a donut. There was no way for Shiro to come with him.
Sure.
He was chasing down a player, didn't even know where he was. The round was still live if they wanted to play it a little slower. He got ants in his pants.
What could have been moment with the Donk boost, but good on VP to be rapid on the climb up.
Donk's really like a black hole, man. As soon as you see him, you just suddenly don't exist.
He only has 1 2K so far. 1 multi-frag round, 5 rounds into play for Donk. The fall-off starts now. Icy, first off kill towards ramp, second right there again. Just neutralizing threats is Icy. Pressure onto the B site. It's nothing too elaborate here for Spirit, but it's one that'll slow down a round with Zontic's Chopper versus 4. That op's gotten out. We've got Fame and Flit, the 2 soldiers for VP back on long, and sure enough, cutting down Zontic's on the approach, half-health Chopper. An eventual flank that would have come through by Electronic. So Virtus.pro stepping up to the challenges. Playing with a certain level of pressure and tempo that is making Spirit not look entirely like themselves just yet.
Yeah, same could be said for their last matchup as well. It's not like they just look like they're going to run through everybody at the moment. And of course, with the roster rumors on the horizon, I mean, that doesn't help. But it also, maybe it can. I mean, it's... Game's not over, but, you know, sometimes you see that release pressure to know that that's happening.
Charge forward through the flames, turn to smoke with Tech9's right behind it. But again, it's just an easy hold. Electronic happy to pad stats. Bomb plant not actually committed to. And the pressure remains high from VP all across the map. So ready to swarm, so ready to step up to this challenge that they gave themselves by picking Team Spirit for these quarters and by picking them apart for the first 7 rounds of play.
And maybe this isn't the best time to do it, but you know, again, as we enter this meta of these really strong CT sides, you're going to see teams reach for T-sided players that are going to make these rounds a little easier. And with Donk being Weapon X, you basically just have to support him a little bit more, and then Team Spirit get to a very scary position. So I think even coming into this Ancient T-side right now, they're only looking for a few rounds. At the moment, don't know where the openings are going to be, though. Can't ask for a better game here for Virtus.pro.
This round, VP lay off the pressure slightly. Cave just dropping a smoke forward. Chopper lets him know he's on the edge of it to test it. And in a round like this, when things slow down, you know where you'll find Donk, right out here in middle. And Flit damn near learned that lesson the hard way just now. Decides to go into a challenge with a teammate's support.
Well, Flit's brave, but he thinks the guy behind is Donk.
Oh, but Donk starts missing shots. And as he does so, that is now chance for Flit to fall back slightly.
Flit and Fame speaking to each other here. Trying to keep Donk boxed in as time goes down, which is what the T's are always fighting against. The bomb's starting to work back, and I mean, is he going all the way around? Yeah, wow.
So 3 into Cave versus Icy's op. No immediate swing, good for a second.
Icy cleaning up.
You give him that extra half second.
I mean, bomb's coming in so slowly right now. You're gonna 3v2 the site. I feel like you just call it a day here. You don't have much money. AKs are pretty good.
Yeah, but of course, Electronic, that remnant of the pressure VP have been throwing out. We saw him flanking through the swamp last round to make sure no one survives. He's going for the mid play this time. We'll see if these two guns get let go. A 6-round streak out of Virtus.pro's CT side. And I'll just add, not even a bomb plant throughout those 6 for Spirit.
Mm-hmm. This has been so good. I mean, that pistol round call from Spirit was so excellent. When we talk about the rifle rounds that have happened so far this game, it's just rock solid. And they can rely on Icy so much, too. He's putting up more than one multi here on the op.
I don't think it's easy to deny Icy's potential. I do think it's easier to criticize his consistency.
Yeah.
He's up there towards the top tonight. That's a win condition for Virtus.pro.
That smoke's too deep.
Yeah, good pocket for the T's to play within it. Little challenge out of Fame towards main. But does Electronic take the Cave challenge?
He got hurt.
Keeping his head down for the time being, looking to not die.
Well, whenever they've established on mid, it's just been different looks inside of window. Now they've doubled up Fame and Flit instead of one donut. Oh, but will they drop their guard?
Shiro will.
Yeah.
Oh, and Flit makes the most of it.
They do.
3rd kill onto Donk. No trade out of Donk. And on top of that, Electronic, even though he was low, had the balls to go for the smoke push, clear outside of B. Perfecto down on ramp. This is a recovery mission for Spirit because of Flit.
That was actually, I feel like they didn't quite look at the name. They took out Fame.
Jumps the gun though, Icy missing shots.
Yeah.
And that's gonna reopen this round. Chopper.
Wait, Chopper needs to go back around. He's trying to catch a lurk kill first though, but what? He's gonna run out of time if he doesn't do either.
40 seconds of play, Icy down. So now the control of Donut falls into the hands of 2.
Wait, he's just gonna take it B? Is that what's happening at the moment? Wait, will he get a kill? Let's see, looking into Donut. But it's gonna be awkward if he doesn't get a kill, can't help on the rotations. He can't let them leave, you know what I mean? He's not gonna be able to meet Chopper at the site by himself.
So he throws a grenade to try to keep them locked in, goes on the hunt with the op. 15 seconds, they're gonna figure this one out as the utility comes down on B.
All right, Chopper, 1-on-3.
He had a choice to maybe go flank Donut or come and play this B site. They knew damn well Zwei wasn't getting out of there. He plants and gets off site, tries to wrap towards middle. Contact costs him a lot of health, and Perfecto's gonna win this duel. VP remain alive with majority. The only silver lining here is bomb for once gets planted.
Yeah, that wasn't a great late round situation there. I think Zwei could have been a lot more useful, or Chopper comes back to A. But I think the version of that round that they played out was like the least chance of winning. If Zwei gets a kill, then he can just jump away and stay alive, and then it's fine. He's still being hunted. 1v1 maybe for Chopper over on the B site. He could probably plant for free. Chopper could probably push to CT, get a kill, and then come back and plant. But instead, Zwei's like, how do I find a kill? Who's going to fight me? Chopper's leaving me. So I don't even know who to dish the blame out to. I just know there was no chemistry.
And it felt like Spirit make the play to... They made the move that had the lowest chance of winning the round, but the highest chance of planting a bomb.
Yeah, that's true.
Chopper gets out, punches it in. But what is that? At this point, 7 rounds straight for VP, 3 more to play out.
Yeah.
I'm sure, I'm certain, Spirit still have confidence in the CT side. You said we were looking for a couple of rounds here on the attack. Well, you've got a couple.
Yeah.
But I think they'd rather a
couple
few.
more, couple more, for sure. Yeah.
Couples.
Yeah. Getting 10-2'd is never okay. So always say a couple more, but even those chances are running low.
But I mean, Donk has been effectively neutralized this game. Still has a single 2K and 3 individual frags. We could throw him under the bus, but Zontix also only has 1. And it's a lot of talk at the town right now. T-side impact. Still some runway to draw back this T-side. And they'll keep 3 outside B for now. Donk in middle, caught nothing. And there's nobody here to hold him back either. Flit adding himself over to the B site. Fame now coming around towards Red Room in a moment.
Electronic hanging out. They could set Doc off the lurk, but if he gets 1 kill in this spot, and this is a reason to go B, well, there's still 3 players here. I think the one thing for the CTs, I don't know, I mean, they have Cave as well. Like, they've got a lot of space. I love Virtus.pro's position right now, especially with the attack coming this way. No more flashes here for Spirit.
There's also an additional smoke on Fame, so at 25 seconds as the util comes over top, you can see him keeping an eye on Red Room, but also wanting to help out with this defense inside B. Now Fame full commit to this.
They're on 15 seconds.
They are just going to stack this bomb site with bodies and try their damnedest to hold back Spirit. 10 to the clock. Finally able to get out of that ramp. A jumping kill here for Chopper. 3rd player on site is Fame.
No!
And it's a quad from Red Room to the B site. The last edition. Have you ever seen a T round from Spirit where Donk doesn't even get involved?
Yeah, what a spotlight moment out of Fame. That's beautiful on the hold. There is no time to make that happen. They had Virtus.pro set up before this attack started, allowed them to lose players, right? They were just hoping Fame wasn't the additional guy over here. He was the guy who died back in Window last round. He's the guy who died in Donut the round before that. He's not supposed to be filling in B. That's a sign that we've already lost a round. So not surprised Spirit thought that that was a free plan.
Blitz nade goes deep, Donk on the chase. You've effectively avoided this kind of a Donk aggression quite often, but not now, not in round 11. Something a bit different here for Spirit. Something they're used to, but haven't had throughout this map of Ancient. Man advantage. It comes off a round where it's a solo AK for Donk again. We already saw this same buy, get a 5v4 once, still lose, and now Pistol turned back on A main. Electronic knows his back is eventually compromised. They flood out from Donut into the site. They'll give themselves a post plant, even if it's going to remain a scramble.
Yeah, this plant kind of gets out of hand. They just need to hold utility for a sec because they have temple control, so they can come and smoke Donut after.
2 smokes for Virtus.pro. Fame's going to clear Shiro off site. You've got everybody corralled back here on Donut. And if Electronic can join them from A main, you will smoke off 3/4 of what's left, but...
Smart.
Oh, it goes a bit deep, and there's still going to be this pocket to play in front of, so Donk's got a chance to fight. Icy drops him, Sway pushing out, killed him, the Tech 9 hits the dink. A single health for Icy. Coverage as that defuses, coming out with 1 bullet. 1 shot. all he needs, and Chopper hits it.
Respect to Spirit for actually figuring out how to win that. The angles that VP opened up for themselves to smoke in a donut, Spirit said, we're playing in the tunnel. We are going to be ready to swing as they throw them. They made that a priority in an active moment where that was the only threat to them. They actually had the time ticking down. Decent post-plant spots. They didn't have any counter utility, though, so they had to fight like this. VP were even lucky to get a smoke in. They killed the first guy who tried to throw one, so it comes down to a clutch, but it's winning chances generated by playing that active defense.
They pull one off. AK and Tech9's now bombarding the A site. Full rush. Nobody home to stop this. Icy, desperate, tries to dive in. Missed chance at what could have been. Fame now ready to do the same. And as he cheats around the side of smoke, does he get away? Icy won't in the end. It's a shot through smoke from Zontix that finds him. Electronic tries the same thing. And Zontix just empties the mag, dumps it through the smoke. This is chaos. In the final round of this half, it falls on Donk at the end. So much back and forth. Perfecto tries to make the difference, and he will with a third. VP fight fire with fire for a 9-round CT side.
Am I watching Vertigo?
I can say, like, I play with Wade from Faceit, so it's very good player. I think it's a little bit questionable, but I kind of like it. A new young guy, new motivation coming in. He's probably very hungry to win, so maybe that's something that they needed.
For now, I'm not pretty sure, but we will see in the future. Magisk was like a shadow player for me, like someone who's doing the shadow walking. It's an important role in Counter-Strike that people sometimes often forget.
It was a bit scary for me at the beginning because I thought Magix was like to some extent the heart of the team. It worked out in Cologne. I think you can go a tournament without him or two, but it's going to be tough long run.
I think it could raise their floor and ceiling in the long term as well, but I also think at the same time that at the moment they might not be as good as they were before, even though they just won Cologne, so.
I think they proved that it is a good move in some sense because I don't know how it's going to be long term, but if they wanted more skill, they got more skill.
In my opinion, I think it will be lower.
I think long-term Spirit is going to come out on the better side of it.
Six opening kills for Team Spirit, only 3 rounds converted off of that on the attack. When any half has as many multi-frags for Donk as Chopper and the same amount of total kills, you know the game plan didn't go to plan for Team Spirit.
It didn't. Now there's like this reliance on the pistol. It's still in the realm of possibility. You couldn't ask for a better CT half, though, from Virtus.pro. They did everything they possibly could. And the 2 mid-round calls that won Spirit a couple rounds here, the one on the pistol, one on that last rifle, excellent mid to late round decision-making. They did throw away a position where they had Zway and Chopper. I mean, it's 2v3, but still, you know, like Spirit versus Virtus Pro, they should still be able to win some of those types of rounds. It just didn't really have any of that energy right now. Miroslav Zontix had a very flat half, unfortunately, and not what was needed here on T side for sure.
And unfortunately, Zway kind of right there with him. So
yeah. Yeah, I am really expecting to be impressed by his way in the long term, but honestly, the more maps I watched, there are a lot of small issues with the way that he plays that are
growing pains.
Yeah, definitely. That, I mean, it's just straight up that Magix wouldn't make those mistakes right now.
Okay.
And it's fair to say, you know, you're still building for the future all the time. And if you're not doing that, you're not playing to win as an org. So that I can understand the potential that was seen, but there are some worrying moments here. It's kind of tough, though, because like every other rookie debut was just fantastic.
Right.
But they all don't have to be.
Yeah.
I remember when Jabby joined Heroic. That took about 6 months for him to be any good, and then he became the best player on Heroic.
When Bit joined Navi.
When Bit joined Navi, that was maybe the best comparison, I guess, because wow, did he look so uncomfortable. So, giving it time.
We will.
We don't have a choice. We got to give everyone as much time as they, because we don't make any moves, and we have to just watch everything happen.
We're actually not involved in the process whatsoever.
No, they never run that by us.
Nope.
Sometimes we go sleep on it, and then they don't.
I'm
Maybe
still waiting for someone to ask for my opinion.
Yeah, I'd love to get involved.
You know, hey, I know some guys. We got a quick headset issue here, folks. We'll get that one sorted out real quick. We got these things. We got boxes and boxes of ace zones.
Boxes. It's the world is coming to an end, and Donk has to change teams. What team does he go to? You can just pick your favorite team to put him on.
FaZe Clan. He goes to FaZe Clan.
He goes to FaZe Clan?
He replaces Elige as the entry fragger on FaZe Clan.
You mean Twist?
Oh! Now that one they did ask me about.
And what'd you say?
I said, get Donk.
Yeah. They never listen to us.
All right, second pistol.
All
Thank
right.
you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen.
No joke, this could be everything. We saw an 11-1 comeback from Mongols. Don't have a short memory about this, folks. Virtus Pro, they want this pistol.
Let's get it on. Meanwhile, you've got Flit and Fame. One of my favorite rifling duos in Counter-Strike, for the record.
Because you always see them together in real life.
Yes, they're like Thing 1 and Thing 2. Flash into the donut. Donk gonna dive back. And a smoke comes down as well. With how prepared for the pistol Spirit were in the first one, I expect something good here. Rotate quick through Temple. They're gonna dive straight out through that donut smoke. And it's a lot of kills coming through for Spirit. Enough kills with those Berettas in the positions they were
Connor,
to close out.
It's officially a tie game.
Oh my God.
And we'll be body language experts here and sort of like read, you know, how it feels. We saw Madger pinching the top of his nose 2 rounds into an 11-1 comeback, so we'll have to see. The investment comes down even though there's no plant here. It's a very clean win for Team Spirit. They'll come through with an MP9. Wow, just one actually. Kind of reading into a force-up where maybe, you know, some teams wouldn't be buying here, but they're right.
Line up.
Man,
easy. There we go. There he is. I was starting to get a little worried.
They kind of half cleared it.
Two multi-kills in the first half, for the record.
And immediately pulled out a nade. Like, there's no one who's ever going to stand here if we just smoked the right side and only left this side open. Knock, knock.
Donk, donk. You know, it's hard to apply the nobody would do that conversation to Donk because of all the things that he has done for the first time.
Yeah.
He's a trailblazer in terms of his accolades, particularly as a rifler. So he is the kind of guy that will catch you off because you haven't ever played anybody like him. And for somebody like Perfecto, who's been out of the game a bit, You've been exposed less than the others. Not even breaking a sweat in this round. That M4 ends up being well worth it in the hands of Donk. And so that gap between teams already starting to close. VP with Glocks next.
Fame immediately goes to the smoke. Next part of the plan. Anti-force is correct. He set up perfectly for that.
There you go. A little frag grenade for your troubles, neighbor. And a FAMAS to chew through 3. See if they can force Chopper back. Plenty of time if you're hoping to just get more grenades out before the commitment comes through. Smoke double flash for VP to still. And it's the small victories in a round like this. You got Chopper out of the front room. Now he's in the second half of Cave.
Honestly, you play around like this, there are no OGs on Spirit. There are actually none of these players were relevant players at the last time the meta was this CT-sided.
Okay.
Electronic has lived through it. Like literally lived through this.
Oh,
and he knows you got to squeeze these T rounds for every kill so that you can just keep that money low at all times. Work hard for him.
He got wallbanged earlier, so that's why he's on 11. Easy drive-by, not to mention Sway got tagged up. You just kind of have Spirit with false confidence that they could stick around for a second and take those kills. VP, it's a slow squeeze, but it's a good squeeze. Good enough to give them a chance, and then Donk shows up. You've got 12 seconds left over. Nobody can get the better of Donk. Now he's just rattling off with Tech 9 shots, and that's going to topple everybody. Donk and Zontix on the scene to save them because VP did get what they wanted. Wallbang damage, utility usage, and the cave entries. They just didn't have that pizzazz, that va-va-voom to get out into the site.
Yeah, those two bonuses, like the extra $50 per kill, that's making the CT size a lot more resilient. That makes it harder to break the economy. So when a map CT favored already, you need to be able to break the economy to totally ruin the game. Otherwise, you get the massive streaks that we do. VP are going to be willing to like grind out those rounds for every kill that they can. That situation, they didn't get a plan, they didn't win, but it was actually still pretty successful. They did a lot of damage considering what they had.
And now they have much more.
Hey, look, everyone's around a grand here for Team Spirit. So the damage has been dealt, and now they're up 5v4.
Not by another smoke, though.
Yeah, but look at this map. There's absolutely no one on the A site. They're blocking. It's such a huge risk for them. Forfeiting vision, but they're just trying to lure them towards the fight. But they're actually, it looks like, pretty correct about Virtus.pro. Let's see. Yeah, they're grouping up towards this.
Still
they're
got
just
to
correct.
step up, though. Still got to give us some kills to talk about.
It's too late. Virtus.pro, they got to take cave control as well as exec. They got to move.
Sway brings down one. Chopper looking for his. Electronic's going to make it a little more uncomfortable with the flash, and Electronic's not going anywhere. He's got Chopper locked into the fight. He hunts him down and kills him. Now Shiro's op will clip Electronic on the approach. He runs it in. He's got three players still behind him.
Shiro's leaving. He's got to come back, because if they don't stop the bomb, the retake odds are very low. Flit down to 2 HP, doesn't matter versus the... Oh, but they're going to walk to his direction. He just has to hit one shot.
Smoke outside a cave. 10 seconds, flashes and fire is great though.
Okay.
That's what opens it up. It's the utility that's going to allow for that bomb to get planted. And Shiro would have taken a Hail Mary shot if given the chance, but he's dealing with the utility first. Fame on this angle gets predicted. Second one's dead as he swings into the scope of Shiro. Now Icy stuck between the last two, wall banged, and it looked like Shiro had given them too much to work with, but maybe they played right into his hand.
Shiro really covered two options right there. I don't know if he was totally ready for the guy up close, but he backed up just enough that made it feel like it, held wide enough for a default, hit the guy incidentally. Anyways, nasty first kill. Absolutely saved the day. Damn, that was a big chance for Virtus.pro.
Oh, there's that fire.
These are the chances, though. Those are the big chances. That they've let Spirit back into the game big time. If they were going to hold that close from the top of a banana, they need to be ready to trade Shiro coming up short instantly. Why are we holding the middle of that wall if you can't peek either option and long is secured?
Here comes a challenge.
Painful challenge.
Yeah.
They just leave.
Holy hell. I almost thought there was like a bit of a gap on that smoke that kind of, it drew them in, right? Gives you that extra half vision, makes you a little confident about swinging the smoke.
Water's warm. Kind of crazy, though, the way Spirit's set up. Had a vacant A site. And as much as they believe in their setup, there's always a chance a lurk could come by. They didn't worry. They never overthought it at all. They just blocked on B, pretended like the map was fully covered, and lo and behold, Virtus.pro came to them. Another B take, it looks like, inbound. Quick check on the grenades. I mean, there's no two-layer exec here for Virtus.pro. It's going to be one and in.
It's those low health bars that could be problematic when the time comes. Down goes Electronic again, 16 health.
16 health.
So easy one for Chopper to pick up. Fame is also the guy with low health. So you put the two low health players base of ramp. How easy of a job is that for Chopper to clean house?
It's also 40 seconds. Like, they're going to have to go search for information. They can't get this with just Cave. So Virtus.pro downplaying it to the wire, but 5v3. You're going to have to be careful not to get spammed here too, honestly. There's just too many healthy CTs. They're going to try some stuff.
You see Zway getting closer, so a question of how many guns for VP do get saved, but no denying this round just fizzled out in an awkward fashion. Now the wall bangs come, surely, from Chopper.
Yeah, he was a little too far, but...
Almost.
Got away with it.
All right. Cue that one up to Spirit. Now it's just the one-round lead.
Never happened. The lead was just in your imagination. Nice lure. Naded them, said get out.
An easy hunting for Chopper because of those nades that you see in the kickoff for the replays.
Yeah, that's why, I mean, if you don't put enough map pressure, you get a push like that, then of course your exec's going to interrupt it at 40 seconds. It's actually the CTs who are nervous about the info they don't have.
Donk again with a chance. Flip.
Oh, wow!
Oh,
you're joking?
Just 3 headshots.
No, we have to watch
8 bullets.
Those adjustments again.
Is it chance, or can he really live in those nanoseconds?
It was like a jolt of lightning. Look at him laughing.
Look at the smirk on his face, dude. He knows that was disgusting.
I've never seen a 3K like that.
Like magnets. 8 bullets, 3 headshots.
What am I watching?
Production, you know we need that in slow-mo, right?
It's like every single person he aimed to, he thought was going to be in a different place. Micro-corrected each time, and it looked like he was just spamming anywhere.
Whoa. I want that guy on my team.
That was kind of like Fruit Ninja.
Okay, sure. Because he just sliced through 3 melons? And another round where VP just fizzle out into nothingness. That is scary.
That was really... Look at this.
This looks like some kind of Mayan human sacrifice.
Yeah.
3 bodies down the stairs. The gods just feasted.
I mean, let's just watch, huh? Shall we? What? What? No, he was right about the second kill. He just perfectly corrected to the third headshot so instantly. There was no chance.
It's the next bullet.
The first one's like the smallest correction. The second pre-aim is perfect, and then just one more. Ah, it's art. It's art, really. Damn, it's uncounterable. He only has 1 multi-kill this game.
It was 2. And we had to mention it because we knew it wouldn't last long. It's 5 now for the record. Oh, and now it's Shiro's turn.
Pop off.
We saw an icy clip from the same position, but Shiro goes wider, and in doing so, reopens the door for Perfecto's double. Chopper's now suddenly alone for a second. Quick scramble over from Donk and Zontix. Chopper's been figured out. He got hit by a teammate. That's why he doesn't peek here. Perfecto got hit by a teammate and disengaged from the clear.
Yeah, unlucky. Could have gone for the swing. Probably still should have, but they were all about them jiggles right there. So 1 round lead now for Team Spirit. After a bit of a T-side collapse here from Virtus Pro. Pistols helping this game for Spirit. They won both.
VP still searching for their first T round.
Yeah, that's why Electronic got mad about that 1 attempt. Now those chances, really good mid-round rifle chances now on T-side are that valuable. You cannot let those go. You know, it's those moments that we even saw for Vitality where Rops gets the 1v2 on Train. Those are the ones that make the difference in the game now. And he was waiting to wait until 10 seconds left to make that play. Nothing you can do.
Not every day you see Flit in disbelief like that.
Yeah.
I'm sure VP, unfortunately, are in the back of their minds starting to think about how this one went up in flames. Double AK between Perfecto and Flit. It's actually quite a bit invested here for VP, so you better pull off some frags, and Flit will get it started with a double. Deep push into Zontix. He survives for now, supported by that rotation flashbang to keep him up, ready for the deep sight swing. Utility keeps falling forward. Donk just wants to push in, and the moment Flit thinks he can swing for another, he's looking to bait Zontix. He'll finish off Perfecto, and so Donk hoping to get this site cleared out, but the Molotov doesn't go far enough. And so he still feels and is right that there's a player behind that pillar. Tries to draw him in. Donk knows where you're both at, and Electronic hits a key headshot. Shiro to push in. Guns on 17 shots. Is it enough? Because Electronic with a pistol. AK for Shiro and the kit.
He's done it.
And the clutch. And the 11th round for Spirit.
To work with. Somehow Donk almost found a way to even get more there. That's ridiculous. But Shiro, yeah, all the while we're talking about Donk. Shiro throughout this entire game so far here on CT side. Unreal rounds. Man, nice entries from Flit. It's another spot where, you know, it's a good position. It's not like super solid because there's still pistols. You could have more utility for T-side. The 2 kills still should give you winning chances, but retakes are still entirely possible. It's, you know, I'm just saying it's less hard to get extremely mad about losing a spot like this. Maybe a little frustration. Maybe because you're damn near on map point already. Getting lots of HE damage. Even if it's only a little bit, a chip here and there, powers up these M4s. That nade will rock up too.
Oh, that's half of Perfecto and Flit both gone. Chopper into some cover here, but they saw him dive in. Fame's turn. If it's not Flit, it's Fame. And flashes for Zwei to have to handle. He'll go down with nothing. Again, they remain constant in this pressure on the B site. With the way last round started, you could understand why. A rinse and repeat kickoff here in round 21. This time, it looks like VP finally have won their first T round win.
That's pretty cool because, to be honest, there were so many good flashes in that exact. As much as the counter or the first utility, the HEs that came out of Team Spirit did lots of damage. They landed where they were supposed to. They could have scared VP. They could have made a difference on those entries. The entry players were excellent, especially Fame here from Virtus.pro, obviously. But the flashes to support everyone scaling into the site were also perfectly placed, perfectly timed. Efficacious, baby.
The fact they gobbled down that frag grenade and still got through with the entries. Fame takes up the position in front of both the players that got naded. Yeah. They just bailed off into the smoke. They let him come in as the third piece. And good on him, because if not, then you're two players half health hiding in a smoke. Down a man with a scrambled rotate inbound.
Bit of a scare to Spirit since it's such a close game score-wise. Of course, this half is not very T-sided, but if they can make a play like that, I have faith they can absolutely win this game. That was just very strong. And again, they did that in the face. Their entry player got hit down half HP and got 3 kills. A main push coming up. Fame's got to stay very sharp here. Won't be any kind of push, it looks like. Let's see if Fame can get another big one. He's looking for this raw 50-50. No Zontix around here.
Oh, no way you don't get that.
Wow. And that's what Zontix is good at. Fair enough. 19 health.
Take Shiro's sniper as they go for the boost. It's a very fast move from Virtus.pro. Zontix eats another flashbang. Double molly comes his way, and that's going to be enough to burn him out. Will they anticipate this green spot? Chopper trying to do his best to serve up a distraction. We do have all of VP just stuffed inside this donut tunnel. Shiro yet to turn around. But all it is a bit of a challenge on the CT lane.
Oh, but they're kind of scared because CT smoke's about to come up. They want to recommit, but they know that there's still a push potentially on the left side. They're fanning out a little bit more. They could go B. They're trying their best not to look desperate, though, in this spot. They got to make sure they manage their time very effectively. This will be a masterful call from Electronic if you can figure this out. 2 players lean towards the B site. They're trying to trick Donk.
Donk comes back now. Electronic in the angle, and he will win that duel heads up. Takes a bunch of damage, but Zwei needs to get this and then go B. And in not doing so, looks to me like Virtus.pro have that 11th round in the 11th hour. Icy full commit to plant. Low health for Flitz. Still survives.
6 damage.
From 15 to 9. Do Spirit take a swing at this? Money is low. Oh, but now you've got the Flit finish off. And surely that makes it feel a little more doable. Shiro's going to come sprinting over.
Yeah, he switched to another rifle.
He's going to come down to the final seconds.
Zwei has a smoke. He has a smoke.
That'll block off the cave play. Icy at bat. Gets nothing just yet. It's Perfecto from the cave to do it instead. Shiro going to try to throw it in deep. Bomb not planted.
He doesn't care.
Icy.
Yeah, he made him run.
Shiro's just going to stick this, and you've got to go all the way deep and still hit the shot, but you won't, because Shiro knows how to clutch like nobody else on Spirit.
And he does it consistently. That is so smart from Shiro. The way he played that, he wanted the T to run away so he could run around to default. He had a nade to buy the extra second.
So sick.
That's just, the awareness is crazy.
The frag grenade forces Icy further from the site, and that extra second is why he doesn't have time to aim into the hands of Shiro.
Absolutely why he did that. That was so smart from Shiro, and you know that because he could have taken the fight, but he didn't even risk it on the 50-50.
And good on Zwei as well for not only trading electronic, but also getting that flit kill.
Absolutely.
Which could have even come easier had the first shot dropped him from 15, but he got a second chance, missed the op shot, and Zwei got that retake going. Now we're gonna get a player burned up into the flames. Spirit securing themselves 2 map points. This comeback is very real because the CT side's so strong. Through the smoke, fires off. And 5v3 for Spirit, already with an optic, prevent you from going anywhere. Virtus.pro's hopes have gone up in smoke on Ancient. This damage inside of the cave draws them forward, but it is an icy 1v5 demanded of him. Late game impact from Shiro in the dying moments of critical rounds. Of course, he is always good for the clutch. 4 clutch rounds, 4 1vXs for Spirit across this map. And with Donk having a hell of a recovery once he switched over to that CT side. 22 kills at minimum to finish. Him and Shiro, the duo that just doesn't die. Icy's 13 health gives him false confidence, but this one's wrapped up. 23 frags in the end, a killer CT-sided comeback, and real chances for Virtus.pro on the attack that we saw their frustrations come through when they lost, because VP did indeed have a way to close Ancients.
A party for Spirit on map number 1, and practically flawless second half on that CT side, really giving it back to Virtus.pro, who, let's be real, Maui, they had a fighting shot of this. They had moments where they could have turned the tide, and they had a great first half to start this one off as well.
And you know who was there to stop their party? Freya. It wasn't the cops, it was Shiro, okay? That was, what he did in the late round there was really why he was, in my eyes, the best clutcher of last year. I know you could throw names like Monasi and Zaiwu up there, but the consistency that Shiro delivers, it's by design. Just like Donk is a killing machine at the beginning of the rounds, Spirit have outlined that Shiro is indeed their closer, and he definitely delivered on that.
I mean, in the late round and the mid round as well, Shiro was just unbelievably good at shutting down those VP plays. And VP tried a few contact plays, they tried a few fast execs, they had plenty of plays that actually pushed Shiro into bad positions. Then the Shiro goes, well, if I can't get the picks early, can't get them on the site hit, I'll just clutch. It's no problem, I can do all 3.
Let's go back to the first half. We will be diving into the Shiro clutches, I'm sure, momentarily. But this was such a flying start for Virtus.pro, mainly down to Flitz and Fame firing on all cylinders, Vu.
Yeah, Flit and Fame. Flit is one of the players that I think has most impressed me recently on their T sides. On their CT sides, I think he's been a fairly stable force. And this is one where they've got a bait and switch going on in Red Room. Initial player falls, but then you've got Flit here, picks up 1, picks up the second, finishes off Donk. Little known player named Donk gets taken down, and then the very following round, you have a very similar situation. You've got the player pushing through the smoke, but then you still have on the bomb site 2 players there to actually pick up the second, and this is just beautiful. This is a beautiful finish.
That's such a ridiculous setup to have 2 one behind default, 1 kind of in the short lane, and then 1 also around the pillar. VP had some pretty nifty setups that were able to get a lot of mileage for Fame, for Flit, and they definitely delivered when they were the ones that were set up to do so. Definitely a reason that VP's caught my interest lately is that these guys have risen back to the level that we know they can be at. Back, like, think of, 2022 when they were obviously at their peak.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to cite, right? It was always so exciting to see this duo in the server together, and I'm so glad that we're getting to see a little bit more fire under their step. I don't know whether it's, asymptomatic of Electronic now taking up the mantle as in-game leader. Not sure what it is, but I like to see it.
What VP do great on this map, and we saw it on that CT side, is they just bring the fight. They're constantly fighting. It's very different from what you saw from Spirit being willing to go for the retakes. They're going to be pounding all of their players into the site, not giving any space to work with. You mentioned 3 players on the site on a B defense. It's just catch your opponents off guard and then frag out from those micro situations. They do so well on CT.
Well, we talked about those late game moments really coming into play for Team Spirit. Let's just dive into them. We got 3 examples, beginning with round number 16.
I think they might all involve Shiro.
They are, yeah, all in the late situations.
That's what's great about this. Every single round is just set up so well for him to just, really, actually, sometimes it's not even by design. Sometimes it's actually just he's willing them back into these situations. VP on this round right here, we're able to take a good amount of space. They had a 4 versus 2 advantage, but towards the B bomb side, Vu loves a boring shot hitting opper. I think Shiro might be giving Zaiwu a run for his money.
This is the one where he got flashed, mollied off, mollied back. I feel like they could have double swung on
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, that was weird.
That's that one. When Freya calls out the lack of a double swing, you know something was kind of going on there. But somehow he just instills fear in these players.
Yeah, let's go into round 20. Why don't we? Another late round moment from Shiro, just inflicting the pain to Virtus.pro.
Some of these moments kind of speak for themselves a little bit more than others. I think this is a great one to just look at exactly how this one plays out, because you have the Flit double entry. This is Flit with the aggressive play I mentioned earlier on that T side. He's got the entries going for himself, but the turn back around in the 3v4, they push through the smoke. Crazy overswing from Flit. Then they actually just close it out beautifully.
It really feels like VP found themselves uncomfortable at one specific stage of these rounds where they just didn't double swing. Like they did everything well, 90–80% of the round very well, but then the final 10% where you really just need to cross your T's, dot your I's, they were just missing on those kinds of moments.
Should we go for the triple threat? Let's just roll round 22 yet again. Shiro just coming up clutch hugely.
That's kind of just been the story of the CT side.
Yeah.
But this CT side easily, or this second half could have gone the way relatively easily of VP, but Shiro would just save them, okay? Understands the angle perfectly in terms of what's presented on the long side, knows that he can go for the full stick right there. Like, Shiro is one of the calmest players in these kinds of situations, and I mean, I haven't really updated my top 5 list of players for the year so far. I really think Shiro might be the 3rd best player of this year at this point.
Okay.
We can be a bit critical of VP in those situations, but I actually would rather praise Shiro more. I think he played those spots so effectively. He understood what he could take in the round, what risks he needed to take to actually give himself a chance of winning these clutches. Just such great play, dynamic play from Shiro, and that's not necessarily something most people would use to describe him most games.
Yeah, that's the thing. You can't smack on what the dealer is handing you. It's just how you play that hand, and Shiro just played it to absolute perfection in so many of these moments. For VP, maybe on the other side of things, they're just talking about, you know, some missteps. Was there a key moment for you, Maui, where it felt like VP had lost a grasp of this game and kind of handed control over to Spirit?
It probably was the first Shiro clutch, where it feels like if you let this game get close, if you're VP, then that's when Spirit are just going to turn on the jets and just leave you in the dust. But they could have gone, the communication weirdly just broke down in some of those moments for them, because, you know, people say every time someone wins a clutch like that, it means the other team made a mistake. And I've been liking a lot of what has been going on for VP, but dare I say, they might have felt the pressure in those kinds of situations where you're at the precipice of taking a map off of Spirit or really putting yourself in pole position to do so, and then you really kind of just let that one slip through your fingers.
And the struggle is to have complete rounds from start to finish, because they got a few rounds where they just got run over by Donk. The Red Room 3K comes to mind. They had some rounds where they got run over early on. They get these rounds through to the mid, to the late round, and they just couldn't get a round where, okay, we finally neutralized Donk. We've got mid control. We've gone for a B hit, and they couldn't string that together to a sight hold when Shiro's coming in for the clutch. These sorts of late round scenarios, they couldn't put it all together in one package, and that's what VP has lacked for quite a while. They just can't get these things all together at once, even though they have good early rounds, good mid rounds, and good late rounds when they're separated apart.
Can I just push you on that previous point, Maui? Because one thing I love about working at desk with you two is, you know, you love your top 20 lists, and we're always talking about it when we're checking in at certain points in the season. You said that Shiro maybe has edged it to be the 3rd best for you. Like, what's it kind of looking like at the moment, if we're going off of the back of Cologne?
So Zaiwu and Donk are fighting for number 1, okay? There's no doubt there. For number 3 and 4, for me, it's just Rops and Shiro right now. m0NESY is actually a firm 5th. Maybe even 6 after Cologne. I haven't really thought about his position too much, but yeah, no, it's Shiro and Rops, and it's pretty fitting given that they're such great late round clutch players, ones that actually change the face of a franchise. I mean, Vitality getting a new lease on life with Rops. Spirit, you could say the same thing when Shiro joined their ranks.
Me and Maui disagree a bit on some of his lists. He has Zaiwu as number 1, which is clearly not correct for 1, but Rops is one where he had him number 3, and I said, I don't know, Shiro, I think he could be number 3 here. And we both kind of thought that when it comes down to it, this is an event that will potentially put him over the line to put him number 3 if Spirit can actually make something happen and get to the grand final, win the event.
Yeah, that's very fair indeed. How does this frame, considering this was Spirit's map pick, you know, they had a slow start, let's say, they powered up into it when it was needed, has some really great plays. How does that kind of frame the rest of the series in your eyes?
I'm a little bit worried for VP. You had a great opportunity to actually go one up on your opponent's map pick.
Yeah.
And the bigger picture reason for me being worried is that when you go to Overpass, I feel like they're going to have a formidable CT side also. You let them gain a lot of momentum on that defensive end. The comms for Spirit are in a much better position right now than they were at the beginning of Ancient, and it feels like they are in the driver's seat.
Let's put a pin in the Overpass conversation until we head things to a quick break, because hope on the horizon for the side of VP. Their choice of Overpass awaits. Overpass next up on the platter to decide if we do go to 3 maps or if Virtus.pro are sadly eliminated here from the Blast bounty. Spirit starting on the CT side of things, no shocker there, choosing into that. That's why, Mao, you alluded to a formidable defense potentially coming out of Spirit.
I'm really worried for Virtus.pro here because even though I like some of the aspects of their Overpass, the fact that everyone seems to find a way to get activated on this map, I also know that Donk is just going to push you in. Chiro is going to gets a little bit more aggressive than other maps on this one. So taking space is going to be incredibly difficult for VP towards A, and then I feel like they're going to be mostly forced towards B.
when I look at VP on this map, I see them have a lot of confidence. I think they have a lot of strong plays, but I mostly think of them as having a really locked down CT side, which means they need to start out their T side and actually get some momentum going so they can buy some time, buy a few rounds to get into the CT side with something to work with instead of being down something 9-3, lose pistol, and all of a sudden the game's over. So I really want to see them have a great start to the game, have some momentum, get a few rounds, and then they can lock it down on their CT side.
It's a much smaller sample size for Spirit than when we're looking at Virtus.pro on this particular map of Overpass. So anything you're looking at VP being able to pull out the bag in terms of that, you know, having a good start, being able to poke and prod at Spirit where it hurts.
They got some great ideas towards B. I mean, they got some good flashes. They have some great ways to actually take space. Even if they're blocked by utility, they know how to break it effectively so that they can just burst on in. I feel like the B defenders are definitely going to get tested by Spirit in this one because I think the A guys will hold up their end of the bargain.
It's time to find out exactly how it's going to go down. It's Overpass between Virtus.pro and Spirit.
Yeah, Spirit operating somewhat from the shadows in this one. Less game tape for them. We know VP making this a home map as of late, and understandably one of the better maps for Electronic in the entire pool.
Yeah.
Mo, what's your heart telling you about this one?
It's kind of cool. I mean, to have the maps pool change up, to get a sort of CT meta, to see Virtus.pro actually really thriving in it at the moment, but still, that close loss is going to sting back on Ancient. It's just going to have to be, it's going to be one of those games where now you've got to work extra hard. Your opponent is pretty heavily favored in general. You did, and you saw the chances that Electronic got mad about halfway through the game where they could have won. He was right. That was the time to get angry about them. Now it's time to really capitalize. They also dropped both pistols back on Ancient and still made it that close. So it's kind of a good and bad sign. Let's see if they can actually get some more luck here.
Oh. Okay, good trade. That was a fast one from Icy.
I'll take that if I'm Shiro, because could have very easily died with nothing.
Donk was hoping for somebody to come up from connector, not the case. We'll remain worried about it.
They're waiting really patiently, not pushed up, very far out.
Far out.
Far out, dude.
Man.
Gnarly, radical.
And slowly moving closer to A. Donk just chips away at the players in the back. Looked like it was all going to get away from him, but he did kill Icy in the end. Sway quickly putting his paws on the Berettas.
I like that trade from Zway. Right up the stairs.
Chopper immediately up into the bank. Zontex towards Dumpster. Round slows down. Flit and Electronic, both averaging above a 1.3 rating on Overpass in the 4 maps that they've played. These are the stars of the show. Electronic gets the slightly wider angle, good enough cover to plant, but they want Dumpster next. And the CTs in Zway have gone from Con all the way back around through B, giving him the Berettas back.
Oh,
and then
not bad, Chopper.
2 quick headshots as they thought maybe Dumpster control would give him a better chance. Instead, it is Spirit with a pistol.
This will be incredibly frustrating for Virtus.pro. Another good opportunity. Maybe a round where they shouldn't have come close based on how some of those trades went down, but they kept up. Like, look at this kill. Answers right away. Then this next frag from Donk. He took a little bit too much time. Instant trade backwards, but just the same. Zway up the stairs as well. It was pretty lovely here. And then this is just extra. It was Chopper both making space at the same time as taking those frags. Shiro, I feel like, of everyone, is going to be the most happy to have Overpass. I feel like that's where, you know, Gambit Youngsters Shiro with Axile became like a classic combo in 2021. Like,
I mean, on top of that, I remember Donk's breakout play in Katowice, that spray down outside bathrooms, the top connector.
I made this video about academy teams or whatever, and I was like, you know, Malta NXT, the best, they won 4, and someone's like, and someone in my comments was like, respect Gambit Youngsters, bro.
Yeah, true.
Shiro and Axel, they were academy players before that really existed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they were an academy team, not in an academy league. Somehow in a league of their own.
They were just not allowed to play stuff.
Hooray! Until they surpassed Gambit for real.
Like, you can literally just not play in tournaments our main team's in. Nothing for you.
I feel like with a real academy team, you know, you still cheer for the main roster because you want to be associated to it. Back in that day, Gambit Youngsters were just preying on the downfall of real Gambit.
Yeah, that's kind of That happened with a couple of rosters. I mean, Mao's and everything as well. The successful projects, they just flipped. That was fun. Okay, 2-0. What's the idea? Again, Virtus.pro, on these ecos, you know they're going to work the map. They're going to take their time, and they know they can get some kills here. They should be trying to go for them. Getting a plant and a win, I mean, those are second and third thoughts.
Nade over Monster, and that is indeed enough.
Crazy.
Get Zontix uncomfortable, and Zwei forced to trade out. There's no additional flash, so if he wanted to take a wider angle, he could. His teammate gives him one to work with, so good support system here from Chopper. Zwei picked up the scrambled frag that he had to in the heat of the moment, and then support comes down and seems all good for Spirit in the third. What else you want? Little incendiary? Nope, M4. Gobble that up. That side of bathrooms held on to. Yes, Launders?
So I'm just thinking Spirit are probably going to be the best overpass team in the world.
Damn.
That's a bigger thought than you thought. I was thinking, huh?
Uh-huh.
I was thinking of something trivial, probably.
Thought you were still thinking about lunch. Or your backswing or something. Nice deep perfecto. Can he plant? It would take a kill on Zwei, but if he gets Zwei now, bomb plant down. Ah, it fizzles out in front of him. Heaven players now here, you'd think it's impossible, and indeed, once they're on the scene, it's over. So good on Zwei, even if he didn't get that last kill. Just made sure that nothing got too weird on that B site.
I like the way he played it, definitely.
You like this way?
Yeah, he definitely, this is weight off their shoulders, having to play like that. I got more, don't worry.
Yeah, honestly, he just really stuck his boots in the ground. He didn't sway back and forth.
Unfortunately, you kind of stuttered a little bit. So
God damn it.
See it coming a little.
Oh,
unfortunately.
I got nervous. I got nervous. I'm like VP. Oh, what's that?
Oh, where?
Who, what, when, where?
Oh my goodness.
And most
the
importantly,
reverse wall bang.
Okay.
That's awesome. Great shot, Icy.
I wonder what Chopper was doing to deserve that. But Flit steps into a deep angle here from Zontix.
You know what he was doing? We saw this from Madger. There's just a very specific place you have to stand from the CT side to even shoot the back of blue.
Okay.
So I think that basically the radius of that spam is so small, Icy going right for the middle of it. You gotta crouch down by the wall on the opposite side of graffiti, and you only have that left corner on the wall to shoot through. Oh, nice find.
Chopper was asking for trouble.
Yeah, we'll have to go back and look, but...
Now Donk is asking for more to chew on and spit out. We've got 3 players trickling closer to this B site, but still Zontix over towards Monster, eats the flash. Fully blind in that spot, just gut-wrenching shots out of Zontix. Donk's gonna flush Electronic into the site, and then third set of eyes on the scene. The 3 remaining players here from Spirit, all with a kill apiece, and just really nice timing for each of them to sweep away VP.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, there's just no weaknesses. Yeah, it's just this right side. Boom. Yeah, that's just a small dispersion right there. It was nice to punish that because you saw Madger, he was actually getting so much damage hitting this one spot.
You know, every time Chopper goes for that wallbang for the rest of this half, he's gonna have to be cautious.
Well, that's the thing, it's like, is he even going to try it unless it's anti-force?
Yeah, we'll see.
Anti-force here, yeah. And from up there.
Yeah. Which we know is not nearly as good of an angle.
Yeah.
But it is a safer angle.
Yes. You can spam the rush. That's funny.
He has to just give up his favorite spot.
What word were you going to say?
Begrudgingly.
Begrudgingly. Getting nervous. Curmudgeon.
I can say it in my head, but I can't say it out loud. How does that work?
I've been there. It's definitely a strange one.
Begrudgingly. That's it?
Yeah.
Nailed it.
It's more like buh, but...
Thank you for your patience.
Buh, begrudgingly. Can't get too kerfuffled about it.
Back to B by the looks of it for VP. Setups allowed, but again, you give him a little bit of time and Spirit are gonna come swinging. Tech9 gets him back. Shiro on the pillar. He's gonna get squeezed from both sides. Gets flashed, delivers two. They give him just that extra half a second to regain vision, and it's the line in the sand as far as Shiro's concerned. No entries allowed. Zontix goes down, taking the fight to them, and then it's VP walking into their own deaths every step from there on out.
So nice by Shiro. You know he's just coming alive right now. CT side overpass, op in hand. All the money in the world. Teammates not falling down. And they can't get rid of whoever's playing Monster. They're actually hitting them with flashes too. They got Shiro full blind. They had Zontix full blind that last round. They just can't get the kill. Utility's going great though. It sounded like someone broke their knees, but no damage. Oh, until Flit dies. Perfect spam. There are probably fewer positions that are harder than this. Losing a T player before 130 on overpass, that's the 9th layer of hell, if you ask me. I don't even know what's in the first 8.
Just cheaters. Just 8 layers of cheaters.
Low trust.
Zontix again holding off on Monster. So Virtus Pro, no matter what side of the map they try to hit.
What is happening?
There's a P250 killing Perfecto. He's got an op, but he's 9-1, so it's P250 out for Shiro.
They're already just figuring out how and which way they should try to kill Icy. This is like a game of Saw or something. So which way would you like to die today, Icy?
You want to cut your own legs off, or should I do it for you?
2 health.
Shiro's P250 is looking nasty, and in a moment he's going to come up that ladder maybe. Hit him with that no-scope boomstick.
All right, let's see if he goes for it.
Heard the scope. Ooh, nice quick scope. It's cost-effective, but only 2, as Donk will force the issue. Still majority alive here for Spirit as we're halfway through this CT side without a single Virtus Pro round win.
Yeah. I mean, they actually destroyed Mouse on this map. You know Mouse are going to take this map seriously eventually too. They just have such good bones for it. I'm not jealous of the work that Virtus Pro are going to have to put in to figure this one out, especially considering, again, like utility, which is a huge part of this, is going well. They just can't get to finish those kills that would make a difference. But if they can answer back to the chopper spam, they can stop that. They can get somewhere in a default. They have chances, but like Shiro's way too confident. He was already great last map. Like Donk is just another level of difficult. You don't even get a training partner to help you deal with Donk on overpass right now. Like, there's only one thing that could be better than Axal and Shiro, and that's probably Donk and Shiro.
But there's no Shiro and there's no Donk kicking off on B, and so maybe that is the solution. It hasn't worked yet, but you hit it enough times. There's been a moment where there was a blind spam that kind of kept them on site. Zontix has been always good for 1. He will remain good for 1 here in round 7. It's Chopper empty-handed. Sway also misses his chance at what should be easier frags against Tech9s. It's a bit labored, but he gets there. That Galil is stuck behind the smoke, so it is bot time for the rotation from the A site, which means the stars are on the scene.
He's kind of failed the skill, try to fight through that molly as well, and now they're just so separated, and they've lost a lot of space. Their smokes are going to come up, Flit's got nothing but a Tech9.
It's like you had your moment, you could sense it there, where Chopper goes down with nothing. Oh, hold on though, low health for Flit and for Shiro, but Donk is still floating around, his 11th kill secured.
So there's that pillar, the smoke to the headshot and pillar that the CTs can use defensively. The Ts can use to try to wrap into the site if they want to, but sometimes Tees will jump over to headshot and they'll push through. Zway just plays off the side of it. He has his teammate here. And you see, even though they lose players, it's the Tees who don't have vision. They feel like they have such limited space they can't get in. But there was a way for them to scale with their short players. Like, they just kind of had to believe in that attack, I feel like. Also, on an attack like this, you want to have the backside molly that ramp entirely so you can... That's kind of the last thing they were missing, but they didn't have a lot of money.
It's like they had to have confidence in that scale, even if it seemed challenging, because what else did you have more confidence in?
That and also...
Letting the others arrive?
And also their short players were committing, so get out there.
Fame kind of behind the smoke, and Fame was also the one with the Galil, so it would have been nice to get more from the gun.
It's just one of those moments you got to think like a Zergling and just swarm. So here, they've got a lot of space. They got short control. They're up long already. They're avoiding the inside of bathrooms. That's the part that can be tough.
Zontics again, and again, and again. One and dones. It's Zway who pays the price this time for the Zontics frag. Good damage.
One interesting stat I'd love to look at. Everybody knows it's about 80-20 when you're up a CT play up a player in general. But when you're in 4v4s, I remember this old quote from Freiberg, like way back in the day before we were looking at stats like this as much, and he said, well, 4v4 would rather be on T side in a lot of maps that are even CT sided. I'd love to see the numbers on that. And if Virtus.pro feel that way right now.
Dog's gonna interrupt them as they set up. Again, you just let them have that little bit of timing and they'll take it. We've seen it outside of B. What's supposed to go well here on the A side is now Zontics dead, and Shiro awkwardly stuck on Prime. He's burning, and he's holding this angle. Takes a step forward. Flit's position definitely known. The P250 again? Oh, no, not this time. Flit slides outwards, and a single player makes the difference for VP. Their first round is on the board, 8 rounds into play.
They had a fight for it, but hey, it's a 4v4 situation. They actually answer back to Zontics, getting that long kill again. They don't let that one go unanswered. Donk looks like he's about to get 3 kills, but in fact only gets 1 in total, so it's not that great of a hold. And we actually see that a conversion can take place. Nice 1v1 here from Flit, but how else are you supposed to play that if you're Shiro? You're getting totally zoned. You have to switch to your sidearm. Great find here for Virtus.pro.
Great time to pull out a triple kill like that if you're Flit. You know, versus some of their other opposition, we saw VP have to bank on huge individual moments. The MIBR game was just, what, Fame's ace, for example, to extend into 3rd, 4th OT, whatever the hell it was. The game that wouldn't end, made possible by individual VP heroics. There's the first one we can really talk about tonight. Still some limitations. Ooh, 11 damage, Perfecto. That's not negligible when now M4s will just pop your head off. It's going to take more than 1 round, though, to force VP, or Spirit rather, to look like a shell themselves. They take these confident opening positions, and it's already banked. Donk, a triple kill on the fallback. Icy waiting for that. For this one, feels to me like Donk dropped the ball last round. You saw his frustrations, unable to get more than 1. So this time he has done all the damage you see on screen.
Man, even his nade is as accurate as his rifle. Do you see that bounce? Perfect. He knows when he's being hunted. I don't think anybody's brave enough now to try it.
Jesus.
They got melted, man, especially Icy. Good night.
Felt like he was let off his leash slightly this round, taking that aggressive party angle.
Yeah, imagine we had him back in the day when it was like Rain and Fur, trying to figure out who was the best at getting CT map control. It's like, Donk, dude, he would have humbled everybody. Oh my goodness. It's just such a playground for... This map is such a playground for good players and good teams. That's just the bottom line. Wow.
Whoa.
That's stunning. Okay, gotta go find it.
Will he? Yeah, auto pickup.
Auto pickup. Boring.
Yeah, right? So op saved, but I don't have to explain it to you. That round is very much just donk.
Who brought up this great stat about Donk's Dust too? CT side, like a 1.68 rating on the year. I will go out on a limb and say I don't think anyone's ever done that in history, and not even close, to be honest. Overpass might be even crazier soon. Might be even crazier.
If you're a team that picks overpass, you can't get too deflated when the T-sides go rough because you know this can happen. You gotta be ready to swap over.
Yeah.
So, you know, 12 grueling rounds is kind of what you sign up for when you decide to pick this map.
There's two kinds of runners, right? Ones that are good at sprinting and ones that are good at distance. Usually they aren't good at both. If you're going to sign up to play overpass, you got to be a distance runner. You have to be comfortable mentally with longer maps, longer rounds, harder comebacks, harder T-sides. I can see why Virtus.pro would be good at it, though.
Sure.
For sure. So
no, it makes sense on paper.
We'll see.
We've seen solid defenses from them versus others. Why would Spirit be any different? Well, just because of the nature of the donk show at the moment. But they get out for free. Usually Zontix is good to peel a player off Monster on the approach. Not this round. This is the closest VP have gotten to the B site without losing a player. And now up on A, we get the Chopper death. But B is where things need to go well. And right now, they're not going at all. Just sat behind this wall of smokes, bomb a little late to the arrival. With the flashes, they're going to try to push through. And they've got Perfecto down in water. But with barrels control for Zwei, this is awkward on both sides.
Perfecto thinks... Oh, I don't know what he thinks.
He doesn't think Zwei has actually repositioned. He thought probably he was still over towards Graffiti with Zontix. Instead, again, we get this moment where VP find footing, and then the attack just fizzles out.
Yeah, it does. For a while, it felt like they've got half the round together. Some of their way they're going for openings and stuff, but like their execution on attacks definitely lackluster. The best part about this round is they made the improvement of having Flit try to jump over top of the barrels, but like they could have killed Zwei earlier. They could have scaled better once again. They keep leaving Heaven open on these attacks, but they clearly need it to be smoked to be able to have control of the back of the site. So everything that Spirit are doing is just super comfortable. They're giving them too many open lines, and they're not being nearly as aggressive as they should be.
We learned anything from Mongols versus Aurora the other day is that one round can indeed make a world of difference. VP have that one. Fully blind though. Nice support here from Electronic to get Fame into the kill feed again. 5v4 for VP. Flip's pretty far removed from all this, but majority on long. Donk committed bathrooms, and you know VP could try something different here at the very end of this half. Giving a bit of time over to Spirit to bolster this defense. Chopper's now gotten off-site, pushed up along bathrooms with Donk, and it's Zwei's responsibility to play site. They've got time to crawl down long. Flash here for Icy, smoke down in front of him. Easy pickup. They nade open the smoke after the fact. A reload needed for Zwei. Chopper's got the cover going, and Donk is still in the middle of both, waiting for his chance. Now he goes down. Chopper dropping utility. 15 on this clock. Zwei has found positioning on Dice on top of the bomb. It sits at his feet. And you've got support now from Zontix. He's gonna have to be the difference. 5 seconds, can't plant. Icy needs to gun him down. And Zontix is always just so cool in the clutch.
Yeah, not a sweat off the brow. Not even a blink here from Zontix. Perfect in his spot. Knew how to play that clock down. And that's just a gamble. Are you gonna jump up on the truck? That'd be the most obvious. Are you gonna go around the left side and take a little longer and risk them running away? Zontix didn't care. Took the peek into his own hands. Easy as.
Nice tap from Perfecto. Good effort, but effort not enough this deep into the half.
He didn't fall for that bait at all.
So that's a 5v4 squandered by Virtus.pro. 5v4 that net them and off for Icy. That smoke grenade from Zwei made the long scaling look so awkward. First player jumped through, the second guy wanted the frag grenade to go in, and then Icy just gets stuck behind it.
And they're just low on time. That's the other part about this map, very punishing rotations. You can spend a lot of time doing map control and have it all upended by one person peeking, pushing back on long, taking over bathroom control, just going for a little wander in a spot where you're not at. Did he get seen? Yeah, nice, nice.
So same opening kill as the last round, just different victim. Either way, if you're dropping Shiro or Donk, it's worth going at it again. Shiro trying to give himself an evacuation plan.
It's a nice chance here for Virtus.pro. Oh, and they get out Zontix. Great shot.
Chopper to push into short in a second. Eesh, almost gets the jump on the player throwing nades, so
here we go.
Final round of the half, and it looks like VP get their easiest round yet. Flash comes down from the A site, but this constant flame is just keeping him out of it. So Virtus.pro, same opening, but then an immediate move over towards the B site, and one of the few rounds where Zontix doesn't get a kill on Monster. Frag thrown in, makes this one all the more dire for what's left of Spirit. Virtus.pro, 2 rounds on a T side. This was enough versus MIBR at least to push them into overtime to extend play. And you know that after a frustrating 1-round half, this one's gonna just be that slight sigh of relief when Zwei decides he wants to die.
Just go for it, man. Like, we get the stats, but you're not doing anything here.
Give it the old jiggle. Let VP sweat a little longer. Momentary relief before a CT-sided pistol could spell disaster for Virtus.pro.
Welcome to Masterclass. We're here with Stair, and we're going to be going over Overpass. You have become the A rifler for Astralis on Overpass. First of all, thanks for joining me, Stair.
Of course, of course. What do you want to see? Let me hear.
So let's hear the starting utility here.
What we do a lot, it's me as a rifler. I will do this combo, where we do a mid-smoke, and then you do the molly playground. Hitting the first molly good, so T's cannot run past it actually very hard, and it's very inconsistent, I would say. That's why you use the smoke more, and actually it blocks a lot of vision through mid, so you have to be aware of balloons and fountain and whatever, right? All the aggro plays.
And what kind of counters do you normally see? How do you interact with those?
The fast way is the T's doing 2 flashes behind playground here, and then 2 T's strafing through it, because any CT is trying to do a peek with AWP here where they will get fully blind, and it's back flashes, so the T's doesn't have to dodge. And then they'll get the space fast, but of course the T's never cross here if they don't have a smoke here, because the AWP can also play this angle, right?
Yeah. Let's say they take fountain from you. What are your typical second stage spots?
As a CT, you can play solo, aggressive, like you can even play like, close long with an M4, you can play on the tree, you can play bathrooms, but like, there's also no problem in just playing side as a CT, because this map is so big, so when you see them like banana here, the rotation from B will be so fast, because you'll have a rotation play around here, that you can instantly be 3A if there's an execute.
Okay, so when do you decide to go for a re-aggress to bathrooms or through banana or through long?
It depends how you play the round, but let's say you play a round where you want 4 monster smokes, then you kind of want to have re-aggress before the last smoke fades, because if the smoke on B fades on monster, then it's very hard to win the round, because T's have like, they can just go through with no block red.
One of the most contentious spots in terms of how you should play it is connector. What about your philosophy with handling the spot early round, mid round?
I think there's a lot of good stuff you can do in connector. Like your rotation should always nade this door, or your short player doesn't matter. Which means if the T's don't smoke the door, you actually have this line, which means every single T going at short cannot cross into this area, which makes your short player's life so much easier knowing they cannot be on his right side because the connector guy has it, and they can only be on the left, and then it's easier to clear and even get a flash play and just have short.
Okay, how about this? Last thing we do, you are forced all the way back onto the A bomb site. What kind of spots are you going to play to try to just defend against the site exec?
I feel like you can't really play like just side. Let's say you don't have a smoke, then you have to play like a rifle long and then the AWP on side, so that when they take A, the rifle can come back and kind of help. But you can't really just play, let's say, AWP here and 1 truck, because on a normal exec, stairs will get smoked, maybe bank, and then this broken new molly where it pops up here, and it takes shadow, truck, and behind the truck.
Oh, wow.
A lot of different possibilities. Just don't go too passive side, then you will lose the round, that's for sure.
Okay, hopefully you never lose the round stare. All right, thanks so much for providing us with such great insight here on another episode of Masterclass.
It's a bleak spot to be in if you're Virtus Pro, a much needed pistol here for the CT side to make a comeback happen, one that they've done in the past. But all 3 pistols so far this series, and one of them incredibly well prepared, have gone the way of Spirit. This is it. Time to win your first pistol versus Spirit tonight.
Yeah, or say goodbye to that comeback you made versus MIBR.
And time to go home.
Yeah, that'll be it. 3 rounds to get eliminated. They know odds swing drastically if they pull one out. And for Spirit, one of the easier T rounds that you can get right here. They've got utility for it. The setup is very good for this.
Yeah. Perfecto plays ahead of the site. Fame's gonna keep his head tucked. Fame comes up with one. Donk's got the answer immediately. On the hunt for the player towards headshot. Zontic's cleaning up other bodies. Still 2 players in short, and Perfecto punches smoke. He'll bring one with him, but does it set up Icy and Flit to do enough?
It's kind of a crazy push. It's still, you know, insane. 1-for-1 trade could have died with nothing.
Oh, but Icy gets it going.
Both spotted.
They're stuck inside of the water. Shiro down to 37 health. Flit looking for the headshot as Icy pushes forward onto site.
Uh-oh.
And now it's all Icy with no kit, so he has to go hunt them. They actually swing. Chopper locks this in. 11 rounds immediately for Spirit.
No shade to Chopper. If there was one thing maybe that'd be a weakness on this map when you look at who's playing here, it might have been him. But on both pistols so far, he's up to 5 kills. And I mean, these are just game-winning frags at this point. 11 rounds off the back of this.
So it's 4 spies to the end. Not an impossible round, VP.
UMPs for life. There's a lot more of those these days.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy. It just feels like 2014 and 2025. Like, the CT sides, Overpass coming back in. UMP suddenly just everyone buying them.
Sure.
Are we just playing CSGO 2?
If it was 2014, though, I'd be buying those sticker capsules real quick.
Yeah, me too. Me too, Connor. If I had the chance.
If only any of us had the chance.
If I was around, I would have totally bought those.
VP are wondering how much to just buy a couple rounds. Because a couple rounds is enough to build the momentum off the back of. But this Icy A-site solo scout hold? I don't know how many sticker capsules I'd bet on this one going well. He'll sit on it for now. We get Flip moving up. Ump in hand, smoke on his belt. Ah, but your scout goes down to the AK of who other than Donk. Working long alone. Flit goes into the scout instead. He's got a couple weapons to juggle at least. Trying to maybe flex as if they are still 2 players. Switching between the guns, letting them both fire off, but it's not going to be enough to intimidate Team Spirit. They will take over this site. A frag to maybe soften a plant, but no frags. Just nades.
Oh, not even, I don't even think gonna try it.
And now you have to save.
Yeah, I mean, there is no chance that the retake happens. You are gonna have no money next round. There is a small world where with utility next round with these guns, you can start a comeback.
Yeah, you gonna sell me that?
No, I mean, that's the only way. I am saying, like, I would have actually saved 2.
Sure.
As desperate and crazy as that sounds.
I mean, I just would have won the pistol.
Yeah, right.
Probably would have been the better idea.
I would have won the pistol on T side, personally. If I had the choice.
Bomb pops, and that's 12.
Saving 4 SMGs, man. I don't know if there's any worse feeling than that.
It's the nature of the beast when you pick Overpass, because you know you're going to play T-side first.
Yep, true.
And you know if your T-side goes poorly, you've got to win the pistol. And then you know if you don't win the pistol, you have to save 4 umps.
The sweet spot is being great at it, never picking it, huh?
It really is.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just like our 3rd best map. You can pick it if you want.
That's what you kind of want. Respect for trying to make it a thing and take a swing at the Cologne champions after all.
Yeah.
And you could flop an overpass if you were able to close what was a real chance back on Ancient as well. But you let that opportunity slip by, and you already face a 5v4 here in round 15. Tonight will not be remembered as a hiccup by Team Spirit. Donk looking lights out. And it's nice to know as well that when you have Donk and Shiro up on that A site doing what they do so well side by side, that this evening Zontix was yet again an example of a stellar CT anchor.
Yeah, definitely.
How many kills on Monster every single time? Just chipping away at Virtus Pro enough. And Zwei, under the pressure of some of those assaults, didn't drop the ball either. Growing pains, sure, but still slotting in, supported by Chopper, who's supposed to be crafting a world beater, a Vitality Slayer with this formula. Or another formula. It worked. Spirit take their sweet time setting up for this B execute. 35 seconds, but still utility in front of it. You said at the last round, when that save comes through with 4, that with enough grenades, this buy could still maybe be enough.
But they're not rotating. They're not even scared about it. I mean, Spirit have to go now, but like they've just got to get through Fame.
Utility slowed it down somewhat. Fame's MP9, clean first kill, and a second.
They're still not coming through. 15 seconds, you have to go.
Finally able to exit out through
Everyone's
Monster.
here now.
Now VP are on the scene. That late util perhaps. 7 seconds, no bomb plant attempt even. This one fizzles out and Spirit look like chumps.
That was terrible. My goodness, that was like they had everything going for them to attack the site. They waited until there was no time for the other half of the split to come through. They kind of, disrespect your short players by taking that long. Either blow the smoke open or come through on both sides. But like, this is Fame with MP9, and in the entirety of Virtus Pro believing that this is a late round A site hit. That was the freest chance to close this game.
Uh-oh.
Still works.
A little wobbly, that one, but
nailed it.
It's a little curve. Took the scenic route. Ends in the same destination.
Let's see if they pair this with utility. Well, maybe they should have. Oh man.
Maybe.
Could have mollied and naded that. Could have smoked it, had a CT push. No, they just tried to go out early.
Hey, what's another 4v5?
Yep.
And honestly, it's not like Spirit inspired us in that last round.
No, that was...
Right?
I mean, for a team that's winning this badly and won the last map...
Got to shake that one off.
How could you lose a round like that? Very, very weird. So, we'll see.
Zontix left to his own devices. Will not find a second kill this round. Icy didn't see.
He didn't see.
No, he didn't see them.
He didn't clear anything. He's just going to get walked up on if he's not careful. He didn't see again.
Makes that so much harder for him than it has to be.
What have you done?
The question was consistency, and that's a round he's going to want to forget as fast as possible. Electronic 2 kills to his name this map. Total drop-off individually from him. You give Donk a little more runway, and he's going to make sure that you get on site with time and enough impact. 20 frags in 16 rounds of play here for Donk. And Perfecto's just going to waste more time.
Yeah, nice. No chance at this. Guys, let's not make this a thing.
Hey, production, let's roll the music. VP, I'm so sorry, but it's the burden you take on by trying to go for the overpass picks. This one blows up in their face tonight against world's #1. Well, Cologne champions regardless, and top 4 established now for the Bounty playoffs. These semifinals in Malta are absolutely stacked, and it's great to see the form that Spirit bring to the table with that comeback and with that total domination of their opponent's map pick too.
There'll be high fives, and I think if VP, you're going to tell yourselves, well, we didn't get any pistols. If you pick the map, you still got to be able to be competitive on those T-side rifles, on some CT rounds after you can make a comeback. They know, like you said, that they would have to make a comeback. They just really didn't deliver anything today. So as much as the pistols helped out Spirit, we didn't get even kind of a semblance, a cosmetic attempt at really taking this game. So it will be disappointing in a matchup that we actually don't see that often For Spirit, though, this is now they can say this may be our 3rd best map in the pool, and maybe it gets even better as time goes on. This could really be Weapon X for this lineup, because now they're sitting on this crushing victory over Mouse and smashed VP, who were very confident on it.
Yeah, I mean, slight improvement for VP. They finally get double digits against Spirit in 2025. Unfortunately for them, it's an immediate Spirit comeback right thereafter. So let's hear from Spirit on Victory Lane.
Got Donk here. Donk, before we get into anything serious, I have to ask you, that round on Ancient, the 3K spray down from mid, did you even see the 3rd player?
Yeah, I saw him, but I killed him too fast.
Too fast, even for you.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Overpass. Getting a little more serious with it. You guys now have 2 reps on Overpass, really strong from both of those. What do you think's working so well for Spirit on Overpass?
I don't know, Shiro God.
Sure, God, what more needs to be said? And with that Ancient as well, right? We saw a really dominant second half. Do you think right now in Counter-Strike, maybe things are going a little too heavily towards the CT side?
Not really. I think like the most of the maps like 50-50 or 60-40 for the T side, I would say, and like it's okay, it's fun, I like it.
Well, you're certainly having a lot of fun on the server. Thank you, Donk.
A man, a few words, but many frags in the server. That was such a commanding way to be closing out Overpass. We'd only seen them, that is a Spirit playing Mouse only once on this very map. Second time we see it, and it's just pure domination from Spirit.
Hey, I remember a Donk spray down on Overpass at Katowice last year, though, so they're no strangers to it in terms of how to take apart, pull apart an offense, the way that Donk's able to just maneuver around the A playground, or really just all of A, and the way Shiro's able to take little jabs at the rest of the oncoming attackers from VP. Everybody from Spirit was incredibly well-versed with what was going to be happening next. VP did not catch them off guard.
With a permaban for Spirit, they've had Overpass as a map that could be picked against them before. They had to be practiced on the map. They had to be experienced on the map. The question was, how experienced, how practiced were they? Answer, very, very experienced, very practiced, and obviously they did play it last year. They do know the map very well, but I mean, Donk's just a cheat code. That's just unfair.
Well, Donk's put to bed any worries we worried about, you know, the negative rating versus G2. That's just online CS now. That's just how it happens when he's on LAN. Never happening again.
Despite the fact that in the online stage of this, I think we only had 3 upsets out of, what, 18 or maybe
no,
actually
more than that.
24 matches.
Yeah.
I mean, the only abnormality that really struck us was the Donk low rating, but now that he's back on LAN, he's the same beast, same animal.
Yeah.
Same beast, different animal?
Same beast, same animal. What does that mean?
For Virtus.pro, though, like, I'm left with a bit of a, I don't know, I expected it to go in the favor of Spirit across the series, but I'm going to be real. I did expect 3 maps, because what we've seen of Virtus.pro on Overpass up until this point has been one of the best in the scene, right? I imagine they're going to be feeling very disappointed after that showing.
What I expected was more than 3 rounds across 23 rounds of T-side for Spirit. That's, or for Virtus.pro. That's just, they need to do better. And you're going to pick Overpass. That's great. You don't have to have the greatest T-sides of all time, but you have to pick up more than 2 rounds.
We're starting to see a trend with CT sides and how bolstered they are by the economy, and how that extra $50 really is actually ballooned in terms of just making these maps so much more playable for them. But I also think that VP definitely have a little bit more homework to do in terms of getting into just positions a little bit better. I feel like the way that they were bursting onto the B bomb site looked a little bit more stringy than it did in some other games. That could definitely be due to some good utility from the Spirit side. I mean, they had some well-timed smokes to block off Monster, for example, but I feel like there was a bit of a disconnect. But also, when you're playing against Donk, and when you're playing against Zontix, who's finally headshotting, then it's really difficult to burst into those kinds of positions.
Kind of GG at that moment, Boo.
If you look at the CT side change since the update, since the $50 and the incendiary buff, depending on how you look at it in the top 20, it's somewhere from 3 to 5% more CT sided, which sounds like almost nothing. But then you realize that like Nuke at peak CT sidedness was only a 55% map. It is a big deal that that shift, and maybe we're seeing teams struggle able to adjust. Maybe they're not realizing they're misreading the economy. Maybe they're not realizing the situations they're putting themselves in. Because, yeah, that is like the 4th or 5th time, even in the LAN portion, that we've seen T-Side just abnormally bad.
Well, a struggle for Virtus.pro in this one. It does mean the end for them here at the Blast Bounty. So let's get a few closing thoughts courtesy of Finn and off mic.
Finn, tough one today. That overpass really got away from you guys. Was there something in particular you think went wrong, or was this just a case of being donked?
Like we a little bit speed up our T side. We had a actually good plan and it worked, but we a bit speed up and we lost some clutches. So I think we probably could have like 5 at least and plus first round, and it could be better. But we lost both pistols and it was hard to come back at this map, and we lost even clutches when we were like 4 versus 3 and so on. So it's not the way you can win the map, but. We'll see. We need to continue working.
When we were talking in the draft show, you said you think this team is like 50% of the way there to being the best version. Do you see them any further along after the games you've had here?
Yeah, of course. We're going further. We're working. We're becoming a team. It's the most important part. And we're always talking, and everything is about CS, like everything. Like, I don't know. It's like I just think that we just need a little bit time to get like ready, you know, to get it done.
Well, commiserations on the loss. I look forward to seeing that complete version.
What do you mean?
Commiserations on the loss. Tough game today, but I look forward to seeing that complete version. Thank you for talking to me.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's an interesting question to pose, right? Because as Finn said, 50% of the way there prior to coming into this event. Would you agree with that sentiment that we've seen, he didn't say a significant amount, but we've seen some improvements for VP over the course of this event?
It's a lot more gradual. I mean, I think with Perfecto's addition, I still think that they are more solid. I feel like Ancient provided us multiple examples of them being in man advantage situations. They still close out the round as they're supposed to. Perfecto doesn't create a lot of losing conditions. And so that T-side from Overpass leaves a bad taste in our mouths. However, what I saw throughout the rest of the event, especially, again, citing the FaZe win, that was one where it was noticeable that they were putting just the right foot in front of the other, and that they were actually converting rounds based off of map control that they were taking, and then just splitting onto a bomb site really in a textbook fashion.
I feel like the timings are what has really struck me about Virtus.pro in the past, where their timings would just be completely off. Players wouldn't be in the right spot at the right time. They'd be moving in the incorrect trade positions. But this VP, especially as you mentioned against FaZe, I think they had a really good showing in terms of just having good teamwork, being on the same page, everyone understanding the win conditions. And they couldn't pull it together on Ancient on that T side. They couldn't pull it together on Overpass either. But across the event, I think they do have very positive signs of growth rather than just kind of popping off once in a while, which is what VP are most known for doing, having one pop-off event and then going back to the mean.
How dangerous does this put Spirit in your mind going into the Final Four? Does this change anything for you in terms of how you view them as opponents?
I just see the top 3 being a bit of a cut above in terms of Mouse, Vitality, and Spirit right now. I feel like on any given day, it feels like any of those 3 can beat each other right now. Maybe Spirit's moving in the right direction more so because of a recent player move, so they have more upside. That's something that's up for discussion. But Mouse and Vitality are such stable forces that it's very hard to catch them on a bad day.
Yeah, you're really looking at just 3 amazing teams and one team that wants to make that next step. They want to make the jump, and Mongols could prove it, but it would still be a bit of a surprise to see them do it. We're waiting for that breakout event. They had the major. We're waiting to show they can consistently break out into those top echelons.
Just touching upon, obviously, the rumor mill that everybody knows, circulating about a said change with a certain Zontix. Nobody's confirmed or denied that from the Spirit side of the equation. But I'm pretty happy to see that hasn't really had too much of a profound impact so far on the gameplay of Spirit. That's always a positive sign.
That was my prediction at the beginning of the playoffs. The news comes out. I'm just like, Zontix has been the most stoic person I have ever seen play this game. I mean, I think when he won the actual major, he maybe just kind of covered his face, so I couldn't even see if there was a tear there. But other than that, he's always every time just stone cold. He gives the most objective answers every time. He says, "Why would map 1 affect our performance in map 2? They have nothing in relation to one another." It's like he doesn't really. He's an android. He might, if someone told told me tomorrow that they saw that when they cut Zontix's arm, that no blood came out, it was just oil, I would believe them. I would believe them.
You weren't saying this when he was 1-8 to start Ancient. You were sweating bullets.
He came back. He came back.
That's what Zontix is known for. Coming back into it. And Zontix, yeah. Incredible player. I hope to see him, if the news is true, I hope to see him on another strong team soon.
Can we maybe just take a moment to theorize where maybe he could end up? Is there anywhere you're like, yes, Zontix, this is where there's a perfect fit for you?
The sadly obvious answer is just VP. Okay, I mean, if he wants to stick to a Russian-speaking roster, I mean, I think Perfecto's good. I've already said good things about him, but Zontix today is just a little bit better.
You said all that in the pregame, all that in the between maps. Perfecto, we need to see him be Perfecto. All this to say, Perfecto, we want you to be removed.
No, I don't. See, that's the thing, yeah. I don't really want
unfortunately, that is the obvious answer, but Perfecto just joined, and they're looking so improved with him. Are they going to make that change? It feels unlikely.
Well, for one last time, it is time to see how our matchups will be stacking up and moving on forward. The semifinals, they do indeed lay in wait. And after Spirit took down Virtus.pro, they earned the right to make the only choice of tonight's draft show between either Vitality or that of Mouse. A decision not to be taken lightly, as they not only shape their own destiny, but that of the Mongols as well as the lowest seed. It is almost time for the Final Four to be taken to the stage for one more choice of their opponent. It is time to get into the final bounty draft.
Representing the most wanted and Vitality, it's Xtaz. And in the Mouse jersey, we've got Zershin. And for the Bounty Hunters, representing the Mongols, Techno 4K. And for Team Spirit, it's Donk. Now, it's almost time to get this draft underway. I think you guys technically need to swap spots, but it's okay. We all know who's who at this point. We're gonna get into the action here. A quick round of questions. You gentlemen mostly know how this works. A couple of you at least have been here before. Xtaz, little bit of a tougher game, I think, than you guys were expecting over against Liquid. Anything where you were puckering up? Maybe when Apex ran to the bathroom break, you weren't sure he was coming back?
That was the key to win.
Empty bladder, clear mind?
Yeah, exactly. No, it was tough, but we will try to fix that for tomorrow.
Now, over for you guys, it was a cruise here in Malta. I mean, it's home ground, it's home territory. You got the Malta bun. Is this a Mouse crowd? Inspiring Mouse crowd here behind you, Zershin?
Yeah, we have the home crowd, if you can say. We won here twice already. So thank you guys for cheering. It's good.
Let's go. We got the home crowd. Techno, you brought a lot of spice to the first draft show. You had some beef with Aurora. That beef's now settled. You got a bone to pick with either of these guys?
I hope so. Yeah, that's all.
We'll make some. You don't actually get a choice here because the only man who actually has a choice this time around. Dong, this is the 4th time you've had to talk to me today. Thank you for joining us here. You're a fan of this bounty show, I think. You got some spice for us today? Got some heat? No? All business? All business. Well, in that case, without further ado, it's time to begin this draft. And I have good news for all of you standing on stage. This is going to be a quick draft because you could probably do the math. There's one decision to be made today. Donk, what was the thought process for Spirit? How did you come to this decision? Do you have a little team huddle after the game?
No.
They just give you the full choice?
Yes.
They said, Donk, you know what?
Yes.
Donk the dictator.
Yes. All correct.
Donk the all-powerful. All right, well, Donk the dictator. The question for you is, who is Team Spirit going to be playing?
So Team Spirit are choosing Mouse.
Okay.
Why Mouse?
No comments.
No comment. I'm hearing a lot of that lately from Team Spirit. Zershin, you've got Spirit on the line. How do you feel about that matchup?
Feeling good. It's nice that Donk is ready to give us a chance to get revenge after Cologne, where they beat us. And yeah, not surprised, but at the same time, I think that, yeah, it's a good choice for them. So yeah, let's see how the game goes.
Have you been thinking about that Cologne matchup ever since? Thinking about the day you'd get to get revenge on this guy?
Yeah, of course. My nightmares are filled with this guy's face picking me. They played their hearts out in the Cologne final and they beat us 3-0, so they deserve that win. But yeah, I've been hungry for revenge since.
They're in home turf here, Donk. These are the Malta Masters. You think it's going to go differently this time?
It will be interesting as always.
Interesting as always. Now, Techno, that locks you in to a date with this man. How are we feeling about the Vitality matchup?
Yeah, it's
major.
It's same thing again every time. Yeah, we faced against so many times, and I always say that this time, yeah. I don't want to say anything about that. Yeah, let's see what's happened tomorrow.
No comments.
No comment indeed. Yeah. I mean, not so long ago, it was a matchup under the brightest of lights, right? That major final, that big moment, a crowning moment for you.
Yeah.
Is it good memories when you look across at this jersey?
Absolutely not.
No.
I'm joking. Yeah, of course. Yeah, Mongols again.
You gonna do it to him again?
Hopefully. But we respect them. What they did against Aurora, the comeback was absolutely insane, to be honest. So we know they don't give up. So hopefully another banger between us.
Another banger set in store indeed. We've got our semi-final matchups. The only thing left to do is to end the show, to shake hands here, gentlemen, because it is time for our semi-final matches. Thank you. These are our draft picks.
And this is two beautiful semi-finals that we have got in store with Spirit picking into Maus. That is a rematch of the IM Cologne Grand Final. On the other side of things, the Mongols left with Vitality. That is a rematch of the Austin Major Grand Final. So either way that you look at this, Maui, these are two incredible matchups going down tomorrow.
We could not have been blessed with a more stacked semi-finals here. The fact that, I mean, you've already painted the picture incredibly well. I feel like nobody is really even surprised by the pick, but at the same time, I'm so glad we get these picks. I'm so glad that it came to fruition in this fashion. The fact that Donk wants to just take down Maus again, and then Maus with the bad blood between them wants revenge. I want to see Exertion really stick it to Donk this time.
One of the things I like about this semifinal is that I think if Maus could pick, they would have picked Spirit as well. So this is a semifinal that I think both teams want. Both teams feel like they have the edge against the other. Despite that Cologne final, I think Maus have been a team, even when they were on a downswing, had a good chance against Spirit. So I think it's definitely a matchup they're happy with. I don't know if Mongols are quite happy to end up against Vitality again, but
they could get revenge too, though.
That would be incredible to get revenge for Mongols and actually make a stamp on this season, say, hey, we can beat Vitality too.
Where do your predictions lie for both of these, considering we have so much recent history between all four of these squads, the two teams going head-to-head? Spirit versus Maus, do you think Maus have what it takes to, right the wrongs from Cologne?
I do. I feel like Maus is the more tactical team. I think they're more complete. I feel like they have come up with many game plans over the last 9 months that have actually put Spirit in their place. Sure, on some of the bigger stages, such as Cologne and Shanghai, it was Spirit that got the better of them. But in an event like this, I feel like this is where Maus do their best work, actually. I feel like when there's a little bit less pressure, you'd say, in a format like this, or just kind of in a studio environment, and on Malta, I feel like this is where Maus turn the tables once again in their favor.
When I look at Maus, I think they've done a really good job of finding tendencies in Spirit's play. They've targeted Zontix at times, they've targeted Chopper at times, and with the change adding Zwei into the roster, I think it's going to be a little tougher to actually find tendencies that they can exploit. So although I lean towards Maus, I really like their playstyle. I love they're a tactical team. I love a lot of what they do. I still think Spirit's going to take it over the line.
What about Mongols' Vitality? Do you see any chance of Mongols getting revenge there?
Hey, Mongols can win a map. We've already seen that happen in Austin. Maybe the pressure was all on Vitality's shoulders for that opening Mirage, but this time around, it really just takes one spark. If we got a Senzu performance that's anything similar to what he was providing in Texas, then he's going to be able to uplift that team in order to just be greater than the sum of their parts. I feel like Vitality, though, they looked mortal today. That's another thing. I felt like this was maybe a Vitality that if Mongols prepped the right way, they could actually push this the distance.
Yeah, we've tried to be realistic in a lot of these matchups that when you have a team like Liquid against Vitality, a win is to get a map, a win is to do well, a win is to show something for yourselves. But when we look at Mongols, I think a win is to maybe even win the series. I think it's a long shot, but when Mongols show up on the server, when they have all 5 players playing at their peak potential, they absolutely can beat a Vitality squad that's not playing to their top potential. And if they both show up like that, we're going to see a banger of a match.
It's pretty insane that we started off this tournament with 32 teams and we've ended up with the top 4 seeded. Like, that's pretty wild to consider. I just wanted to throw some of the money into the ring as well, because we've got quite a lot of bank that these teams could be playing with. The most sides with Spirit and the Mongols, who have just over 30K. Do we see any challenges going into tomorrow's games?
I mean, if nobody challenges tomorrow, what's even going on here? Come on, you got. I feel like the thing that I feel like these teams aren't realizing is that they're in the top 4 of VRS. You know, sure, it's early in the season, but you could solidify your place deeper into the top of the rankings, or you could just make the game a little bit more exciting for everybody if you put something on the line. Do I really think they will? I don't know. Vitality just looked so scared today when it came to doing anything with money. So I have a sad feeling that some of these teams are going to shy away from it.
I think Vitality might have kind of realized, okay, we can make these misbalanced wagers. We can go for something a little bit different, a little bit spicy, and maybe they go for something against Mongols. I'd really like to see something on the line between Mouse and Spirit. This is a matchup that we're going to see all season long. We've seen all year long. If one of these teams goes, hey, we'll go all in, we don't even need a 1-to-1 match, that would be baller.
I'm crossing all my fingers that we finally get one going down tomorrow. But we need to take a look at the order of the matchups as we do indeed move into semi-finals Saturday. It's going to be Mouse versus Spirit up first on the cards. Then it's going to be Vitality versus the Mongols. I mean, just either way, gentlemen, this is such a crescendo, such an amazing set of matches that we have for these semis.
We could have had it in any order and it would have been fantastic. I feel like this makes even more sense. The more recent Prestige Grand Finals in Cologne is going to be happening first, and then we get the Austin Major run back. So, I mean, this is just going to be, whatever happens Saturday is going to be good.
When you have a 32-team online event, the reason people don't like it is because they don't expect the top 4 to be this. They expect an upset somewhere. They expect something to go wrong. This is what we want to see.
That's exactly what is going to be going down tomorrow. 2 more matches, the semi-finals going down tomorrow. They have been drawn. We'll be back same time, same place tomorrow.
Welcome to The Bounty, a new, bold Counter-Strike format where every round raises the stakes. Here's how it works. The prize pool isn't just split at the end, it's distributed as bounties. Each team starts with a bounty based on their seed. Lower seeds begin with 0, but can still strike it big by hunting bounties from higher ranked teams. Win a match, and you secure 50% of your opponent's bounty as a guaranteed payout. The other 50%, it carries forward, growing the stakes for the next round. After each round, the lower seeded teams pick their opponents from the higher seeded pool. In week 2, the final 8 teams bring their bounties to the Blast Studio. It's a face-to-face showdown with new twists. Teams can challenge opponents by raising the stakes with their banked winnings. It's high risk, high reward. Here's how it works. Teams use their banked winnings to up the ante. For example, if Team A has $50,000 and Team B has $25,000, Team A can only challenge up to $25,000, the amount their opponent has banked. Both teams have to accept the challenge. This is Counter-Strike like never before. Are you ready to go bounty hunting?